waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. Break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you.
Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden in beautiful New York City. Now, last week, 4 teams battled through the play-ins and made history to stand next to global giants here in the group stage. And I could not be happier to be here in New York City for the next 3 weeks of play. Feels good to touch down in this city. I've already eaten way too much pizza.
Oh, stop.
I don't know about you two gents.
I've eaten the perfect amount of pizza. It's been wonderful.
Well, what about you, Dagda?
No, I've been right there with you for all the pizzas. There's been too many pizzas. I can't have any more for the next 3 weeks.
For the next 3? Oh, I was gonna say 1, and then I'll go back to pizza.
Okay, fair.
Okay, we'll
see
try a few other things out. It's so exciting to be back here in New York to watch 16 teams do battle here for the World Championship. We got an incredible crowd behind us, everybody filling in as we speak, and we're gonna pray. I love that. I love the energy already. Quickshot was out there trying to convince them that Fnatic was gonna take down Cloud9. What a joke.
Laughable.
What a joke, and we'll get to that in just a bit. But with play-ins complete, I wanted to take a look at how the meta has shaped up so far here at Worlds. Give us something to work from as we dive into the group stage. I know that this graphic is overwhelming. It is meant to be so. There are 90 champions. Yes, 90 champions on this graphic. They are sorted by their presence. So that is the number of times out of possibility that they could be picked or banned in a game. And then below that, you will see the record that they sport here at Worlds. But with already 90 unique champions, Azale, we're close to already breaking the world's record.
I know, it's incredible. 94 was the record. I think we are well on pace to actually take that down. But when I'm looking at this graphic, I am looking at Public Enemy #1 here up in the top left. It's Aatrox, 17-7. This champion has been dominating in play-ins, and I really want to see what the next evolution into group stage is going to be. Are these top-level top laners going to have answers to it to actually just counterpick this and push it somewhat out of the meta? Or if they do not, I think we have to see it hitting the ban table because it has just been too strong.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about evolution as well, my big question is going to be the jungle, right? Like, we've seen Maokai dominate the jungle at the moment, but, you know, with people like Canyon, Kanavi, even Levi coming in from the VCS as well, these are guys I expect to tend more towards Hekrams, the Graves, the big carry performances that I expect to see from these junglers.
Yeah, 15-7 record there for that Maokai. It kind of snuck in the later stages of play-ins. And we did talk a lot about, and I think this is related to both of those champions that you guys mentioned, is that to a degree, both of those champions feel like such sure things that teams of any quality or ability will reach for them. And I think to your point, Azale, when you talk about Azir, I'm curious when we look at players like 369 up there in the top line, like, will they find a way to dismantle that pick and drop it in priority by virtue of that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, the LPL top laners definitely are going to have picks ready for the Aatrox. You know, they're down to play Fiora, they're down to play Jackson, things like that. And even when we're looking at some of the other regions, you think about the LCS playoffs, Fudge was the guy who was really pioneering in NA a lot of these counter picks and really kind of changed the meta. The first time they were taking down EG, as well as 100 Thieves, and he was utilizing Kennen, Fiora, Camille, counter picks like this to actually push things like Aatrox down on the priority list.
Yeah, maybe we don't see the Teemo like from ADD. That one didn't go so hot, but
don't count it out. I would have said that before the tournament, but now
Teemo
it feels like
Garen?
anything is on the table. Garen, I was pretty happy about that pick, even if it wasn't the most successful. Now, one of the unique benefits of Worlds being here in NA has been Champions Queue, and especially, I will say, Azale, once we got all of the teams and players into the server.
Yeah, once we got the LCK in there, the LPL, I mean, Faker joining, the GOAT was there. Everyone wanted to get in and take a shot at Faker, see if they could take him down. And I think it's just been so exciting seeing all these incredible players from around the world on mix and match teams, really getting to showcase their individual talents, getting to showcase the personality, and really what they can bring to the world stage.
Yeah, the part that I haven't been enjoying so much, though, is Kobe just berating me because every time an LPL guy dies, he's like, you see that? You see that? That's why NA's winning Worlds. But it is really cool to see, like, each of these individual players getting to match up because you can see on an individual 1v1 how good so many of these players come into the tournament are.
I think that's the thing for me, right? Even though I'm sure a lot of that is said in jest, you know, this idea that, oh, well, because he killed him once in Champions Queue, this means. But there is also...
That's a serious point.
Yeah, okay. Then, you know what, I'll just stop down right here. No, I think because there's a kernel of truth, and what Champions Queue has allowed us, as well as the community, to see is the actual strength of these players and the propensity to take a win if things go right, especially in a best-of-1 group stage.
Absolutely. I mean, at the very highest level, you know, when you're talking about Worlds, a lot of it is coming down to the team play, but when you can see that some of these guys can stand up to the big dogs individually, you know, can get solo kills on some of the world's biggest names, and I think that's such an exciting moment for these people to be able to see that, hey, someone from my region can really take down the best.
Yeah, you mentioned, you know, trying to get a shot at Faker. Lots of players have had the opportunity. Not all of them have been successful successful in their attempts to take down Faker. This is a fun clip.
Now, this was hilarious. So Philip, faked a recall, and he's lying in wait here for Faker. He's playing Silas. He has a stolen a 0-all, and Faker just gets him, cleared out the wave there. If it was anyone but Faker, you're saying it's fine luck, but it's because it's the unkillable Gaming Gang, you're giving it to him. You're saying he knew.
I've watched this clip like 10, maybe 12 times. It never gets old. I love that Philip, too, is just laughing his ass off, right? He knows that it was just unfortunate, but you are always going to take those shots at Faker and solo queue if you get them. From there, though, it doesn't end with just our perceptions and the fun clips that we've gotten to see. It's also kind of given us a spotlight onto the way that the players themselves interact and showcased a lot of their personality, watching those pre-game lobby chats, for example.
Yeah, especially from the LPL as well, which can sometimes be a bit separated from the West. It's cool to see these guys coming in, getting to show that personality. You can see Scout here having a bit of fun with Hyper about how good JJ is, but it's really cool to see how you're getting that interaction across borders and across regions. It's so nice to see.
Bunch of mind games and lots of fun there in Champions Queue. We'll keep tracking it all tournament long. We got tons of people streaming it as well. I know Kobe was streaming from the hotel room just yesterday, Cadril as well. But from here, we dive into the group stage. So let's go ahead and refresh ourselves on what the group stage actually looks like. It's 4 different groups, 4 teams apiece. We, of course, qualified 4 teams from the play-ins into those groups, and you can see them there as the 4th team in each of the groups. But I'm going to turn straight to you two. Azael, I'll start on you. Group storylines, group that excites you the most, where you at?
For me, it's Group A. I think Group A is incredibly exciting. We have the #1 seed from the LCS, so I really want to see how Cloud9 is going to show up.
Speaking of, the players are stepping onto stage now, and that's what everyone's cheering about.
I mean, I just find it's so incredibly difficult to actually predict this group. Fnatic looked really good in play-ins. T1 and EDG, we haven't gotten to see them yet, but those are really impressive teams. I think you can make an argument for almost any order of standings in this group.
Yeah, the one that I'm looking at is Group B, because I feel like JDG is probably one of my favorites to win the tournament, but also one of the ones I'm very scared they're just going to bomb out in groups, because the meta starts to shift towards SAM1, it starts to shift towards G2. These are teams that look spectacular.
What about EG?
That's not a real...
Towards EG.
Is that real?
Shift to what?
Is that real?
Yeah,
you think they might bomb out in groups?
Because when you look at their best of 3s, right, there was always at least one funny game in there.
Yeah.
Just one.
Oh,
so this is where I'm like,
those
this
are the
could
best
be,
of ones that they drop. Is
where
the
they
one
could
funny
drop
game.
that one.
Are they funny guys?
What
We're going to have funny games all the time? Okay, fine. Just a few thoughts on a couple of the groups before we get into it. But with the table set, I think it'd be fun to dive into some 90-50-10s. We did this for play-ins. We're going to do it again here for the group stage / the main stage of Worlds. The way this works, for those of you who are unfamiliar, each of us came prepared with 3 predictions that we have for the course of Worlds. Now, they're in varying degrees of confidence, let's say. They're all things that we think can come true, but the community and the audience at large might disagree or say you're reaching a bit on that one. So, Dagda, I'm going to start with you. Your 90-50-10, lay it out for us.
Well, so the caveat I have to give to this is that I was never very good at statistics, but 90% of the chance that LPL teams are going to fail miserably in groups. There's always one team in the LPL that happens to, especially when you look at FPX last year, that were looking good, and I just kind of highlighted that JDG sometimes can have a bit of a funky time. So this is my biggest worry coming into this. 50% is going to be an all LPL and LCK playoffs, which doesn't make sense.
If one team is bombing out, one of them will be out.
Yeah, it's like 90% of the time it works 50% of the time. But this is where I think we could honestly see this happen. All LPL and LCK look very, very strong. And then a 10% chance of Flying Oyster get out as 2nd seed in Group C. I think Flying Oyster are a little bit underrated. I think they've been so incredibly strong, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do in Group C.
They're definitely S tier as far as the names go.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat Flying Oyster.
Gotta love it. I actually really like your 90% because Jat was talking earlier in play-ins just kind of about regional strengths, especially in groups. And for the LPL, they have a tendency to drop best of ones far more often than LCK teams do historically. So I think there actually is. That's a pretty, to me, that's the most kind of locked in one. Of course, it's hilarious how it counters your second point. Let's take a look at my 90-50-10. I'll walk you guys through it. Aatrox remains highest presence champ. I think that that's going to remain true no matter what. I know we talked about how people might find counters, but I do think still it's presence. And just speaking about presence, it's exactly. I do think it's just still going to show up. That one to me felt like a layup. From there, though, my 50% coin flip, boom, NA gets 2 teams out of groups.
It happens or it doesn't. 50% chance.
It happens or it doesn't. Thank you.
you here.
You understand.
Yeah.
So for me, what I'm saying in that is I feel like Cloud9, right, is our best shot at making it out of groups. And then I'm looking at the 100 Thieves roster as the other one. I have, unfortunately for EG, I think that's going to be a very difficult group for them to navigate their way out of. But my bet would be on 100 Thieves to be the second to achieve that coin flip for me. From there, I go 10% on CFO. The Flying Horses achieve world dominance. That's not win worlds. That's achieve world dominance. I'm fairly certain by the end of this tournament that we are all going to submit to our Oyster overlords. So that's just a prediction about how I think we as humans are going to, you know, kind of move mentally to understanding that if oysters are flying, we're not in control. We're not in control anymore. We don't run this world the way we thought. Azale, you're 90,
it's time to get serious. You know, we've had the joke predictions.
Of course.
All right, 90% chance. I wanted this to actually be 100%, but they said I couldn't rename the segment to 100%, 50%. Yeah. JoJo is going to trash talk another mid lane.
Absolutely. Probably already happened.
I'm going to give him a 50% chance of it actually not backfiring, though. Ooh. It's about 50-50. Yeah. So he's going to trash talk someone. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. But now we're swinging for the fences here with my 10%. EG wins Worlds and release their World Championship Edition Crocs that are going to sell like hotcakes. Everyone's going to want a pair of the Crocs.
There are 3,000 future Croc purchasers in this arena.
3,001?
Here's my question. Do the Crocs, is Riot the one who, is it going to be like design and releases a skin? They're going to release it and design it their own.
JoJo's just going to start his own shoe company and everything. You know?
I like it. I like it. Brilliant. I await those. I've never owned a pair of Crocs, but that'll be the first pair of Crocs I buy. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, well, with our predictions out of the way, let's dive into some regional storylines. And so from here, I actually want to start in the LCK, but to do that, we're going to go straight to Beryl, who had to fight his way through the play-ins to get to this point. Let's get his thoughts on the group stage.
안녕하세요. 저는 이제 DRX에서 서포터 라인을 맡고 있는 베릴 조건희 선수입니다. 직행으로 그룹 스테이지에 갈 수 있는 메리트가 있어가지고 지금 되게 기분이 좋습니다. 그냥 손 풀기? 약간 그런 식으로 되게 플레인 스테이지가 아무래도 이제 메이저 리그보다는 이제 다른 마이너 리그가 많다 보니까 이제 그룹 스테이지 가면 되게 쟁쟁한 팀들도 많고 이제 우승 경쟁해야 되는 팀들도 많다 보니까 이제 긴장을 좀 많이 해야 될 것 같아요. 그룹 스테이지에 간 거는 좀 당연하다고 생각해요. 제 개인적인 생각으로는 이제 최대한 LCK 팀을 늦게 만나고 싶고 솔직히 어디 팀이든 되게 만나면 힘들 거라고 저는 생각합니다. 그룹 스테이지에서 좀 플레인에서 아쉬웠던 모습 좀 보완해서 더 좋은 경기력 보여드리겠습니다.
Says they're going to work on their weaknesses from the play-in stage, but if you look at their record, they didn't have too many weaknesses flying through that play-in stage to get to this point, which I do think is interesting considering that the expectation there was that RNG by many would be the one that goes undefeated. Both still made it here to the group stage. A couple fun facts, by the way. Fudge and Beryl are the two players from 2021 Worlds that had the most unique champions played on the Worlds stage at 12 apiece. So I only bring that up because keying into our conversation from earlier about how many unique champions have already been played at Worlds and how we think the meta will continue to evolve, I think that those are the kinds of strengths that you want to talk about from a number of these teams is which players got the deepest pools.
Absolutely. I mean, adaptation is always the name of the game at Worlds, and there is a shift every year from play-ins to groups to knockouts, and you've got to be on the cutting edge of that if you want to do well.
And on that, I think that's why RNG have struggled against DRX, right? So I think that's one of the big factors that will play into it more going forward.
Now, another player that may not have had the most unique champions played at Worlds last year, but I guarantee you has the ability to play a lot of them, would be Faker. A cool note for him is that in his next 3 games, he will hit the 100 games played mark at Worlds. The next highest games played by any player globally at Worlds is Perks with 86, but you can't eclipse Faker at that point. And so, again, while he hasn't had the most champions in previous World Championships, that's a guy you know that any meta he's probably going to be comfortable in just because of his experience. From here, we go to the LEC, and I wanted to talk specifically about Rogue's win to get here and Oduamne as an individual. perennially second, third place in their region. What a huge accomplishment it was for them to lock up that first seed, for Odo to make it to this stage and get his shot at the world title, representing EU as #1, Azael.
I mean, it's just been such an incredible journey for him. It was his 478th game in which he won a championship in the LEC. So he was the player with the most games played in the LEC who had never won a championship up until this split. And Rogue, because they had been really good in regular seasons, really since like, you know, summer 2020 and whatnot, it's been a number of years, they're constantly called chokers. They're overlooked for teams like G2 and Fnatic, but they really stepped up. They showcased that they can take down the big dogs, and now it's an opportunity for them to showcase their talents on the international stage and get those European fans behind them.
Yeah, and while it might be his first place, Dagda, it's not like this guy's trophy case was entirely empty before that. When you want to talk about podium finishes, meaning third or higher, lots of seconds and thirds that preceded this first win for him. 8 across the board. What a storied career.
I mean, Odo Amine has just been such a beast in the top lane for so long over in EU. I mean, as El was kind of alluding to, the fact that he hasn't been able to pick one up for so long has been heartbreaking, and you could see in the interviews how much it meant to him, how much it meant to the EU crowd as well, to rally behind him and support him as he made that career accomplishment. And especially as you can see so close in spring 2021, spring 2022, being second place, having to overcome so many criticisms that were levied at this squad. This was what Rogue needed to achieve.
I mean, you talk about consistency. It's been 7 years. You know, his first year in 2015 and stuff, you know, he's already top 3. This guy has been at the top of that league for so long and really was deserving of that title.
What a boss. Can't wait to see them compete here on the world stage. From here, we go to the LPL. Dagda, I got to hand things over to you. I know there's a ton of storylines here. I'm going to ask you to pick one.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've always had a spot in my heart because when I joined in 2020, JDG were sitting pretty in spring, but then when we got to Worlds, it became a very different story, right? This team knocked out in semi-finals by Sunni. People were not expecting it whatsoever. JDG were one of the favorites to go forward and win the whole tournament, but since then, we start to see JDG deteriorate. They end up swapping Zoom out their top laner for 369. Everyone was like, 369's a downgrade. What the hell is this team doing? They even brought in Hope, who was sitting in behind Viper as well. He'd lost his spot on EDG to Viper back in 2020 as well, but suddenly all these players that have so much to prove have come together and they look spectacular. 2022 in the LPL was 2020 take 2 because we saw JDG come back and rally around this squad. Kanavi looking fantastic, the strongest mid jungle in the league, and the fact as well that you see this team kind of play your traditional LPL style of being hyper aggressive and making those picks work.
And I think if you're basing your evaluations on 369 and on Yagao from what you've seen in the past, it's time to move into current day because these guys are absolute beasts. I have 369 as the best top laner in the world, potentially the best player in the world coming into Worlds. He just blew me away in the LPL playoffs. And Yagao, I think, was clearly the best performing LPL mid laner in playoffs as well. These guys are ready to kill it on the international.
Then I know who I have my eyes on to break that Aatrox meta. 369, get it done, my friend. All right, from here, we return to the LCS, the home region. Azael, talk to me.
Absolutely. I mean, for C9, for a lot of the teams, you know, we look at other regions that when they're topping the table, they had a smooth ride towards Worlds. C9 was very tumultuous. You know, it was Fudge going towards mid lane. They pick up LS. They bring in Summit. They bring in Winsome. But only 3 weeks into the split, LS is dropped. They have to actually pivot, change up the coaching staff. They did still have a strong regular season, but going into playoffs, they bombed out very quickly. And Summit, who was the spring MVP, kind of got exposed. He was banned out. They were taken down, and they had to pivot again. Fudge roll swaps back to top. Sven roll swaps to support. They pick up Jensen and have a pretty rocky summer split. They finished 5th overall and barely even scraped by CLG in the first round of playoffs. That was a 3-2. But then everything hits at the right moment. And this team in the last couple weeks of playoffs was dominating. This team was firing all cylinders. It felt like they had the perfect read on the meta and that they had all come together. And that is why I'm so excited to see, can they continue that level of dominance? Because it was 3 weeks of truly incredible stuff, but it's that weighing against a year of pretty tumultuous play.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, they popped the hell off in that finals 3-0 fashion. You saw Berserker sprinting around the stadium, that Zoomer energy, that kind of fed into what was, in a lot of cases, late game carry situations with him on marksman. But that, to your point, Azael, when you compare it to the tumultuous year, makes me wonder how well they'll adjust to the World's meta and the changes there. I mean, I have a lot of confidence that if they're playing at their top level, that they can compete with anyone on this stage. It's just a matter of actually showing up to that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really curious to see, is how we're going to see these shifts. Because as we said, like, there's been so much in groups. I think things like Aphelios are going to become a lot more popular as well. And I think having these hypercarries still sitting in the meta could do well for teams like C9. But I am wondering if we're going to see more things like the Misfortune start to crop up, and suddenly you have an entire shift away from everything that we saw in summer.
While she's been banned a lot,
True.
Yuumi is still available. And we know that Sven loves to play a little bit of the cat and let his team do the rest of the work. He's a massive cat enthusiast. With a couple of major storylines now out in front of us, let's take a look at the schedule and what we have in front of us. So we kick off the day with a big one. It's EU versus NA in Cloud9 versus Fnatic. G2 Esports up against Damwon Kia right after that. Then the Flying Oysters, our future world overlords, will take on 100 Thieves, all before we get to 3 more matches to close out the day. 6 games per day throughout this group stage, so a lot of League Legends coming your way. But it is impossible to look at that schedule and not focus in on our second matchup of the day, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, G2 versus Damwon Kia. Where to start with these teams? I mean, I think there's no better place to start than the fact that these teams have met plenty of times here on an international stage, and they're close. Yeah, I mean, you look back at 2019 quarterfinals where G2 were able to get the better of Damwon Kia. Then you go into 2020, and in semi-finals, it's Damwon who are able to take down G2. The rivalry's been heating up for so many years, back and forth across it, tied both in series and in game score, and so much of a focus is on that mid lane.
Absolutely. I mean, I think so much of it is about the mid lane and how the jungle actually works with them. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see who can actually come out on top in that group, because it's another incredibly important matchup between two teams that people feel are battling back and forth, and maybe only one of them can get out of this group. Caps and Showmaker, Caps and Showmaker, Caps and Showmaker. That's the only thing I can think about when I think about these two teams stepping on the stage. Can't wait to see those two guys go at it. From here, though, we're going to dive a little bit more into Group A and ready ourselves up for the day. But to do that, we're going to get a word from Humanoid.
I'm Humanoid, mid laner from Fnatic. I think I expected to get out of planes. It would be pretty disappointing if we didn't make it out. If we didn't make it, that would have felt really bad. I've once not made it out of planes in my life, and that felt really bad, so I'm glad that I could be in groups and I can travel to New York, which is going to be a lot of fun.
That will do it. Beyond tried, but Fnatic is back in form.
T1 is for sure really strong, one of the best teams at the tournament. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun, and playing against Faker is always pretty hype, so I can't wait to play. EDG, I think I would rate them like top 2 at the tournament, and they also won last year, so I think they are really strong. I think Cloud9 is going to be considerably worse than the other 2 teams in our group, so I'm not really scared of them. I think we should take them pretty easily. I think we actually have a pretty big chance of making it out. Yeah, I think I'm ready to prove that we can play against the best from Asia.
Now we're kicking off groups the same way we started playing. It's EU versus NA Part 2. Let's start by taking a look at the rosters. You're going to see a lot of familiar faces there on the Cloud9 side of things. Of course, Berserker being the person that we pointed out as the newest addition, Jensen returning, and Sven role swapping down to the bot lane. If we flip things over to Fnatic, though, while it is going to be the starting roster that you expect, there is one piece of news that we need to discuss, and that is, of course, that following the play-in stages, Fnatic announced that Rux would actually be sticking around as their sub moving forward. So there's a possibility that we see that sub out in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, coming into Worlds, it was going to be Bean as that 6th man, but it is now Rux, who had some incredible games early on in play-ins. Hillsong looked a little bit more shaky, so that is in the back of your mind, and I do think puts a bit more pressure there onto Hilly to have some good games right out the gate, because if Fnatic has a slow start, maybe Rux comes in.
And it's been great to see the rise of Rux as well. Like right the way back when he joined the EU, the EU regional leagues back with Kick Esports in 2018. Then he ends up coming on to the Fnatic Rising, and then now he goes to Worlds and he pops off in his first few games. Like for him to skip from EU Masters straight to Worlds and have that performance, it's not surprising to see that he's still sticking around.
You can't highlight a deathless performance at Worlds enough, especially for a young player like that. But while we'll talk more about Rux if he does get subbed in the future Dagda, the right place to go, I think, is the mid lane. When we talk about the success that Fnatic found in play-ins, a lot of times it was off the back of this guy right here.
And the resurgence of Humanoid, right, is at the focus of that, because what we saw back in summer was that this guy could have a little bit of a struggle when it came towards having control of the lanes over some of the skirmishes, but that has right itself coming in towards Worlds play-ins as well. We've been playing far more around Razork. The fact that Humanoid is able to get these leads has lent itself to that, especially when Razork was playing on things like the Graves. And because we've seen Humanoid have this resurgence, Fnatic as a whole have been able to rally around that and look spectacular as a result.
Now, of course, his opponent today, though, no slouch in and of his own there, Azael. Jensen's back with only one split in 2022 under his belt.
Absolutely.
He's at Worlds again!
I mean, yeah, 8 straight Worlds that he has qualified for. That is a global record for Jensen. And he had quite the revenge tour, I would say, in North America, right? He was playing on TL last year at Worlds, arguably had the best performance of anyone on that team, then gets replaced by his biggest rival, Bjergsen, on Team Liquid. Doesn't even end up having a team in spring. Comes back in summer, joins Cloud9. Not only do they qualify for Worlds, they win the whole league. And look around, where's TL? Because it's not here, right? You know, it's got to feel so good for Jensen to be in this position yet again, performing at an incredibly high level, and knowing that he has that history of international success, MSI finals, world semifinals. He's arguably the best LCS player ever when it comes to international play.
You gotta love it. That's quite the set of accolades. I do love, though, that in that B-roll of him throughout the different world championships that they included the years, because until the point where he changes jerseys from Cloud9 to TL, I actually may not have known that they were different years. The guy looks about the same over the course of it all as he did from day one. There's some thought. Oh my goodness, look at this. All of those Worlds and MSI appearances there. Don't forget that second place there in 2019 in his trophy case. But as we've kind of laid it out for you, at least our focus majorly on the mid lane for this matchup, I wanted to dive into some predictions, and there's no better place to start than, of course, with the MasterCard fan predictions. I will remind everybody that our audience at home is still 100% on their prediction rates in these MasterCard fan predictions.
All right,
let's see where they're throwing their weight.
Don't like that.
And it is clearly in Fnatic's favor. The boos have begun behind us, and I would expect nothing less.
Do we know? Like, has this been verified? I don't trust this. You know, what I want to know is everyone here looks a little bit more trustworthy.
I was going to say.
Do you guys think Cloud9 is going to win today?
Just going to cheer for some Cloud9.
Okay, it seems pretty clear.
I'm going to be the
fan prediction. I'm going to give it 100-0.
I'm going to be a bad guy here. Hang on. Fnatic are 6-2 against the C9 at International right now. You kind of got to go with the stats.
That's when you're overlooking the most important events, Rift Rivals and Battle of the Atlantic, where it's much closer. It's only 10-9 for Fnatic, so really it's anybody's game.
Soon to be 10-10.
Yes.
If I do say so
I mean,
myself.
it's Cloud9, Cap 9. They can't go past that, right? That's how this works.
Oh, no! We found
We've won all the games we're ever going to win.
Okay, well, that's what the fans think. I have a sense of what you guys think, but I'm still going to go ahead and put you on record as compared to the fan predictions. Azael, who takes it and why?
I mean, I've still got the hopium. I believe that Cloud9 can do it. You know, I really do think it's dependent upon them performing at the same level they did in playoffs. We haven't gotten to see them yet, though, and we have seen a Fnatic that looks very, very strong. Yeah. I do think this is a close matchup, but I think that if Cloud9 can be functioning as well as they were, get Fudge on some of those carry picks, really look to try to play through top, you know, Blabber playing aggressive, Jensen playing more of a roaming supportive style, I think this could look really, really good for Cloud9 in this meta.
I know you said you're going to be the EU rep, but you have no stake in this matchup, so I need you to be the unbiased, arbiter of this discussion, Dagda. For real, though.
So, completely unbiased, no input at all.
Naturally.
I think it's going to be Fnatic. No! I think Fnatic has got this. They have been really impressive through the mid-jungle. I think so much of this is going to be about that mid-jungle matchup. And when you got Humanoid and Razork firing at all cylinders, it feels like it's going to be the Fnatic take-home. They power through. Razork goes nuts in a Graves. Yeah. I'm ready for this.
Counterpoint, Blabber's Crabbers.
There it is. Boom. We're going to get a lot of cheers for the Crabs. By the way, because of that, I'm now going to request pizza for catering. I know I'm going to... I know I'm doing myself a disservice at the same time, but we're having pizza again 4 times,
I've had
2 days.
8 different toppings of pizza, and it's just done.
You've been good at
going
down
a bit
variety on that. Oh my goodness, a minute and a half to go. Let's talk a little bit more about what other parts of the map might be able to make a difference, because we honed in on the mid lane, but obviously 5 players.
I mean, I think the big question on a lot of people's mind is how will Sven perform on engaged supports? It was such a heavy enchanter meta in 12-15, and I think he did really, really well on the Lulus, the Yumis. We still have seen some Yumi, so I'm not sure if they're going to go towards that or go heavily towards engage supports. Sven is a grinder, though. He's been working away in Champions Queue, playing almost exclusively engage supports. He played a ton of solo queue during the year, grinding those as well. So I do think he has the confidence to bring them out. I'm just interested to see what is Cloud9's read on what works best for them.
Yeah, same with Fnatic, right? I'm curious to see how Upset tries to come in with this, because we've kind of seen that shift away, but still we've seen Upset playing very heavily towards, hey, I want to take the resource, I want to step up to be the carry as well. So I think that's going to be the focus for me, is how does this bot lane play out, specifically with Sven, how he looks, but also with Upset and how that laning phase goes for both Upset and Hilly.
Yeah, this for me is less of a matchup point, but I'm individually curious to see how Fudge performs. Just because when he was a top laner internationally, a lot of times he was actually the player that was looked at as the individual best performer for Cloud9. So will he be able to seamlessly transition back to that?
Absolutely. You think back to him playing, top internationally when it was the least in meta. He was the big playmaker for Cloud9. Plays with such extreme confidence. This is a guy that has said he is the self-proclaimed next NA GOAT, that he feels he can get there. He is playing with incredible confidence, and I want to see him bring it here again.
That's a good point. We talk about all the time how JoJo's got some words for the rest of the world. Fudge has been known to have some himself. We'll see if he can live up to that as we dive into the World's Group.
Let's go!
One side, Cloud9 on the other. Let's get the games underway.
It is the first World since 2016 that will be held in North America.
뉴욕에는 정말 많은 추억이 있거든요. 일단 제게 첫 롤드컵이었는데 정말 잊지 못할 추억을 많이 만들어줬고.
You can't help but feel their pain. They were one game away.
이번에는 이제 많은 시간이 지났고 이번에는 다를 거라고 생각하고 있어요.
This is what we live for. This passion about the game. This year we are going back to New York. The electricity and excitement is palpable.
就我们来这里不是来这里向谁证明的，我们是来书写自己的篇章的。
Competition at Worlds has never looked so heated before.
人生有非常多的不确定性。 这一次，我要把命运抓在自己的手里。
We made it this far. There are no breaks on this ride.
저희는 전에 우승했었고 여기에서 다시 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 아무도 두렵지 않습니다.
也许是命运让我们再次相遇，但命运最终也会选择我们。
我曾击碎 LEC 的梦，这次也会再来一次。
메디슨 스퀘어 가든에서 또다시 승리를 가져오겠습니다.
이건 제 마음가짐에 따라 중요한 것 같은데
이번에는 초비가 무대를 장악할 것입니다.
Do you know my name? Do you know my name?
Fast is the pass.
My name is.
This is all you for all.
机会就在我们自己手里。
My name is Legend.
This is our turf. Bring it on.
Do you know my name? Go. Let's go. My name is Legend.
Welcome fans from around the world to the Hulu Theater, Madison Square Garden in New York City. 16 of the best League of Legends teams have arrived here in the Big Apple to fight for the legendary Summoners Cup. New York, are you ready for the group stage of Worlds 2022? Kicking off the group stage, a classic matchup of NA versus EU rivals. Introducing 7-time LEC champions, Fnatic! LCS champions back for another shot at the Summoners Cup. New York, give it up for the hometown squad, Cloud9! Your hands together one more time for the first match of Worlds 2022 group stage. Fnatic versus Cloud9! Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. My name is Quickshot, joined by the gorgeous Kobe and the magnificent Vedius. Welcome back to Stadium World Championships in New York City!
Oh my goodness, I love group stages! When every region's hopes and dreams are still alive, they are palpable. You can hear it in the audience.
The excitement is absolutely ridiculous right now. And what better way to start off Worlds than NA versus EU, two of World's most historic organizations in Cloud9 and Fnatic. Let's not forget back in 2013, where these two organizations met in the quarterfinals. It was a banger then. It's guaranteed to be a banger now.
I wonder how many of you have predicted correctly. Who's going to win between Fnatic and Cloud9? Quick reminder, you've got less than 10 minutes to lock in your pick'ems if you haven't done so already. Less than 11% of you still have 100% accurate predictions after play-ins knockouts. Let's turn our attention to the draft. We're just about to get ready for the first group stage game. Kobe, with Cloud9 sitting on the blue side of the Rift, but them having seen some games from Fnatic, do you think they can suss out how to unlock a win? Because we've seen Fnatic fall already.
Exactly. We've all been picking apart Fnatic's games in play-in. And the one game that they did lose to Loud had two key things that Loud were able to accomplish. Number one, they were able to get Razork on a non-fighter early game jungle champion, Sejuani. The other games, all of play-ins, he was on Graves and Lee Sin. So putting him on the Sejuani and then 2 kills onto Razork early from Loud. And the famous bot gap as well from France. Seems like the key. Attack jungle early and make sure that upset can't carry later should be the strategy.
I mean, yeah, when we look at this draft, one of the ways in which Fnatic have found success is largely getting themselves a strong mid laner that allows Humanoid to have agency in his own lane, but also be able to get out onto the map and then attacking that bot side, often leaving Wonder isolated in the top lane, playing things like the Gragas, playing typical weak side champions while they enable upset. Really the superstar of Fnatic, the man that at the last end of the regular season was able to clutch in that playoff spot. It's going to be exciting to watch him going up against the upstart and Berserker at his first World Championship.
And let me tell you, we all saw the Silas Humanoid 1v3 as well. Definitely worried about that mid lane matchup. I'm so excited to start out the group stage with these two teams that have such rich history at international events. Seems like always for EU and always for North America. Fnatic and Cloud9 are the representatives. They even had that shared sponsorship, the United in Rivalry, for several years, and we're going to put that rivalry to the test right now.
And you already talked about the jungle attack. Look at this. Graves taken away, Trundle taken away. Cloud9's game plan is very much trying to limit Razork, and I think one of the advantages Cloud9 have had throughout their run, throughout playoffs, is their flexibility, their ability and confidence to carry through pretty much every lane. But for the time being, Fnatic actually removing some comfort there by picking away Olaf, or banning away rather, Olaf from ladder.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The junglers for both teams have been so critical to the success of Cloud9 and Fnatic. Razork, again, focusing on him, trying to get him off of one of those, early game champions. Lee Sin is still up, and he definitely has very successful Lee Sin games already. The Yumi's going to follow, as we probably will be accustomed to Yumi staying on the ban list, much to the adoration of the fans. You can hear cheering already for that one.
The Sejuani locked in for C9, so they're going for a bit of a flexible approach. Immediate response here from Fnatic as well. We've seen Maokai being flexed into both top lane and jungle and support, along with Sejuani, honestly, in the same 3 roles. So both teams really not showing much here in the first 2 picks.
Another thing is interesting too, if we expect the jungles to start going towards the carry jungles, the mid laners in Champions Cube have started playing a lot more supportive mid laners. Karma is a really big pick as a flex pick between mid and support. Maokai, as you mentioned, super flexible here for Fnatic, so they can go a lot of directions with it. The answer for Cloud9, though, that misfortune really plays off of CC setup. Sejuani is decent setup, but of course only the single target stuns and just a slow field. So if they could supplement this misfortune with another big AoE CC
Amumu,
setup,
perhaps?
would be a good one, the classic.
Amumu is something that we saw a lot of in planes paired up with Misfortune to give very much what you're talking about, Kobe. For now, though, it does seem that Sven going towards Nautilus. It was something that we did see from him during summer, but this was one of the big question marks that I know a lot of North American analysts had around him and his adaptation shift away from the Enchanters to the engaged support.
And I think a lot of North American fans are kind of glad to see Sven on the Nautilus, as that is the engaged champ that he has put the most time in on. And that ultimate plus the hook in there, that can be the setup for the Misfortune that they are looking for. Meanwhile, though, Humanoid gets the Azir. Really, really strong mid lane scaling carry here for him. Definitely has been a centerpiece for Fnatic.
So I would say what we've seen so far is Fnatic going for a little bit more of a standard safe approach to their first game. A very typical front to back. You can see they clearly have their tank engaged with the Maokai, with the backline threat of both the Aphelios and the Azir, whereas C9 going for a bit of safety with the Sejuani, but with the Misfortune on the bot side, it already suggests that they're looking to go a little bit more aggressive on that bot side of the map.
Yeah, definitely sees Fnatic have a lot of good objective setup here. Maokai definitely brings that for you, no matter what role it's in. Those saplings with the extra vision and the wide ultimate here. So let's whittle down on the support role. Cloud9 banning away the Leona, trying to ban away more of the setup from Hylissang, who of course likes to be that huge playmaker for Fnatic.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the LeBlanc now taken away from Jensen. We know that LeBlanc can be a very effective matchup into the Azir, and it's something that Jensen often relies on to give him that power matchup, but no, instead, they're going to focus on removing some more of these control mages.
Yeah, I actually like that move from Fnatic to take away some of the possible answer scaling in mid lane that Jensen could go with. The other thing you could go with for Jensen is the Akali. Akali here matchup into Azir can have that kill pressure once you get level 6 with your perfect execution. Also can have good kill pressure onto something like an Aphelios, but doesn't mean that Cloud9 will have as robust of a setup. So could go Akali, could go even more spicy stuff like Yone answers into the Azir as well.
Thresh hover right now coming in from Fnatic. We haven't really seen a huge amount of Thresh so far this season, but of course Thresh was buffed fairly recently. Often, at least domestically, many Europeans would say that Nautilus was a good answer to Thresh, so I would be surprised to see that hover, but the Renate is now going to come through from Hylissang's. A staple for him during the regular season and something he's very comfortable on.
And Renate is huge if you expect your opponents to have multiple hard engaged champions. That ultimate from Renate is great counter engage, great peel for an Aphelios. And since you're already looking at Sejuani and Nautilus, they're definitely looking at multiple melees, charging into them. Jensen lays down his LeBlanc.
I have to tell you, by the way, 4th most played mid laners for both respective players. The difference, however, 52 games for Jensen's LeBlanc, 72%, 77% win ratio. And for Humanoids, Azir, 30 games played, 53% win ratio. Both players on some of their signature champions.
For sure, they certainly are. I'm excited to see Jensen back on the international stage with this LeBlanc. Let's see what he can do in the mid lane. But more interestingly, this blind pick Fiora going to be answered with an Ornn from Wonder. So Fnatic hard committing to the front-to-back team fight style of play, whereas C9 want a little bit more agency, a little bit more side lane threat with their 2 solo lanes.
Exactly. Fnatic are saying, we are going to control objectives. We are going to 5-on-5. We want team fights after team fights after team fights. Please and thank you very much. Little bit of time for scaling there for the Fnatic side as well to get to that, orderly front-to-back setup that they're going to want. Cloud9, meanwhile, have a little bit more of a wild card possibility here. If you can gank for a LeBlanc early, Jensen can start to upset those early lane phases, and of course, Fudge. They talked about it on the analyst desk. Last time at Worlds, he had one of the most versatile champion pools. He is also one of the players that hides all of his picks from champions queue, so doesn't want to give anything away. And they have a lot of faith in him. Goes with that blind pick Fiora. Into the Ornn, definitely going to be an easy lane for him to try and scale and see if he can get into some split pushing power.
With a draft like this, it suggests to me that C9 is looking to attack top lane in the early game. Sejuani played it with any really melee champion, synergizes very well, and Fiora is no exception. With the LeBlanc and the expectation that maybe early levels you can't get that priority, but around level 6, when you can actually start to gain control of the lane, don't be surprised to see Jensen push out that mid lane, start to roam up top, and see if they can shut down Wonder, who does typically play on the weak side for Fnatic.
Exactly, and that LeBlanc lane hinges on kill pressure. So the more ganks, the better, because you want to play off of aggressive trades there and then open up some space for him.
Well, New York City, put your hands together one more time as we load up to Summoner's Rift for the first group stage game of Worlds 2022. My eyes are going to be on this resort, Maokai. Can he unlock this early game, and will Fnatic be able to maintain the discipline in the early stages of this game to get to the stage that Aphelios, Azir, Ornn can unlock those front-to-back team fights?
Now, what's interesting about both these teams is that during the regular season, both struggled. Fnatic barely made it into playoffs. There were many questions and doubts if they even could qualify, and one of the big reasons was because of Razork in the jungle. His aggression in the early game, his willingness to just perma-dive bot at level 2, level 3, was something that many teams could not rival. And Cloud9, they found themselves in a similar position in the way that they bounced back in playoffs.
Ooh, holding my thought here. 2 members of Fnatic step forward. Their ward is instantly cleared out. No, actually, final hit, last one to go. Sand Soldier pops up. Small advantage here, not going to get just yet.
They get the ward and the crowd goes wild! Cloud9 getting some gold off that, but more importantly, a little bit of that extra experience for LeBlanc. Because as we said, this is a kill pressure oriented lane for LeBlanc. You're always trying to trade health and go for these aggressive trades. Now he can get level 2 on the first wave here with the extra experience from the ward. Helps him out a little bit.
I mean, that should, in theory, give Jensen that first level 2, as you were talking about, and the amount of pressure and threat that mid lane will be able to generate is something that we have to keep our eyes on. Wonder looks like he is starting to get this slow push up towards the top side of the map, and I keep my eyes on the pathing of both junglers right now. Information has been gained as to where Razork is, as Blabber is now clearing out his crows.
And we can touch a little bit on why Maokai is one of the new faces at Worlds. The adjustments to this champion, basically a bunch of extra damage to the monsters on your Q. That really helped out at clear speed there as well, and they incentivized building tank because they've got that HP scaling off of those saplings now, a little bit less on AP.
And Kobe, we saw the flexibility from play-ins as well. The number of different roles that Maokai can be played. We saw a top jungle as well as support, throwing an extra curveball in the draft. The other thing that I'm intrigued to track as groups continues to play out, blind pick Fiora. We know our LPL colleagues and brethren are very familiar with this approach, but not something we've seen hugely prolific in many other leagues.
And it does really well into the other very popular top laners. Aatrox and Ornn, very easy matchups early on, so it's definitely a skill-based champion here. A lot of the matchups, of course, depending on your riposte timings, on your Q positionings. Wunder, of course, is going to be the first one attacked. Blabber uses the Q over the back of the wall behind this vision.
Oh, waiting for that cooldown. Q, 10 seconds, waiting for the Bellows Breath that has been used. Wunder's still got the flash available to him. Cloud9 stepping forward, chasing down on, flashing over the wall. Wunder makes it work.
Yeah, great flash there. That positioning on the large part of the wall gets right over it. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Oh, a lot of trades back and forth. I think Jensen came away a little worse for wear there.
So, a couple of things that need to be taken into consideration here. Blabber, using his information of where Razork is pathing, means that he's able to find a very safe gank up towards the top side, but now Razork is the one on the offensive. Humanoid gets a good trade.
New York going mad for Blabber killing the Scuttle Crab. They know why. Jensen is at threat of being tower dove. That point and click CC will follow. Hilisan gets caught up by the dredge line. He's burning. He's chunked out. He's bailed out. The Berserker's running for his life. Cloud9 get first blood in New York.
Oh, the Nautilus for Sven! He does it on the engaged supports. He does also end up getting the kill there with the Ignite ticking away onto Hylissang, and it is Cloud9 scoring the first blood. Meanwhile, the attempt on the mid lane gank, I think it was a good play set up from Fnatic. Razork clearing him around. Jensen had no more charges in Corrupting Potion, sitting there at 200 HP, but Blabber was able to come over to cover it for Jensen.
Look at the minimap as well. A number of Fnatic wards littered around that mid lane. The threat that Jensen will pose, making sure they had that opportunity set up, and ultimately Fnatic find themselves down a couple hundred gold at this point in time.
Yeah, some of it is being made up by Humanoid. This CS lead for mid lane, this Azir constantly taking chunks out of the health bar here for Jensen, punishing him. Still has his teleport ready there for the LeBlanc, so he'll finish up that CS and get right back out there.
So I think one of the game plans here from Hylissang is to try and chunk out this bot lane from C9 so they can actually set up a dive. This gank in the mid lane is only the initial setup in being allowing Humanoid to then transition from mid to bot to then set up that dive once the wave actually collapses underneath the tower. But Sven reads the play, attacks Hylissang in advance, and they're able to get the upper hand on the Fnatic bot lane.
And the funny thing there is that because the Ignite is still ticking during the bailout, the last thing that damages you as your bailout HP is dropping comes from the support. So Berserker could have gone and given another auto over there to get it, but Sven happy to get a little bit more tanky.
And the amount of damage that Berserker took as well from that Aphelios that finds himself up. 8 CS for the time being. This wave is being shoved forward over and over, as you would expect from Aphelios. Renata lane stepping into that MF plus Nautilus. We caught a glimpse very briefly of Blabber picking up the camp on the bottom half of the map, while Razork is also invading and stealing away the chickens. There may be a small engage here, Kobe.
Yeah, Blabber is definitely going to find him on that control ward. Razork gets the crab, though, or the raptor.
That's it. That little Scuffle is going forward. There's the Emperor's Divide. Blabber's running for his life. He's popped the flash into the river. Bottom lane is not moving as of yet, and Razork is under trouble, under threat. He's jumped in, knocked back with the Bramble Smash, and the clone can't do it. Jensen burning. One more auto. Not enough to do it. Flash for flash. Traded. Jensen gets out with his life.
Wunder's coming, though. Can he pull him over?
No, he cannot. The snipe fails. Cloud9 survive.
Oh my word, Fnatic, they're not quite able to find any kills. Sven is able to get away with his life as well, but the damage is still being done to Cloud9. Look at how much Jensen is losing in this mid lane matchup right now. He doesn't have the teleport available. Humanoid has almost gotten a 20 CS lead in the isolated 1v1, and he's got a plate waiting for him to give him another bit of gold.
Yeah, it looks like they're going with the fasting LeBlanc angle here for Cloud9. Jensen, he took such a big chunk out of Razork. I think he kind of baited himself into looking for that kill, even 1v3 with the rest of Fnatic there, and then even though Jensen does not die, holding his flash there to get the flash out of Humanoid, he still, like you're saying, gives up so much CS constantly getting pushed back to the fountain.
The shield from Hylissang was incredibly clutch there. Jensen saw that window. Maokai very squishy this early on into the game. Unfortunately, as you said, he kind of got baited a little bit by his own damage and wasn't quite able to secure the kill. You can see the gold still very much even. Of course, while Cloud9 do have that kill lead, for the time being, the CS discrepancies, in particular being built up in the mid lane, are something that Cloud9 need to find a way to stem, because when you look at the compositions, Cloud9 do have strong side lane threat, but Fnatic, if they're able to secure early dragons, early heralds, they will be in a better position to set up for the team fights, which is exactly what they want.
My head is telling me there's a bit of diffy in the scaling department when I look at this Fnatic composition. Also, you will notice both bot lanes have just recalled for the first time, 7.5 minutes. First buys coming in, Berserker Greaves, as well as those Lucy boots for Upset and Hilly. And there are some movements on the map as Humanoid is constantly under threat from Jensen. It is at the cost of his CS, though.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest differences is how they're going to actually fight these team fights, with how structured Fnatic are with their massive frontline here and big CC ultimates from both the Ornn and the Maokai. Once they get to group up and use those synergies, front to back is going to be massive. As you can see, Humanoid went with the first item, Merc Treads versus LeBlanc. This greatly decreases the threat of those LeBlanc kills that we were talking about. So I think Fnatic, this is one of the biggest positives for them. As you can see, they're even a little bit ahead in gold because of the CS differences.
I think that Cloud9 made a really smart choice here. They know that they are stronger at this point in the game, as they should be. Even with the small CS discrepancy being built up in mid lane, it's still not a fight that Fnatic want to take. So immediately Fnatic go for the cross map. They trade for Drakes because they know that their win condition is later on into the game. And the best way for them to get fights is to start stacking those Drakes as early as possible, because the moment you get to 3, Cloud9 have to come to you. And in an ideal world, Cloud9 want to leverage their side lane pressure to force Fnatic to split apart, because there's no one that can stop this Fiora on a side lane.
Exactly, and it even allows more turret plates for Upset here. That late game carry, that DPS monster we talked about.
That is already up 12 CS and the plates. I do want to mention as well to all the fans here in New York that for Fnatic, deprioritizing the Rift Herald, playing for Drakes, is something that we have seen from them fairly consistently out throughout the course of the summer season. I think throughout the course of play-ins, it's fair to say as well. So as far as a strategy goes, Lydia's already mentioned it. We talked about the composition. If Fnatic get Drake stacking under their belt, now the pressure's on Cloud9, in my eyes, to make sure they can find those skirmishes and don't let this front-to-back team comp get fully online.
Well, this Herald is really important in how they use it, because Cloud9, they want to unlock their 2 solo lanes. They either want to try and bring Jensen back to equal footing with Humanoid, or they want to unlock Fudge a little bit more on the map. The question is, how are they going to use it? Will they use it to try and attack mid, to try and limit Humanoid and his pressure that he can generate in the 1v1 matchup, or they instead look to try and snowball an already pretty favorable matchup up towards the top side?
And everyone always focuses on the gold from the Rift Herald that you're going to get, but the map territory here, by actually taking down the defenses of these towers, is going to help out the game plan for Cloud9 so much. Fiora and LeBlanc both thrive when they have much more map territory to work with for those, lurking LeBlanc plays through the brush, trying to find, burst damage onto people rotating between objectives and getting Fudge more room to play with in some 1v1s.
And it's so crucial to keep looking up at the gold, at the dragons. Despite being down the kill, it's Fnatic up in gold, Fnatic with the Drake. That mid and bottom lane pressure is doing phenomenally, and we haven't spent a lot of time watching Wunder and Fudge, but now because of the lane assignments, we need to see how they move around the map.
So this is pretty clever from Fnatic, because as we were talking about, they know that C9's game plan is to use that Herald to try and unlock someone on the map. Fnatic is saying, well, we think you're going to use it top lane, so we're actually going to swap our bot lane up to top while we have a window, because that's going to make it harder for you knowing that your jungler is pathing up towards the top side. Now we see an engage from Cloud9.
Oh, Glacial Prison is flashed away from. Hilly gets out of dodge. Fudge unable to continue. If you look at the minimap, support and jungler making their way through the river. No further risk of engage right now.
Also, Cloud9, they made the call. Berserker recalls here with Misfortune. Even though he gets Kraken Slayer and rushes past the boots, now they come in Magic Footwear plus the Strut. Gets a really quick rotation up to the top side, try and go catch those minion waves. But Fnatic are also resetting right back.
And it's Fnatic trying to keep these matchups. They're trying to keep the Ornn away from the Fiora, and basically they're slowing the game down from the side of Cloud9. They want to accelerate this game. They want to use this Herald to take plates, to take towers, to start gaining access into the enemy jungle, start looking for picks, and basically be proactive. And Fnatic is saying, we're just going to be as obnoxious as possible, we're going to swap as often as possible, we're going to kind of disassociate these lane matchups to make your life as more complicated, and now you're not going to have an easy Herald, and as long as the gold stays even, Fnatic is happy.
And we have about another minute of that kind of of game of tag going on. Sven goes for the dive.
Veg line, will tag, bullet time, throw everything at him! Wonder almost escaped, but the ignite tick, boom! Sven gets another.
Another one, it's Sven with all the kills in the whole game, in the whole tournament of the group stages of Worlds. Sven has every kill.
What a great quick stat from Kobe. Crucially though, the bottom lane tower, Fnatic continue to siege it up. Hilly's doing his best to deal with the Rift Herald. It's a race for first tower. That Cloud9 should pick up here. It's being chunked down, and Cloud9 gets our first blood.
And this was the best play that Cloud9 could make. They realized that they were tired of Fnatic's shenanigans. They didn't want to have to deal with this anymore, so they committed 3 members on the top side with a stacked wave, and they were able to find a successful dive. Beautifully played with the stacking CC onto Wonder, meant that he really had nowhere to go, and Cloud9 will finally get themselves a firm gold lead in this early game.
I want to point out that ward right there. Good job, observers, because going up to see Jensen roaming down, that is the information that stopped Upset from finishing that tower. Jensen with the half roam on LeBlanc threatens the extra reinforcements there, makes Fnatic back off so they don't get the trade on the tower kill just yet.
And nearly in the blink of an eye, the kill, the tower, the plates, pushes Cloud9 just shy of 1,500 gold ahead. And crucially as well, those mythics have already been picked up by Fudge, by Berserker. They will obviously just be moments away once Fnatic decides to back, but the battle or the combat power, 10 seconds to Drake in favor of Cloud9.
Exactly, that means you have to reset. If you're going to bring your top laner, you would have to bring them now. You can tell that Cloud9 have already made the call. We are not going to fight it because they commit Fudge top side of the map. There's no teleport for Fudge. Wonder has the extra teleport there for Fnatic. It's going to unleash very quickly here, 10 more seconds.
Well, the awkward thing for Fnatic right now is that Razork is on the top side of the map. The question is, how much information do Cloud9 have of their opposition? You can see a number grouping up in the bot side river. They have the rise on Humanoid. He sights
them. Stepping forward. That was beautiful, Vedi.
Very clean play there from Humanoid. Fancy feet. When the pressure is on, he is an individual that will step up and perform. The question is, can he perform right now? Has just burnt the teleport, will catch this mid-wave. C9 have control over the Dragon area.
Vedi, I think it's fair to say Humanoid has been performing all worlds long. Play-ins was the star player. He's up 30 CS versus his opposite number. Cloud9 will look likely grab this Dragon uncontested, and Fudge is removed. That tower down, it unlocks him to move around.
You can tell he's confident. You can tell Humanoid is loving it. Spamming the question mark frog emote at everyone who shows up in his lane. It's always funny to see, too, the guessing game. Trying to play that mental game. Are they a dodge backwards type of player, or are they just a move forward type of player? Getting that mental edge, trying to get in there, see if he's going to miss any more.
So our expectation there was that Fnatic would actually look to contest that Drake, but based on what I could see on the map, it looked like Upset hadn't upgraded his item yet, whereas MF had. You already talked about it earlier, and they said, you know what, on these item spikes, it's probably not great for us to push, especially when Berserker already actually had the push on bot, giving him the window to roam up towards mid. And even though Fudge didn't have TP, they were saying, you know what, our tanks aren't tanky enough yet. We're actually not strong enough to go for this fight, especially with the Divine Sunder already picked up for Fudge. So Fnatic made the wise call to actually concede this, and that's going to allow Cloud9 to build up a little bit more space. But I still feel like Fnatic's in a comfortable position with only a 1k gold deficit, given the scaling that they still have on their side. Fnatic still feels pretty comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely comfortable in their scaling, as alluded to earlier. It does mean Cloud9 are going to get both neutral objectives here. They're going to swap right up to the Rift Herald number 2. This one is not, of course, as highly prized as the previous ones, but the extra 200 gold was also added to Rift Herald number 2 here to make it a little bit more enticing. And in exchange, Fnatic did finally get over that last little bit of damage onto the bottom tower to funnel more money down there into Upset.
I will also say that from C9's perspective, it's a really important pickup because sieging against an Azir is really obnoxious. The champion has so much range, so much wave clear, and a Herald will really help in being able to break down that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, it's going to be very telling as we set up for the next Dragons, because with Maokai, really strong scaling front line here, the spam of those saplings in advance of the spawn of the Dragon gives you so much extra vision control in the setup and allows Fnatic to set those battle lines. They want easy front-to-back team fighting with Wonder and Razork on the front line.
So the man that I'm going to be looking at, Kobe, to try and thwart that, get around it either before or look for that flank is going to be Jensen. We just saw the gold on your screen. He's down 40 CS right now for Jensen, returning to Worlds for the 8th consecutive year. Take that in for a second. When Fnatic as an organization have attended 10 World Championships as an organization, Jensen's here 8 in a row, but he is in a situation where he's down in gold. He's been trying to poke, prod, and push Humanoid, but Humanoid hasn't buckled yet.
Yeah, Jensen Incorporated, an organization that also has 100% presence at Worlds. Impressive stuff from him. 8 years the career, 8 times the performances at Worlds.
Joel, look at that, forcing the flash. Is this the opposite of a caster curse? We praise him, and he pulls, there's a new power being born.
I mean, what was crazy about that play was mid-dash, Hilly was able to hit him with the handshake, and then he interrupts the dash as well. That was crazy, of course.
Hilly still got it with those old hands.
Yeah, he certainly does. Quick shot. Hilly forced a flash, though, as C9 looked to reclaim some vision control around the bot side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to track how the setup does go. Because, of course, Misfortune, so much of the power is packed into this ultimate. So a lot of the setup and the CC from Cloud9 to make sure some players are locked in place for Berserker to be able to get off a good Misfortune ultimate is going to be paramount in determining their success or failure.
So let's talk a little bit now as Rift Herald is dropped in the middle lane. What pressure can this unlock?
Oh, here we go!
Coming down. Nature's Grasp. Roots up too. Shelly gets off the charge. Here comes Call of the Forge God. Throws Berserker flying in the air. He's looking for the bullet time, but the damage being done, and Sven is killed. Emperor's Divine Slide and Glide. Humanoid takes down Blabber. Now all of a sudden there's the root connecting on a Jensen Moonlight Vigil. Plus the Inferno, not enough damage. Fnatic by 2.
Huge double teleport from Fnatic. Catches Cloud9 right across mid lane, and they're going to get a tower on top of it. Very big rewards here.
It's just a really great awareness from Fnatic to leverage their team fighting prowess. They had both teleports available. They recognized that this was a window where C9 was grouping up to use that Herald to break down this mid tower, and look at the engage coming in from all angles.
It's such a nice timing here too, because Maokai ultimate from the right, Renata ultimate from the top, and double teleports from the bottom. They surround Cloud9 from all sides there, and you see a very late teleport called for Cloud9. They really didn't want to have to use it. They didn't want to have to fight that because the setup there from Fnatic was so good with the surround.
Now Jensen's hunting Humanoid. He throws down the Sunders. How cheeky is that? Conquering shifting sands, plus the use of the flash. Humanoid's got the Sand Soldiers up, but there's so much threat. The Arctic Assault from Blabber gets revenge instantaneously.
A big shutdown for Cloud9 as they get a kill onto Humanoid. And they're able to relieve a little bit of that pressure, but aggression from both sides. The gold still dead even, but you get to see the threat. Cloud9 looking to try and attack these side lanes, looking for picks like we just saw on our screen. But when Cloud9 do use that small window to group up, that is when Fnatic will look to attack and leverage their strong 5v5.
And we could see the difference in damage output in the last mid lane fight. So much of it packed in, even when Berserker was able to get that ultimate off here, as Fnatic will, in the aftermath, pick up this dragon. Because you've got the Anathema's chains on Razork, and Wonder is so tanky with so much armor already, even with a almost full channeled Misfortune ultimate, those tanks kind of shrugged off the damage. Fnatic very happy with how beefy they've gotten.
Now, of course, with the state of the game, the second dragon picked up, and I think crucially for me, seeing how Fnatic approached that team fight, I was expecting front to back. I was expecting ARAM style. They pulled off those flanking ultimates, which is what I thought Cloud9 would have needed to do.
Very intrigued to see if Cloud9 are going to be able to get off some better angles themselves. With Fudge trying to implement the split pushing there, his Divine Sunder is done. Of course, looking for Jensen trying to get some of these flank angles. If he can find Hilly or Upset, rotating between objectives is the main goal. Right now, though, trailing Fudge.
The observers highlighted it before I had an opportunity to get to it, but you could see this is something that C9 is going to continue to do. Try and attack these side lanes. Constantly look for picks to give you access into deeper vision control and further picks. And they go for the dive.
Going once again, Wonder's the target. He's going to dash towards the tower. The chains will not root him. Call of the Forge God throws Jensen in the air. Cloud9's got reinforcements from the river, and the Fnatic backing at a tower.
Yeah, Blabber charging ahead. See if they can catch these tanks. The big tank ultimates are down. Cloud9 will force them out, and it looks like it will be traded for a tower on top side as Humanoid takes it.
And you can start to feel the pressure that C9 is putting themselves under, because with this side lane threat, if they're not finding picks, if they're not winning out, then they're not getting space or control over the map, and you're giving space and freedom for Humanoid to just free farm. We are 21.5 minutes in, and this man is at 240 CS. He is already level 13. He just picked up the Void Staff. This man is becoming a monster.
We shall call him Humanoid from here on out. And Kobe at 22 minutes, looking at second items being completed. things are starting to look a little more hairy, a little more challenging for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Jensen to keep playing these team fights here, because the LeBlanc, you get answered very quickly by a Maokai, point and click CC towards the later stages, and Jensen is basically just looking for damage on Humanoid, Upset, or Hylissang there. It's going to be very hard for him to actually find those angles. So again, we're looking at that vision control and the fog of war. Can Cloud9 get pathways for Fudge and Jensen to actually be able to play this game?
Exactly, because well, we kind of all acknowledge that LeBlanc is much more of a poke champion the later into the game you go, right? Leveraging that fog of war that you were talking about to dash over the wall, chunk someone out, and then dash back in. The problem that he's now going to face is Upset with a Bloodthirster. He's looking for it, though. But this is the type of thing that we were exactly talking about. Our observer's doing a fantastic job of highlighting that fog of war. The problem is, it's in his half of the map, and this is not exactly where he wants to be as Fnatic continue to pressure this mid-tier 2.
There's the engage with that Nature's Grasp. Look at the multi-angles, the zone control. Cloud9 can do naught when so many ultimates are thrown across their lane.
Fnatic can basically cover your whole screen with large AoE CC ultimates here. They unleash all three of them again. They get the kill, and they get the kill so quickly, Fudge can't even...
TP? Well, what's this going to happen here? Fudge running for his life. Flash is available to him. Put yourself in the shoes of Berserker, or Fudge, or Jensen.
Humanoid?
How do they possibly position and deal with the hostile takeover, the Nature's Grasp, Call of the Forge God? Hell, even Moonlight Vigil can hit you from 2 screens away.
They got to spread out across the entire map. That's why we keep coming back to some split pushing here for Cloud9. Jensen, as you can see, pushing out the top side. Fudge was trying to get some distance going for them on the bottom side of the map, is able to get away from the teleport there. So that is one cooldown at least that they have been able to burn through.
It's one of the big pressures of Worlds, right? Coming into day 1, game 1, you've got to think about your approach. And Fnatic's approach this whole draft is keep it simple. Press R, engage. And this on your screen is exactly what you are seeing right now. It's a straightforward, clear cut, and the window is straightforward too. Fiora bot lane, engage mid. It's Sven that ends up being punished for it, but there's very little that he can do in a situation like that.
Nautilus has one of the slowest base move speeds in the entire game of any champion. No way he's getting out of that one.
And put yourself in Sven's shoes as well. One of the only players that has won a regional title in 2 different roles, coming up as a support against Fnatic, an organization he's incredibly familiar with. Questions and discussions around the champion. Can't wait to see how it develops throughout the tournament. But right now, he has been the subject of the damage dealers from Fnatic. They still maintain that minute 400 gold lead. And gentlemen, with 40 seconds to go until the next Mountain Drake, we can already see wards and saplings being tossed out around Baron. Now there's multiple objectives that can get taken down very quickly.
So the next thing that Cloud9 have to start being worried about is the Baron 2-man. Azir and Aphelios are both champions that, with the right setup, can actually just do the Baron with someone tanking it for them. Maokai, Ornn, these are both perfect champions for tanking that Baron, and so you can see C9 investing a lot more time to make sure they have vision control, as Fudge is now in danger.
Fudge this time around getting caught out. Will sidestep the Forge God. Upset's got the green gun, flashes for the kill. Fudge has been trying to apply pressure, but has not necessarily unlocked the advantages that Cloud9 were hoping for with the commitment up top. Jensen will at least get the tower down bottom, and Fnatic will be happy with that for now.
Yeah, big pick up there for Fnatic, taking down Fudge. 30 seconds on the death timer, and the Dragon is up right now, so Fnatic rotating everybody over. They may be a slower, lumbering composition, but they are a powerful one, so once they arrive, they've got the setup here. Starting Dragon instantly. 15 seconds on Fudge, and he does have Unleashed Teleport.
Oh, that was bold from Jensen.
He did such little damage to Razork there, and you can see the problem that Jensen has to face right now. All 5 members of Fnatic have arrived.
3, 2, 1 second for Fudge. Does he TP instantly? Yes, he does. Inside the pit. Nature's Grasp is thrown down. Glacial Prison does catch out Wonder. Now Fudge is inside. What more can he do? Sven is the target and retreat. Run! Evacuate! Cloud9 are trying to get away as Razork jumps onto Berserker. Fnatic fully commit. The Emperor's Divine cuts off Cloud9's retreat, but Berserker's doing so much damage. He's already taken down Razork. Hilly's low, Humanoid's low, and Jensen's hunting. That's a golden Hylissang. New York, are you not entertained as Jensen finds Hylissang? Humanoid gets one more back, and Jensen looks for the double kill.
Cloud9 with the scramble. Fudge also lives, running up towards the top side, but can he get out? He's not able to get the channel off. Upset is going to close the doors.
Fudge is going to get eaten alive. White, blue stepping forward. Gale Force, Flamethrower. Riposte buys some time, but Upset is just hunting. Final shot secured. Upset on a killing spree. 3-0-3, and we are still dead even in gold.
A lot of overconfidence there from Fnatic. After securing the Dragon, they think that we can dive into this choke point. But you'll see Blabber getting and acting as a great front line as Fudge secures a really important kill to set up the healing field for Fiora. Keep your eyes on Fudge on the backline here. Dives onto Razork, is able to proc all of those ultimate procs and gets this massive healing field to keep C9 in the fight.
Yeah, the Fiora ultimate was really big there, but the split on the backline and Jensen, as he's able to get there, Hylissang and Humanoid chunk down. They're able to force him away because Upset chases to the bottom side of the fight, and Cloud9's comp is going to thrive when the chaos starts to break apart that team fight.
When they started to split up through that choke point, as you rightly said, is really where things started to fall apart to Fnatic, but still, a relatively close fight overall. Fnatic walk away with the Dragon, and now they find themselves at Soul Point. They're still in a very commanding position, and you can see how much threat Humanoid offers in these team fights at the moment.
Yeah, Fnatic, they want to keep those battle lines stable. Cloud9 doing their best to sow unrest inside the team. Grouping up on Baron, though, as you said but earlier, that thing will melt.
Oh my god, Humanoid just picked up the death cap.
Double TPs, one coming in from blue buff. Jensen arrives. Humanoid is a little late to the pod. No flash available to him. Nature's grasp will at least root and slow people down. These are zoning ultimates as best as they can. Baron secured by Fnatic. Dredgeline catches onto Razork, and the bullet time flies across Fnatic, but there's not enough damage. They're just too tanky. Fnatic on the hunt once again, but remember, when Cloud9 scatter, Fnatic are less effective.
Fnatic raise the shield wall. They hold formation. They do not break this time, and Cloud9 now have to deal with a Baron-empowered siege.
And the timing was flawless from Fnatic. They sent Humanoid back to base. He buys the death cap, TP's back in, and you can see the triple items on their carries. Fnatic is fully online, and they're looking to break into the base of Cloud9.
There's 2.5 minutes on the Red Bull Baron buff, as well as 2 minutes to go for the Mountain Drake, and importantly, the Mountain Soul. That will be crucial against the burst damage that Jensen offers and the composition that Fnatic have put together. Cloud9 are dancing in their base. The Dredge line catches out one, Razork throws out the ulti, the handshake pulls Blabber backwards, but no inhibitor secured. That could prove influential as Fnatic want to try play the rip, but they are backing away, Kobe.
Yeah, little chunk there onto Razork, but you could tell the threat of Upset's DPS kept Jensen from going in. That Aphelios will melt him so quickly there with the Ornn upgrade plus the Infinity Edge and Last Whisper purchase already for him. So much DPS output. If you go in, you best get a kill.
And it's just a matter of zoning here from Fnatic. You can see that C9 at the very end tried to go for a desperate attempt, but Jensen goes in, immediately is forced out. He's just tickling the front line of Fnatic. A good hook lands onto Razork, but it lands onto the front line. There is no access to this back line. Look at the shield sitting on top of Upset as well. Yeah. C9 just feel like they have no options, and Fnatic take advantage of that.
Even when Cloud9 get an engage on the front line, the long range of those, engaged ultimates from Fnatic make it so hard for Berserker to ever channel a Misfortune ultimate. If Fnatic don't use Ornn and Maokai and Renata ultimates, then it's very hard to stand and channel there and actually get that DPS.
Now Fudge, he has committed his teleport to the bot side of the map, which gives C9 an avenue into the river. While they might not have control over the mid, at least they can still contest this Drake. The problem is, they still can only come in from one angle, so the question is, how can they access the backline? What can Fudge do as Wonder zones him off that potential flank?
Fudge is trying to find an angle from the right. Sven sitting and Jensen coming in from the left. There is a pin's opportunity, but Cloud9 are down 3,000 gold. This is for Mountain Soul. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Jensen being tagged. Look at the damage on that sapling already. Mountain Drake to 8,000. Fudge can hop over that wall if he wants. Flash available to him. Dragon is now being focused, being chunked. The engage is thrown out as Berserker gets a near full channel on the bullet time. Jensen is popped! That's already a double double kill coming out of Upset, turns his attention to Sven, a humanoid, picks that one up. 2 members of Cloud9 reeling, the Mountain Soul secured, and Fnatic are in command of the opening game of groups.
The flankers tried to shut down Upset, and he just stood his ground as he secured a double kill.
What the hell happened to Jensen, Betty?
Fnatic melted him as they look to melt the base of Cloud9.
They're coming to end it right now with the Mountain Soul Fnatic inside the base.
The Pool 1 seed, the Summer Champions of the LCS in Cloud9 falling in the first game. There's 2 members standing. Berserkers just spawned. 8 seconds for fights, but the Nexus turrets are melted. They're shredded. They're destroyed. And Humanoid does one last Emperor's Divide for the show. The Nexus is focused down, and Fnatic turn their attention. They're not done yet. Kill them all as Fnatic win the first game of groups, World 22.
I think it was a great strategy from Fnatic for the first game of groups, coming out with this very robust team fight, scaling 5-on-5, play to the time, play to your scaling, very slow and methodical set up 5-on-5 scenarios. They also had amazing flank setup, the long range of these engaged ultimates, layering the whole map, covering the screen with CC. And they just were unrelenting.
And I also think a lot of credit needs to be given to Fnatic in terms of how they traded objectives on the map in the early game. Often, Fnatic was over-aggressive during the regular season. They would often look to fight you, they would look to snowball the early game, but here, they were giving up Heralds, they were giving up Dragons, they recognized when they were weaker, and they were doing everything in their power to slow Cloud9 down.
There was a level of discipline that I've not seen from Fnatic that often.
Yeah, and I think that, especially when you think about the tumultuous journey that Fnatic had, getting to Worlds with all of the issues that they faced, the fact that they can start groups off with a convincing game like this, set themselves up as a scary team further on in the group.
And I think when you look at the draft and the game plan, that how Cloud9 had to execute it, frankly, they didn't find the opportunities. Fnatic didn't present them, but still, some of those late game fights, especially around that Tribush and the bottom dragon, makes you nervous. So for Cloud9, unfortunately, they lose their first game at Worlds, but it is a long run. It is a long journey. And luckily, the other fans in New York still making a lot of noise for the game. Kobe, what do you make of that from a Cloud9 perspective?
I think Fnatic had really good answers and preparation here for Cloud9. You know, knowing that they like to play these types of champions, you know, Jensen there going for the LeBlanc, having better scaling carries there for Fnatic, and being willing and ready to play that setup. And like you said, the composure on stage for Fnatic, not to rush into anything, not to play into too many chaotic scenarios, aside from one team fight where they are able to have Cloud9 break them apart and pick off some of the carries. Really good discipline from the
One
team.
of the things I want to track as well, we talked a lot about Razork, his effective champion pool, the impact he can have on certain champions over the other. Maokai looked pretty good, but also Maokai looks pretty good through a lot of what the games I've seen him play in. So that'll be an interesting player to track as we go forward.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the big question marks for Cloud9. How will they now develop? This group is a very contested one. Expectations are that it can really go any way, and given the nature of the best-of-one format, a lot of different things can happen. We've seen Cloud9 upset before. We've seen crazy miracle runs. I still have faith that Cloud9 is going to be a difficult team to shut down in this group.
That's what I like to hear. We still got faith over here.
Now, of course, this is one of those groups where it's really interesting when you take into consideration the different power rankings, also the differences from what we saw in summer to where we are at Worlds. How are these teams going to adapt? There's so much history in terms of their win-loss. This does move Fnatic to 5-2 over Cloud9. We were talking about it beforehand. They faced off back in 2013, another step in the journey. But also, Kobe, a little bit later, you know this also means Jojo the Eagle needs to get defaced by one of your colleagues. Are you aware of that fact?
Yeah, I'm willing to take one more hit. I believe by total count, we're still ahead by one. So.
New York, do you remember the win-loss between NA and EU? Was it 3-2 to NA? Oh,
yeah,
there we go. Not that. I took a shot. For everybody watching at home, we are busy getting set up for that first interview. As soon as it is ready to go, we will throw down. For now, though, we do think, let's turn our attention to next game on the docket, maybe, or focus on this. Ready? Am I hearing you? Are we good to go? Producers? I think we might be. If you can't make it to San Francisco for World Finals, you can watch it on the big screen with your friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab those tickets. And we're not ready just yet. We're not ready just yet. Okay, so I think let's keep it to this one here. From a Fnatic perspective, good opening game. We've seen 5 from play-ins already. Is there anything more you can discern from this if for the rest of the teams of the group?
Well, I think that Fnatic haven't really revealed much. They've kept it very simple. I think that the biggest adaptations we've seen in the draft is the high priority on the Maokai with the addition of the Aphelios.
I'm going to cut you off.
Let's do it.
We are, in fact, ready for that interview. So now we're joining the victorious Wonder on stage with Shox in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Indeed, I'm standing by with Wonder after Fnatic gets their first victory at Worlds. First off, congratulations, Wonder. Great job.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the game first and about the draft. Pretty late game oriented. Why the reason for such a comp here versus C9?
Well, it just turned out that way, I guess. First of all, I mean, they drafted a lot of jams with kind of low damage. So I think into our kind of tanky team composition, it was pretty hard for them to play. So I think that's just how the draft turned out.
The Ornn is always very reliable. We did see on the other side that Fudge went for Fiora, definitely sending a signal. What did you think about your lane opponent?
I mean, if an American player picks Fiora, then, I mean, I've played against enough Korean and Chinese top laners to kind of know how to play against the champ. And I don't think Fudge exceeded my expectations.
Okay. I think for you it might have been a while as well that you've been at an international tournament when there's all the crowd around. Since we are in NA, I know that you have a lot of experience. You've seen a lot, you've done a lot, you've won a lot. But does it ever get less sweet to beat NA in NA?
I mean, to be fair, we had a lot of cheers today. Maybe it's just because the crowd was confused. I know it's very common for NA teams to be filled with Europeans and Koreans. So maybe they were just confused today, like they saw our team and thought it was a home team, but yeah, I don't know.
Love that. Love that you're playing with the crowd as well. Let's take a look at the tournament a bit more holistically. Of course, you had a fantastic start in the play-ins. How much of that momentum has carried on into the group stage, and how much recalibration was there, knowing that you're going up against completely different level of teams?
Well, play-ins was kind of like our first practice. We didn't really have any scrims, so we just play in games that were our scrims, and this is our real deal. This is when we show up. So I think, of course, beating Cloud9, I mean, I don't know, going into a tournament like this, you don't really know. Being first seed, being third seed, it doesn't really matter. EG might as well be the best team in the tournament, and we played them in the play-ins, right? So, from NA, not in the tournament, from NA. But yeah, I mean, we could be the best European team, we could be the worst, with such a big break, you don't really know what teams you're gonna get. So, I mean, I'm just excited to play against the other teams in our group, really.
Yeah, talking about the other teams in the group as a final question, of course, T1 and EDG. In terms of best of one and the experience that you have also playing best of ones in Europe, what do you think your chances are getting the wins versus those teams?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, my win rate against T1 is pretty big, pretty high. I don't even think they won a BO5 against me ever, so I'm pretty confident against them. When it comes to EDG, I mean, we usually get shit on by Chinese teams, so I don't actually know. Hopefully it's different this time, but I think we'll do great. This is a first, the good game for us to start with, and we'll just take it from there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Wonder. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Give it up for Wonder. And we'll head over to Dash at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Shox, and congratulations to Fnatic for picking up the first win of the 2022 group stage, that is. And they kind of skated through that game. I mean, I'm already loving the banter coming out of Wonder. It's setting a high bar for the rest of the interviews for the day. But let's start in Champions Select, because you heard it straight from him. When an NA player locks in Fiora, I don't know what they're thinking.
I mean, look, I think Fiora is pretty strong. I think it's just it's really difficult to go for the blind picks, right? We see it a little bit in the LPL, and it has had some punishes that have come through, and we got to see it there, right? And I think this was kind of a problem overall with the composition we saw from C9 is like, you have the LeBlanc and the Fiora that want to try and play side lanes, but you don't really have much set up then for the Misfortune when you actually get towards team fights, which is what she was trying to do. It felt like they kind of looked at what Loud had brought to the table versus Fnatic and play-ins and gone, oh, if Brunson Sales were able to get like a bunch of 2v2 kills, let's try and go for that style, but they just... Yes, they got 1 or 2, but both kills going to Sven meant that there wasn't enough damage later on to carry them through.
And to me, actually, most of the game just was about mid lane, right? You know, I think when you go for this sort of a draft as C9, you have to unlock mid lane. LeBlanc needs to be moving around the map, pressuring sides. You know, you drafted Fiora Sejuani as a combination, but you want LeBlanc there to slam it home, to be able to pull off dives on someone like the Ornn, or to get down to bot lane. But Humanoid's laning was just too damn good. Fnatic went for full late game scaling. C9 didn't get enough done early, and then it just started to feel pretty inevitable because they had no one to actually punch through these tanks in the front line. MF, Fiora, LeBlanc are not going to kill Mountain Draked up Maokai as well as Ornn.
And I love the way Humanoid was moving in the early stages of the game. You consistently see him push the wave, make sure that Jensen couldn't have any impact on the map, and then he would just lean consistently towards side lanes where they kind of tracked where Blabber was and making sure that they could keep him in check. And all the time it meant that you had this numbered advantage for Fnatic. Even the fact that they were constantly swapping and changing where bot was made it very difficult for C9 to try and match that lane and also find advantages through that.
39 CSD at 15 for Humanoid there in that mid lane. Now I want to recognize that that is in part due to the attention paid to the mid lane by both teams, but Azael, when an Azir gets that far ahead of a LeBlanc, it feels disastrous.
Absolutely. I mean, Jensen's just completely locked under tower. You know, it was a bit about the pressure that Fnatic was putting mid lane, but it was also about more the misstep from Jensen, in my opinion, because he actually tried to go back and kill Razork, right? There was that play towards mid. He chunked Razork low. He was out of the play. Then he actually W'd back in to try to get the kill on him. Gets rooted up, doesn't get the kill. He does survive, but he's pushed back with no TP and multiple waves crashing on his tower. And that's where the lane really got into a very, very bad spot, and it just didn't feel like he could compete from there.
Yeah, I think even the fact that you saw so many of those early dragons going the way of Fnatic as well didn't help out at all. So you see first dragon going across, then they haven't really got any opportunities to go for dives on side lanes, and suddenly we get to that 18.5-minute fight in mid lane where Wonder's TPing in, they catch people off guard. It just felt there was never really a chance.
Right, with Mountain Soul as well. Just with 2 of the Mountain Drakes on them, the amount of resistances that they pick up, there was no punching through for Cloud9. So honestly, such a solid game for Fnatic as they take their first win of the group stage. And you heard the confidence from Wonder within the group itself. He thinks they can get it done. The LPL team is the only one they're a little bit worried about. We're going to step away. On the other side is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. And it delivers a redemption rematch for the ages as Caps and all G2 face off against Damwon Kia. So don't go anywhere.
Click CC will follow. Elisan gets caught up by the dredge line. He's burning. He's chunked out. He's bailed out. The Berserker's running for his life. Cloud9 get first blood. Oh, here we go. Coming down. Nature's Grasp. Roots up too. Shelly gets off the charge. Here comes Call with the Force God. Throws Berserker flying in the air. He's looking for the bullet time, but the damage being done. And Sven is killed. Emperor's Divide. Slide and glide. Humanoid takes down Blabber.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
In our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have a rivalry that started back at Worlds 2019.
They need to back off Barrel into the midst of the entire team, and that's Nuclear right into the backside. Perks wants to get something done, but this might just be the fight. Canyon goes golden, tries to buy a bit more time. Wonder going into the backside as well. He sees his opportunity. Caps still alive, but Canyon, will he react? Spin the feathers from downtown!
What many would consider Europe's greatest roster started off an incredible run at Worlds by beating Damwon in a best of 5.
And as they move in and as they close the game, they will knock Damwon Gaming out of the tournament, and G2 will move on to the semifinals.
This embarrassment was seared into the minds of Damwon players, and ever since then, they have made it their mission to dominate G2 at every opportunity.
Going into the Brooks, look at that damage. Canyon taking names left and right. Damwon Gaming sweeping G2 off the map. This is not the way that Europe expected it to go. The greatest team Europe has ever produced falling flat.
For G2, this is an opportunity to show that they are still able to battle against the best. And taking a game from Damwon in the first day may be the momentum that they need for another legendary run at Worlds.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's G2 versus Damwon Kia. And boy, these two teams, these two orgs are now quite familiar with each other on the international stage.
I'm so excited. It's going to be a Group B banger coming in now. And I mean, for both these squads, it feels like the meta is kind of shifting to what they want. So I'm excited to see what they're capable of doing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really, I think, anyone's game. Both of them dead even as far as the records go in international play. These two teams have been battling back and forth for years and years, and it always seems to deliver.
Yeah, 4-4, each of them taking a 3-1 series over each other. And while, yes, some of the faces across both of the rosters has changed, that kind of regional rivalry, that organizational rivalry is still very much alive. But, Dagda, we have to talk about within this grudge match between the two squads that it hasn't always been equal. It hasn't always felt close in each of their turns winning that series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, each of them had one series. They have the 4 games on each side, but I mean, the fastest game in League of Legends Worlds Championship history is in favor of Damwon, whereas 19 minutes and 3 seconds were they able to beat G2 in Game 4 of the semi-finals at Worlds. It was absolutely incredible, and G2 are going to want to make sure that there is no repeat performance here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think for this series, so much of it is going to come down to mid-jungle.
I'll tell you what you think, Gazale.
Hey, I know that guy.
We neck rode that tweet, my friend. Last time around, this is actually the most savage ending to any game or series I've ever seen. A 19-minute win was that Damwon Kia victory over G2. And so that one's going to be fresh in people's minds as they step back onto the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, when someone does that to you, you want to be the ones to actually do it right back to them. You know, you want to be able to get it back. And I think a lot of this is going to come down to mid-jungle.
Okay.
For me, you know, so much of how Damwon really does function is about Canyon and Showmaker. If you can get Showmaker on a playmaker, and if Canyon can get him ahead, this is where the team really looks at their best. I think they did struggle at times to push games forward when it wasn't Showmaker that could make the plays and that could set them up. But when he's playing things like the LeBlanc or the Talia or the Lissandra, whatever, if he's on something that can really make plays happen, they look incredible.
And that's why I'm excited to see the Nuggery's back in the top side as well. I think Nuggery fit that style of going for, hey, we want to play through mid jungle into skirmishes significantly better. We saw him going in for these flash Renekton plays coming in towards playoffs. He looked absolutely spectacular. So I expect to see a huge amount of skirmishing towards that top spot, especially as G2 start to switch over. I feel like towards more Broken Blade on carries.
Exactly, and I mean G2, you know, they're a very similar team in that they do really succeed when Caps is unleashed. When Caps is at his best, this team is a threat to any team in the world. We have seen him do it on the international stage for so many years. Him and Jankos, that is the cornerstone of G2. If they can succeed around mid lane, if they can be the ones to put Showmaker on the back foot, then they can get up towards that top lane and potentially swing that matchup up there.
And I feel like we're going to see 2 separations between these two as well. I imagine that we actually will see Jankos going back towards things like the Maokai and this kind of stuff. But why I'm so excited for Damwon coming into this is I think we could see Canyon going towards more of these carry-orientated picks, and it could be really spectacular to see.
All right, so spotlight on those mid-jungle matchups between these two squads, but it's a grudge match to say the least. The teams are ready to step on stage, do battle, so let's get out there and meet them. It's G2 versus Damwon Kia.
New York City, it's time for our second clash of the group stage. First into the arena, the winningest team in the LEC, the MSI 2019 champions, G2 Esports! From the mighty LCK, the 2020 World Champions, Damwon Kia! New York, give it up one more time for our next two contenders, Europe's G2 Esports and Korea's Damwon Kia. Thank you, New York. Thank you, everyone watching from around the world. Welcome back to the cast today as Quickshot, Kobe, and Betty is bringing you the next two games. And I do want to make sure everyone knows we haven't seen either of these teams for a month. We don't know what they've been scrimming. We don't know what they've changed. We don't know what to expect, which makes it all the more spicy.
And it's been years since we saw this rivalry emerge on the international stage. It is one of my favorites of all time. First, it was G2 who struck, kicking Damwon out of 2019 Worlds 3-1. Then Damwon the next year, on their way to win it all, they strike right back with another 3-1 elimination, kicking G2 out. And so, with this rivalry, we sit dead even. This is the unofficial tiebreaker of the rivalry, G2 versus Damwon. 4-4, it's tied.
Kobe, the first time ever these teams will meet in best of ones. So that means Europe is favored. Betty, what do you expect from the draft here?
Yeah, that's a big question. I don't know what to expect from the draft. What I find really interesting is both these teams are actually very similar when you look at their approach. An incredibly strong top side. Broken Blade, Jankos, Caps. That is a large part of what makes this team so successful. In the same way, Damwon Kia, Noguri, Canyon, Showmaker, this trio is famous globally. This was the trio that won that world back in 2020. Meanwhile, the bot side is often underlooked, underrated, people will often say. But that doesn't mean that the team never plays through them. You'll see a lot of ganks, you'll see a lot of weak side, you'll see a lot of flexibility and creativity come out from both bot lanes, and both these teams have their fair share of creative drafts. The question is, what are they going to bring out in today's game?
And I think specifically from Damwon's side, already they've solved a couple of the issues that have plagued them in summer. In LCK, Canyon did not have a Canyon-like, split for himself. He has really been scaling and getting back to the old Canyon style. Looked a lot better in playoffs, has looked a lot better recently in Champions Queue, and #1 draft thing that they've changed is put Nuguri in. Just keep him in all the time, please. Nuguri starting, Nuguri finishing, keep him in there. That top lane battle is going to be really important versus Broken Blade and G2, where they actually like to send resources up there.
Now, taking a look at this draft, the ban phase took significantly longer than I was anticipating. Varus in the ban pool, one of the champions that was raising priority as the play-ins was concluding. Flacket is locked in Caitlyn as a first pick, a champion that he's not played at all this summer.
It's a pretty interesting draft from G2, wanting to guarantee themselves a strong bot side of the map. Damwon is going to respond with Showmaker's Azir, a strong mid lane champion, very flexible, and setting up for Caps to be able to get the counter pick in the 1v1.
And I think that Damwon should also invest in an early Karma pick. That is one of the best supports to counter any Caitlyn lanes. Having that long-range poke, very, very valuable. We've seen so many teams invest in that. And Karma can go with the Jhin, can go with the Varus, can go with so many other answers. Because you're expecting Caitlyn Lux or Caitlyn Morgana for the binding trap combinations on the side of G2.
And they're going to go for the Caitlyn Lux for G2, a very strong bot side with Engage coming out from Jankos on the Jarvan. The biggest thing that concerns me right now for G2 is Damwon's Graves is open. Canyon's Graves is open. This man is incredibly fit. The year that they won Worlds was the year that things like Nidalee Graves, those scaling, hypercarry junglers that were just so oppressive, especially in the hands of this man. It's and there it is, the hover. It's likely going to be the lock-in. This is the thing that has given European teams nightmares for years. It will be making its way to the stage once more.
Yeah, Graves very happy with the big buffs given to him. And all the players spamming this champion now can power farm. You can rush a lot of extra vision control as well with the Umbral Grave with this champion. And you go with the zombie wards. You put up a lot more vision. You take it down a lot more vision. Canyon's pathing is so nice, trying to get that CS lead, and especially versus a Jarvan. Jarvan for G2, of course, you're expecting Jankos to go for a lot of early ganks, skipping some camps. The Graves pick is intended to punish that and get that counter jungling down.
So the things I think Damwon now needs to be cautious of is something like an Ornn. When you look at Jhin, when you look at Graves, some of the champions that can do very well into them are these big, beefy front lines that can buy a lot of time for your scaling backline, especially with things like Caitlyn Lux. You already have so much threat in the bot side, and already the Fiora ban coming through. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Yone ban as well, just to make sure that they can guarantee a very comfortable top side of the map. But to me, G2 is telling Damwon they're going to be locking in Ornn.
And something that's very interesting here about this Caitlyn Lux, both of these respective players, Flacken and Targamas, have only ever played Caitlyn Lux twice, respectively, with only one game win between them. It is not something they played in summer. This is what we were talking about just before draft. Big changes to the world's patch, changes to how they've played. Akali will be banned out.
I love the Caps respect being shown by Damwon. LeBlanc and Akali, very high skill matchups, but Caps, he's very comfortable on these champions. Very good matchups into the Azir, and Damwon don't want to give him the opportunity to snowball with that champion.
Yeah, they're whittling down on those Azir counter picks very heavily. Sylas was already banned out in the first round. Following it up with these two means Caps will have to go with something much more dangerous if he actually wants to counter it. Or he just goes with like a Victor. And then you're not even countering it, you're just, you're farming, you're also scaling kind of alongside it. It'll be interesting to see what sort of play G2 want to make kind of in their first group stage game.
So Leona going to be the lock-in here for Damwon. Does give them a little bit more engage, which I think Damwon was lacking based on what they've drafted so far. And they want to give counterpick to Nuguri as well. So they want to make sure that they have some way to start off a fight. I think also the scary thing about Jhin Leona is that if they are able to get one kill, burn one flash, that becomes a very lethal lane to have to deal.
And very often you will look for the Lux, because Lux Caitlyn lanes will go for these flash bindings a lot to try and get their binding into trap combination. But Leona is so good at punishing that, instantly going for the all-in. And like you say, if the Caitlyn Lux lane loses some kills early, they lose the pushing power on that bottom wave. They start to lose out on that lane. There's your Ornn you're looking for, though. And Caps, as he starts to delve a little deeper into the mid pool.
And also just an interesting note for Kellen on that Leona, no games played this summer, just as we discussed in all the players, different approach, and as Caps and Targamas are toying with everyone's heart, Seraphine with the last lock-in.
Okay, so Seraphine, the idea there, dang, I wanted to see that shake-up. Seraphine, the idea here is you are a very strong poke-heavy mage, so Azir counters often involved a lot of poke damage, because there's not a lot of sustain on Azir, trying to outrange Azir, throw those Qs, you have good minion wave management with this champion, and you build towards that team fight. This just for G2, though, put a lot of emphasis onto Flacken, onto that bottom lane. They need that bottom lane to succeed.
And just like we saw from the Fnatic composition, two ways of engage from long range, multiple screens away. If they can find that to work, the final lock-in will be Nuguri's Camille.
It's a scary matchup for the side of Broken Blade. Nuguri has had a overall very solid playoffs leading up to the World Championship. I mean, you were talking about it earlier. Don't sub him out. Keep him on this roster. And he's going to be given that counter pick on this Camille. The question is, how will this match up? What type of resources will he get? Because when you look overall at Damwon's comp, it's a little bit all over the place, I would say. They've got like decent range with Azir and Jhin with decent pick, poke. They do have some side lane threat. Their team fighting, I would say, overall is good. But when you kind of look at the straightforward front-to-back teamfight comp of G2, where they have so much range at their disposal, they have a solid front line, G2's ability to play through these neutrals, to play teamfights just feels easier, while Damwon seem to have a lot more skill expression and individual agency when it comes to laning phase and the mid-game.
I'm very curious to see when Damwon decide to actually pull the trigger on attacking that bottom lane. They've got the Leona here, so wherever Kellen goes, post level 6, you're looking for that all-in, you're looking for those kills. When analyzing this team, especially in the early game, Nuguri is the most aggressive player by far. When this guy is in the lineup, at Worlds, he has the highest forward percentage of any player here. And that is our percentage of time spent across the halfway point. No matter what the matchup is, he's always looking for the aggressive side of it. And with the Camille counter into Ornn, with that true damage, he is equipped to execute it.
New York City, let's go. We're on Summoner's Rift. 5 members of G2 Esports barreling forward quickly. Just while I have to do this, don't forget to link the league account with Prime Gaming to receive free digital goods. The ward will spot out G2. They chuck out the flag. They will be able to clear that one out instantaneously. G2 back away.
One of the biggest things when you're playing against the Jarvan, get early information on it. So because G2 sent everybody bottom side and killed that ward, Damwon actually gained some information too, and they take that opportunity for Nuguri to get this ward on blue buff. Jarvan, they know by process of elimination which buff he'll start on. Right now he's heading up towards the blue side, so Nuguri will be alerted here, and that also allows Canyon to set up his Graves path to try and slowly whittle away at these camps from Jarvan, increase that CS lead. Graves is this big kind of snowball champion here, trying to farm up a storm and become a very powerful force later. Meanwhile, Jankos looking for the angles to upset the lanes and get aggressive early, especially towards that bottom side.
It's funny, because in the draft you mentioned that G2's damage is a little bit limited. You contrast that to Damwon's comp, they've got damage everywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
Kellen's got this! Kellen's flash ignited with that shield of Daybreak. Flackhead's low, cleanse already used, gotta burn through those consumables.
So this is very much what you need to do in this lane. We already talked about it in the draft. Try and get some of those summoner spells out early. They've gotten the cleanse from Flackhead. That means at level 2 they will have a little bit more lockdown power. I don't think they got as much as they wanted, but already gaining control over the lane.
Gentlemen, I was told to focus on the top trios for both teams. I was told to focus the Lux. Kellen and Dr. just go all in. They will burn through that cleanse as well as those potions, but Flack and Targamas already pushing back. They're about to hit level 2.
Oh yeah, you gotta adapt with new information, baby. Based on the draft, bottom lane is gonna be so spicy. And look at Canyon. He has started top side. He's going red into Raptors into Gromp. That is the fastest level 3 you can get. And with the tell that Kellen on level 1 is flashing in onto Flackhead to burn the cleanse, you gotta think Canyon is gonna have some aggressive tendencies here. He's level 3 here on the Graves. Let's see what they can pull off.
I think both junglers have their eyes set on this bot lane, right? When you think about it, Jankos was spotted out on the blue buff, and he's pathing towards bot. He's gotten himself now level 3.
See him.
His goal here is to cover for a potential Canyon gank, and while he will be spotted on this ward, he's now gonna leverage this time to get information. He's now gonna spot out Canyon. He knows exactly what's going on. No steal is gonna come through from Jankos. He was very close, but good damage from Broken Blade in the top lane.
There was 35 HP on that thing, and the timer for a flat.
Gentlemen, this trading back and forth. Broken Blade is playing with his life. He's got that Dawn Shield. There's still a biscuit for Nuguri. Stepping forward, takes a hook shot to the face. I'm waiting for Nuguri. Does he decide to go for that engage? Once again,
Smite fight?
Cussing Canyon. Smite fight. Let's go the way of Canyon.
Canyon is eating up good. Already you can see the 10 CS lead. Kellen goes back in onto Flackhead again.
Oh, 90 caliber net gets Flackhead to safety, holding on to that summoner spell. Kellen is continually pressing forward, but here comes Canyon. He's going to be able to dash over the wall.
Relentless here, already with the CS lead, coming to try and punish Flackhead. Kellen looking around, see if they can actually find the angle. G2 have to be a little bit careful. They do have flashes still available.
Jankos, though, he's pathing back towards the bot side of the map. He knows that Canyon could be up to something shady, and he is.
Fight! 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 Smoke screen, and the root connects to the Targamas. Heal and flash still available to him, both used. Not giving up just yet. One more step forward. Doctor will be able to pick up the kill, but that's Kellen rooted out of the tower. Jankos with red buff helps out Flackhead. It's a 1-for-1.
Counter kill for Flackhead. Jankos trails the play, and they make a salvage out of it.
But it's Damwon that overall, I think, come out ahead. They burn all of the summoner spells out from this G2 bot lane, and now it makes the aggression so much easier for this Damwon 2 versus 2. We talked about how this bot lane is often underlooked, underrated for Damwon, but this is a lane that they are not afraid to play through, and this is exactly why.
Also, the tag-on effect is that both junglers showing bottom means the top lane can play very aggressively. Here it is, Kellen going in, full CC combination onto Targamas, last shot there from Doctam, but because they took the tower shot there, for Leona is going to get the counter kill as Flackhead gets off an extra auto.
The thing I love about this as well is that G2 showed their hand. Caitlyn Lux was first and third pick. The answer was Jhin Leona. Someone here knew exactly what they were opting into, and they are playing this lane very far forward. Taking a look at those CS numbers at 5 minutes, relatively insignificant across the board, and Caps will TP to the middle lane. We haven't had a chance to watch the Seraphine Azir because of the bottom lane action.
Canyon already looking for an invade. He does have the level advantage over Jankos, securing both Scuttle Crabs. Secured him that early lead, and it means that Damwon, for the time being, have about a 500 gold advantage. Some of that is due to the top lane matchup with a small CS discrepancy, but Broken Blade should be able to close that one out very quickly. And the mid laners, what's interesting about this matchup is Azir, you expect him to get the early push, but as levels start to come through for the Seraphine, her wave clear starts to become very oppressive, and I expect Caps to actually start getting the push the longer this laning phase goes on.
Yeah, because some people are used to seeing the champ as support, they underestimate the poke damage here that the champion does have, and Caps utilizing it very nicely there versus Showmaker.
It'll be very interesting to see how these two respective mid laners use their zoning abilities. When you think of the beat drop, the root that can come in, the Sand Soldiers, you've got to respect them, especially with relatively squishy members on the side of G2 Esports. But every time I look at the minimap, looking for Canyon, looking for Jankos, both of these junglers have the ability to impact. And with that bottom wave push, Kaelin roamed, no opportunity available, backs away.
And with so much focus from the junglers on the bottom side of the map, the top lane is so volatile, so spicy. When level 6 comes in for these players, the kill threat is actually here. And the most important part for Camille's kit is the Sheen. Any Sheen item, when you get that proc for your Q2, it's gonna turn your Sheen item into true damage as well. That's the big advantage that you have over the tank players, over the Ornn. And Nuguri even slipping into the river to get those honey fruit.
Oh my word, beautiful from Showmaker. Canyon not level 6, collateral damage not available, but the flash is now taken out. And Showmaker is gonna push this wave forward. Caps is sticking around, the surround sound can help out somewhat. He's teleports on cooldown, so Showmaker can pick up an advantage here.
A play that we often see from Canyon, and the analyst has talked about it, this investment into mid lane. Even though he's playing the Graves, a champion that you don't typically expect to gank a lot, he's using this pressure to gain advantages. Look at the blue buff right now. He's just taking that away from Jankos because of the pressure that they have in mid. They know that there's no way in order for Jankos to be able to contest this, given that he has the push in top and in bot, and he converts it into an advantage. It is a give to your laners, who then give back to you, and this is why Canyon's Graves can often be so oppressive.
And it's really important for him, considering the overall draft, to lend that, threat towards bottom side, because that's what Jhin and Leona can play off of. Kellen can't keep on going for all these all-ins if they don't also have Canyon playing screening for them. Also, the Jhin is always such a popular pick into Caitlyn because of the move speed that you get. Starting with boots and potions, you have so much extra regeneration, force out a lot of that poke in lane. Kellen going with the mobility boots on the Leona too.
Yes.
Like we said, in Champ Select, when you get level 6 on the Leona, track him. Wherever he goes, kills will follow, and now he's turbocharged.
If you're a fan of G2 Esports, now you need to be a little bit nervous, because Damwon here come into the World Championship with the second best early game statistics, speaking, out of all LCK teams. When you look at goal difference, kills, deaths, KD ratio. G2, on the other hand, they're one of 3 teams at Worlds with a negative goal difference at 14 minutes. The Rift Herald has spawned.
It's a party.
We've got ourselves set up, and the engage comes from Broken Blade. The flag and drag comes out, the encore whiffs. No music for G2, and they're forced to run. Fantastic Forge God call from Broken Blade, but the scoop, the dupe, the dunk, Damwon Kia destroy G2.
Showmaker, playmaker, my goodness, with the Azir sweep right behind G2. They wiped them off the map.
That was beautiful. A 3,000 gold lead for Damwon.
It was just such an easy fight for Damwon to just shut G2 down. We talked about the damage. It felt non-existent. The initial play looked promising for G2, but Showmaker saw the angle. He makes the ultimate happen, and let's look back at his beautiful play.
And they first focus on Canyon. This Graves against the wall, so G2 gets the engage. They force the flash. As you pointed out, big whip on the Seraphine ult there. Damwon are able to disengage that one, and then when the Ornn goes through, Showmaker sees the angle, sweeps right over with the flash. All the G2 members swept right into their death.
That was gorgeous for Damwon. As we mentioned just moments before, in kills, in assists, in gold, that is a gigantic lead. And all of the AoE together, now G2 are in a hella precarious position.
Oh, they certainly are. The The early
9-minute Leandries, by
the
the
early
way.
game has never been the strongest for G2, but for Damwon to build this type of a lead this early on, we only just now hit the 10-minute mark, and this now becomes Canyon's jungle. Jankos, gotta be careful here.
Always such a sad thing to see the Shelly eyeball go into the dirt as well. No rewards there. Canyon gonna start up this dragon though with all the extra money for Damwon. Look how aggressive they're getting. Kellen wrapping around their own jungle, warding it up.
Oh, Jankos doesn't know.
Kellen, 7th blade, killing up those wards. Oh, that's beautiful! Everybody jumps on Jankos. And now I start to get nervous. What was that time window, Kobe, for how quickly Damwon took down G2 a few years ago? 19 minutes! And that's what Damwon may want to chase again.
Oh my goodness, they sped it up. The bottom lane investing so heavily in speed. Kellen, with the speed run around their own jungle, turned it in to Damwon, fully controlled vision, and it is jump on Jankos.
You have to bring into question, when we look at G2's composition, where does their damage come from? And we think about Fnatic's discipline from last game, where they kind of waited for those item spikes. You look at the difference now. Damwon have damage coming out the wazoo. Their engage is good, and their control and patience is something that G2 was just lacking in that last team fight. The way they attacked the bot lane early game, this does feel like it is Damwon's game to lose, and it's just a matter of time as Canyon continues to dominate in the jungle matchup.
It really is just so dominating when you get a full ace that early in the game at an objective there. So much gold, so much pressure that allows you to then run the lane phase for the entire mid game here for Damwon. And you see them further increase this lead with that aggressive positioning. Well, we already went over Kellen making these super deep routes with those mobility boots to get super deep vision and continue to pick off more and more resources. And now you get earlier item spikes, which allow you to abuse that. Even though Nuggery didn't get any of the last hits, any of the kills, Divine Sunder is already done for him up on the top side. So nice to get that into the Ornn matchup.
Yeah, and Kobe, what the hell is Broken Blade working? A couple of thrift store shopping items? Compare Showmaker to Caps in the same token. That was a 9-minute.
He's the Forge master. He's working on trinkets.
He needs a lot more time for that to work out. Showmaker sitting on the Leandries. Now, it is somewhat mirrored by the fact that Jankos and Flackhead are the two members of G2 that are a little bit ahead. They managed to get their mythics up. I mean, gold-wise, Canyon still has a giant advantage. It's 4,000 gold at 12.5 minutes. The jungle no longer belongs to G2 Esports. And with those Moby boots and the engage potential of the Solar Flare, G2 not only have to respect distance in the darkness, but they barely can step forward because the engage and the speed potential from Damwon, they're running circles around G2.
Ooh, Showmaker looking for the ult, forces the flash out from Caps, and Damwon continue to dominate. They now have their eyes on the bot lane. The pings are coming through. The question is, how can G2 stop this attack from Damwon?
Oh, the curtains are called! The Solar Flare cleansed away from Flackhead. Flash still available to him. Cataclysm comes down! And the final spark! Damwon, Kia have bitten off more than they can chew, and G2 are willing to fight back. They don't have the damage yet, and Vedius, you asked it, where does the damage come from?
It's exactly that quick shot. Where is the damage? The engage looked good for Jankos. The ultimate comes through from Caps, and it does force the flash out from Showmaker, but it's just not enough. On the top side, Nuggery is securing more plates. Damwon is still in control of the map, and Damwon continues to extend their gold lead.
I feel your pain, fellas, because that was such a patient and well set up counter from G2. They wait for it to come in, they avoid the big opening there, dodging out on everything from Jhin, and yet they're still not able to get their counter kill. Caps does land the ultimate onto Canyon, but they can't take down the Graves. They couldn't even blow his flash. They do have flash blown on Showmaker at the very least, so maybe that will save them from the next big sweep.
You know what it won't save? Having no flash? A Lux in that bottom lane who was forced. Targamas needed to do that to get out to safety, and that is a juicy target for Damwon here, who maintain absolute control of the game. They've picked up that Cloud Drake. We're a minute and a half away from the next Ocean, and every time I look at this mini-map, Kellen and Canyon are just working together. They're pushing around the map, advancing that vision line forward. And I think for G2 now, figure out how to stall. That gold is growing, nearly 5,000 at this point. They cannot concede more kills. Ideally, defend towers as long as you can, but you have to buy so much time for the LEC second seed. Right now, Yankos forced to flag and drag to safety.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of outs to actually play to, like we talked about in Champions. So like this bottom lane had to succeed, had to get an early lead there. The Seraphine might be able to provide some, but with the giant gold lead here for Dom1, it becomes very hard for G2 to actually play that map and get that set up. You're constantly going to have to deal with this Camille pressure on side lanes. Look at Nuggery, he just worked through so many turret plates by himself, constantly forcing Broken Blade out of lane.
Now, I want to put a number to this G2 setup. I mentioned a little bit earlier, only one of 3 teams, the negative goal difference of 14. This is a team that does have a 40% win ratio when behind at 14 winning the game. I think while those odds are respectable, quote unquote, they are way lower this time around, and Betty is literally laughing in my face as I'm delivering that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, against the European teams. I'm curious as to what that stat looks like against international teams.
We're going to find out this game.
Yeah, and now the Dragon is up. Dom1 just secured the top tower. They're going to bring Nuggery down. He doesn't have the TP. They're going to swap the Ornn out. This gives them full control, which means that G2 is unlikely going to contest. And it's a situation that G2 now is forced to stall. But you look at how their comp ideally wanted to play out. They wanted to leverage their strong 2v2 in the bot side of the map. They wanted to bring this Caitlyn and Lux around the map. They wanted to basically keep them alive with the Seraphine and the front line that they have. And they don't have access to any of that, which means it's going to take a long time as Dom1 goes in the offensive once more.
Yankos gets jumped on and chunked out. For all the European viewers and LEC fans out there, the only hopium I can give you right now is that Dom1 Kia come into the World Championship with the lowest Baron percentage of all teams. This is a team that doesn't necessarily focus on those objectives. They like the kills, see hero, kill hero. So that may be one of the avenues.
My hopium and advice would be to European fans watching right now, get an early night and start dreaming. Because that's the situation in which they'll likely come out on top.
That's the opposite of what you're hired to do, Betty.
Hopium is twice as effective if you're asleep, actually. Yeah. Advise taking it right before bedtime. Honestly, though, it does feel, like Dom1 in this rivalry have been so brutal to G2 ever since 2019. Nuggery under attack, but he is Camille.
2-level advantage. That precision protocol does so much damage. 2 members of G2 cannot fight 1.5 members of Nuggery. Items of Nuggery.
It's not too surprising. Camille against Jarvan and Ornn, it's just, there's no damage being done to anyone in that skirmish.
We've been asking this question all day so far.
True.
In the previous game for the Cloud9 was like, where's the damage? In this game, where's the damage? We just can't find it.
At this point, we're now kind of waiting for the next big objectives to spawn. These neutrals will slowly start to fall. Showmaker's been moved off into a side lane. You can see the cover on your minimap with Kellen just hovering behind him to make sure that he has that extra bit of security, while as well, Canyon just ticking over to level 11. 2, 1, and 5. Canyon has been involved in every single kill that Dom1 have secured. It is now a 6,500 gold lead, and we're not even at the 20-minute mark. Nothing but domination from Dom1 as they set up for the next objective.
2 towers to 0, 7 kills to 2, 2 dragons to 0. We're approaching 20 minutes, and at least the last time these 2 teams faced, the game was over at this time zone. Now, for G2 Esports, they continue to fall further behind, but it does get more risky and more difficult for Dom1 to push into G2's territory.
Exactly, and thankfully for you, Riot has actually put Hopium into the game. There are objective bounties that show up on your screen and give you that spark of joy, Quickshot. G2, one of the things you can do when you're behind like this, the opposing team that it's ahead, sometimes they'll fall into the trap of trying to get too much. They will spread the entire map because they're so far ahead, they want to get as much as possible. So they'll spread their forces very thin. And the team that's behind can try and condense their forces, attack just 1 or 2 lanes to get a pick, then turn that into an objective bounty. That's how you try and claw your way back in.
Kobe, there's all the damage. You've been asking all day, where's the world's damage?
Yeah.
It's all with Dom1. That's what the stats on the left of the screen are showing.
Keep Nuggery starter!
As they take their 3rd tower, the Rift Herald gets the boop onto the inner turret, and Dom1 on uncontested. That gold lead balloons even further. It's 7,000 right now. And there would need to be an overstep and someone being caught out by G2 to make up this significant difference in itemization. I would like to draw everyone's attention to the bottom of your screen. Look at those combat stats, and Dom1 can still back, shop, and buy more. And now the pace will slow down. There's a lot more risk involved in taking those inner turrets. A Dragon's up in a minute and a half. Baron's going to be up in the not too distant future, and Camille Azir will be very happy to shred through that.
It's just, this is kind of how you want to split open the map, right? This is how you want to attack G2 on all fronts, especially when you take into consideration G2's best opportunity to come back into the game is actually playing a front-to-back team fight, enable this Caitlyn to just freely dish out damage, allow the front line of Broken Blade and Jankos to soak up the damage, and Darwin's not giving them the opportunity. They're attacking the side lanes extremely well. Jankos is looking for a pick, but he's already been spotted out on vision, and Showmaker's going to respect it. It's just, honestly, a nearly flawless game from Damwon from early game and how they attacked the bot lane, the way in which they controlled objectives, into the team fight itself, into now how they're playing the whole map, setting up for the Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Everything about what we're seeing is just a beautiful League of Legends from Damwon.
Yeah, and I think G2, again, try and look at the angle where if you condense and look for a pick, bring Ornn Ultimate, bring Jarvan, and then bring 2 extra people of damage, maybe you could pick off the Azir split push. The Camille split push is very hard to pick off. With the flash, with teleport, Nuguri is extremely safe and kills the minion wave so quickly with the Ravenous Hydra already done that G2's best chance there, try and pick off somebody else. They're just making a power move right now, though. Grouping up as 5, trying to bully down Damwon as Nuguri is working in the bottom side of the map, rotating over to the Dragon. Here we go. The objective has arrived. Can they get the 5-on-5 setup?
I found the bounty. I found the fire, the Infernal
They're going
Dragon.
to pick him off.
That's the damage. 4 Infernals and an Infernal Soul. That's what G2 are looking for. They're going to start this Dragon off. But the engage tools from Damwon are immense. Kellen wants to be killing, stepping forward, holding onto that Solar Flare, flashing Ignite available. A couple of pings onto Nuguri. He's making his way up. Damwon are cutting off the escape routes. They're cutting off the engage. There's the Solar Flare. It's dodged away from for now, but Broken Blade is being burned down. The beat drop is going to find the roots as the Encore is still available. Call of the Forge God flies out before Broken Blade goes down, and Canyon is gifted the Drake. Now G2 are running for their lives. Zenith Blade finds Jankos. He flags. He drags the final spark and dash of life as Flacken and Targamas are jumped on by Nuguri. He's got one as Showmaker gets one on the backside. Caps drop the last man standing. Damwon ace G2.
The patience from Damwon is flawless once again. They killed off Broken Blade without ever starting the fight. They secure the Dragon, they walk away with another ace, and now they're going to start to break apart G2's base.
This is beautiful League of Legends from Damwon, the 3rd seed out of the LCK that crashed out in playoffs after being pushed to 5 games by T1. They had to win through the regional qualifying. G2, on the other hand, they dropped that final, getting smashed, and they're getting smashed in their next game at World.
And you can tell how confident and composed Damwon stay in this game. With the lead they have, double flank from Kellen and Nuguri on the bottom side. They never burst down this Dragon until already bursting down the G2 front line, bursting down Broken Blade. As you say, already out of the fight, then Canyon can just focus on the Dragon, they pick up their objective, and they never open the gates from the flank. Kellen goes in right into the center and lays waste to G2.
It's just, even though he dies, the engage is worth it. It gives Nuguri direct access onto the back line, and it was just the way in which that double flank that you highlighted made it so difficult for G2 to really know how to even play the fight. Now Jankos is being collapsed on.
Oh man, look at that damage. Jankos loses 50%. The Solar Flare was committed. Curtain Call is available here. As I'm waiting for Dockdown to see whether he pulls it back. Baron is up, it's being pinged. Nuguri will be able to use the Hextech Ultimatum. He gets jumped on. The Dragon Strike and Demacian Standard. Cataclysm locks him inside, and Jankos is gone. Nuguri stays alive, Jankos does too. Kellen cannot get in range for the Zenith Blade. The Encore's used. Everything used for 1 kill. At the concession of Baron Nashor.
Maybe if that laser had sniped it as well, we'd be in there for the big comeback. But it's just 1 kill. G2, they take down Nuguri. Damwon will pick up the Baron in exchange, though, and that will lend so much extra pushing power for them to get inside these inhibitor turrets of G2.
I mean, Damwon have all the options in the world right now. The worst news to them is that Nuguri did not get to the Baron, which means that his split push threat is slightly weaker, I say, as I put quotation marks around what I'm saying. But Damwon with a 12k gold lead, with the death cap already completed for Showmaker. He's nearing level 16. It's just, G2 just don't have the options to really stop what Damwon's doing. Damwon need to make a game-breaking error in order for G2 to come back in this one.
Yeah, we would be saying if the gold was closer that it would be hard to siege against G2.
For sure.
With the Caitlyn Lux, with the Seraphine, but that just isn't the case because gold will just open every single door in front of you and they can power right through there for Damwon.
Smack them with your wallets. Damwon here, 12,300 gold up. Infernal Soul spawns in 1 minute and 40 seconds. G2 Esports are afraid to go past their inner turrets because Damwon just control everything, and there's a bunch of vision left in that northern quadrant.
I like that Damwon's just playing through 2 lanes. I think this makes more sense because you want to keep Nuguri's power relatively close, and so by just leaving him isolated in the mid lane, he can help clear waves, and then they can rotate back to mid with his stacked wave while keeping someone like Showmaker safe in a side lane. Now they make their way onto the tier 3s, and G2's Nexus is in sight.
Oh man, Nuguri's bringing in that wave in the middle lane. The rest of Damwon using this Red Bull Baron power play to push the top tower. It is standing for now. Some of that wave clear coming into power, but Nuguri's left uncontested. That precision protocol is destroying things.
I think they're waiting on Showmaker's flash right now. He's itching to make a play. He has stopwatch on his ear. Flash now comes off of cooldown. Showmaker looking for the angle.
Oh, Solar Flare is so great. The Sand Soldiers are sent forward, and I'm holding my breath for Showmaker to step in. The inhibitor is exposed in the top lane. Baron empowered, Cannon Minion doing work. The bottom wave is pushing. Nuguri's stepped up, gets that sweeping kick forward, and Jankos forced to dash away to safety. Curtain Call will unlock the mid lane inhibitor, and no team fight necessary. The second inhib starting to fall. G2 simply cannot step forward. If they do, they get killed.
The long-time rivals of Damwon will do to them what they did to them the last time they met and absolutely decimate them. Their base is falling apart, but Damwon recognize that the dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. If they overstay and they're forced to go for an awkward back, it could give G2 a window back into the game. So they're going to respect it, they're going to disengage, and you'll see Canyon now going to be sent off to solo that objective. Or actually, they're actually looking for a fight right here.
Smoke screen. End of the line comes out. Collateral damage was used too. Call the Forge God comes out. That's a kill onto Kellen. Cannon's so low, but Nuguri's alive. Nuguri throws down the baby cage. Jumps onto Targamas, hops on the wall, turns to Broken Blade, and the flash gets him to safety. But Showmaker on the back line doing so much damage.
Oh, the root doesn't kill Jankos. Caps is keeping everyone alive on G2 with that dive. G2 get some kills for themselves. Can they go contest Dragon as well? Jankos has Smite. He has Flash.
They might be too late. They might be too late. Dragon's burning down. Dragon's going low. Dragon's still alive. It's going to get secured by Damwon. The soul picked up. And imagine if there wasn't a 14,000 gold difference. G2 Esports on the verge of a 4-game losing streak. They're getting smashed today like they were in the finals. They get a consolation kill. But again, look at the state of the map. Look at the soul. Look at the supers. Silver lining here, Vetti. They can farm the supers for some gold.
Well, that was the closest thing G2 could call a one-team fight. They don't secure the soul. It is Damwon that is able to secure that objective, and Flackhead does get a lot of gold. You can see 3 items sitting on the Caitlyn. This is the only reprieve that you have if you're G2 Esports, in that maybe, just maybe, Flackhead can carry a team fight. But that requires Damwon to really overstep. And the only good news is that 14,000 gold lead is now a 13,001.
Whittling away, you gotta start somewhere. As well, yeah, the crits coming out from Flacken now with Infinity Edge and Ornn upgraded, Gale First as well, definitely big. Plus we're seeing Caps, even on just 2 items Seraphine there, both the DPS as well as the healing, keeping some G2 members alive. They are definitely in a turtle gameplay mode right now, just trying to fend, just trying to survive.
The problem is, even if they try to fend off multi-man push from Damwon in the bottom lane, Noguri is near unstoppable. Level 17, that's a 2-level advantage over his opposite number, Broken Blade. 3 items completed, including the Guardian Angel. And if he gets a little bit of time on a Nexus turret, 2 or 3 Qs will melt that.
And again, I love the way in which Damwon is playing on multiple lanes. It's the smartest thing to do. Spread G2 thin, because they're strongest when they are a 5-man stack, and taking advantage of the fact that no one could really kill Noguri in an isolated matchup. Now that he has the GA as well, Damwon slowly whittling away as they get closer and closer to G2's Nexus.
Taking a look at the engage, Jankos gets chunked a little bit, forced back with super minions. Now on their top Nexus turret, the 3rd and final inhibitor. Inhibitor takes a shot. Solar Flare, near flawless. No further follow-up. It allows Showmaker a couple of auto attacks. Noguri up on the top. Emperor's Divide, the slide, the glide, the spark. Simply not enough. Where is the damage, G2? It's all in Damwon's coffers. They will be able to back out for now, look for the re-engage. They get the flash from Showmaker. They defend the bottom inhibitor, and that is way more than I was expecting.
Bottom inhibitor is critical for G2 to keep up too, because if that goes down, you then double the super minions from all the other lanes as well, and the pressure becomes too much to handle. Damwon, though they back off the inhibitor, they will retreat to the Baron and claim what is theirs.
They're going to make the sensible choice of just guaranteeing the victory. They don't want to be overzealous, even with their gold lead. A game that feels like there is no way you could lose. They're not going to take the risk. They will secure that objective. Their siege is now infinitely stronger, as G2, while their inhibitors may be respawning in the near future, will have to hold the line against the titans that are Damwon.
Exactly. Coming back with the Baron and an exposed inhibitor left on bottom side. The other 2 inhibitors respawning fairly shortly as well for G2. Just means Damwon, they know they have the playmaking advantage, they have the damage advantage. The only thing, G2 have a big sustain advantage. So when they go for these poke moves, Damwon have to give them some space. Multiple times here, G2 almost able to get their hands on 1 more kill.
And you just put yourself back into that 8-minute Rift Herald fight. Had they not been aced, had that gold lead not ballooned so far, you can see how this composition is, you know, trying to wave clear, also trying to find those picks. Unfortunately, the wallet difference is so significant before you even add in. There's a Baron buff, before you add in the Infernal Soul, and those inhibitors are being chipped away. Nuguri up top. As soon as Targamas and Broken Blade step forward, the bottom lane gets chipped and poked. The middle is about to fall, and it feels like at any moment, Damwon could find the pick that will open up the Nexus in the game. The 3rd and final inhibitor falls.
And Damwon just have to play it slow. Time is another ally for Damwon right now. Super minions will be flooding down here to help up with the Baron siege.
G2, they're on their last legs. Their backs are literally against the wall right now as Damwon commit, and here comes the engage.
Here's the Cataclysm, Ace in the hole, everything is blocked by the Hourglass. Flucket is chunked out, but not yet killed. Nuguri finally does with the precision protocol as the rest of the team are melted and destroyed. Damwon dominates G2 from a team fight in the early game to push through. And they take the head-to-head 5-4. Damwon win their first game of Worlds.
And they break the tie in the head-to-head with G2. 5-4 now for Damwon Gaming. Showmaker, Canyon, Nuguri, they've been there for it. Jankos and Caps have been there for all the games.
If you'll humor me for a brief moment, as a team that came into the World Championship with the lowest Baron control, the 2 games of Worlds in the group stage, they have 100% Baron, 2-0. Previous game only had 1. Damwon Kia. I think ultimately this game, in retro, in review, you look at that Rift Herald fight and go, well, that shouldn't have happened. How else could it have played out?
But it's more than that, because I feel like that when you look at the game plan that G2 had coming in, a lot of it was centered around this bot lane. In particular, getting ahead in the early game. And we saw not only the level 1 flash commit from Kellen, we also saw the pathing from the Greys to be able to cover the bot side of the map to enable their aggression, and then the committal and the way in which they transitioned that pressure over towards the Herald as well. Just a truly impressive and flawless early game from Damwon.
I know it was over when Canyon won the Smite fight on the Scuttle Crab. So goes the Scuttle Crab, so goes the game, fellas. We're in NA.
I've also just heard from our stats team that was the 2nd largest gold difference of any games at World 2022.
Of course it was.
RNG Isurus was #1. So when you comparison to that, right, significantly larger. I also want to highlight one of the big things we were talking about. How do these teams look coming into the World Championship? What have they learned? What have they adapted? The last time Flack had played Caitlyn was spring 22. That's January. The last time Targamas played Lux was 2020 at EU Masters in September. And as a team and as a duo, they've played 0 professional games. And the reason I highlight it, that was the priority picks. It was the Caitlyn and Lux in that first round rotation. Ultimately, I think Kellen's Leona gave them a real hard time in lane. And I'm intrigued to see what else will unfold throughout the rest of the group stage.
Well, I definitely think that draft will evolve for G2, and I do expect them to bounce back. But when you look at already how difficult this group is, this game in particular for both teams was really important. And I think that Damwon getting a convincing win is going to set them up very nicely moving forward in this group.
Yeah, with the tournament as stacked as it is this year, every single one of these individual games means so much moving forward.
And can I remind everybody at home, the other 2 teams in this group, the Evil Geniuses and JD Gaming. So we've already seen what Damwon can bring to table as the 3rd seed coming out of the LCK. It's going to be very interesting. There's been a lot of people saying, mark my words, this will be the most interesting group stage. We're 2 games in and we've already seen 2 very big drafts. One consistent theme though. Where does the damage come from the losing team? Will we get that again in this 3rd one? That one we're going to find. We're setting up for the interview. While we're setting up, you get our lovely faces, or at least their lovely faces, to keep chatting about. I mean, from G2 perspective, or maybe Damwon's perspective, what big statement does this make for everyone else in the team, like in the group, looking at their play?
For me, coming into this tournament, I was already thinking, oh, Damwon is on a really big power spike right now. And a lot of people are going to underestimate them coming into the tournament because of how they performed for the majority of summer.
For sure.
Like we said, Canyon had not been performing like you expect from him. They've been swapping in and out on the top lane. Did not look as good for them either. They were not as reliable as you expect. And teams are going to forget, these are the 2020 World Champions.
On that note, we're going to join a showmaker on stage with Sharks for our Verizon post-game interview.
Here after a fantastic first win of the tournament over G2. I have Ji-san with me to assist with the translation. First off, of course, I want to ask about the general feeling going into this game, but also the fact that it was such a convincing win. How is the general atmosphere and the feeling about the level of play of your team right now?
네, 우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 그룹 스테이지 첫 경기를 아주 화끈하고 조금 탄탄한 플레이로 승리 가져오셨는데 남은 그룹 스테이지에 대한 예감이나 느낌이 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 팀원 전체적으로 다 잘해준 것 같고 근데 아직 조금 긴장하는 부분이 있어서 좀 하면서 더 잘해줄 수 있을 것 같아요.
So I think all of the 5 players are doing a great job, but at the same time, we were having a little bit of stage jitters, so I think we'll get better.
Oh, well, that is something that is in store for sure. When it comes to Damwon up versus G2, European fans love this rivalry, but sadly for European fans, it hasn't been going well. You have been so strong, particularly against G2. How close do you really feel the rivalry is in 2022?
이제 많은 또 유럽 팬분들은 사실 G2와 담원을 이제 좀 라이벌 구도로 보고 있는데 사실은 담원이 계속해서 압도적인 모습을 보여주고 있습니다. 지난 2020년과 비교했을 때 G2와 어떤 라이벌 구도가 좀 유지되고 있는 것 같으신지?
일단 좀 저희가 항상 지는 쪽이었는데 좀 최근 들어서 많이 이기는 쪽인 것 같아서 좀 기쁘고 하지만 G2도 충분히 저력 있는 팀이어서 남은 경기도 잘 준비해야 될 것 같아요.
So, I mean, we were always the one losing to G2, and then we turned the tables around. So it feels great, but at the same time, G2 always shows great potential. So I think we really have to always prepare as hard as we can.
And you did for this game, and it was fantastic. I saw some things in that game, like Nagario and Camille, that really reminded me of 2020 Damwon. In general, some of the patch changes seem to have been going in your favor. How much do you really feel the patch and the current meta has shifted in Damwon's favor?
이제 오늘 또 카밀 픽이 등장했는데요. 굉장히 2020년도 담원 게이밍을 약간 연상하게 하는 그런 픽이 나왔습니다. 지금 월즈 직전에 이제 좀 패치가 있으면서 담원 기아에게 좀 좋은 패치다라는 그런 분석도 있었는데 지금 현재 메타랑 담원이랑 얼마나 잘 맞는다고 생각하세요?
일단 뭐 저희가 잘 쓰는 챔피언들이 좋아진 건 맞는 것 같고 앞으로도 좀 더 많은 챔피언 보여드릴 수 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
I'm pretty sure one of our favorite picks are buffed, and also I'm looking forward to showing more of the different picks.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Showmaker. Congratulations, 감사합니다. And thank you, Ji-san, as well. We'll head back over to the State Farm analysts.
Thank you so much, Shocks. After a performance like that, I am terrified to see what else Showmaker is going to bring out onto the stage. A deathless game on that Azir, an absolute clapping of G2 by Damwon.
I mean, you can see how taken aback Shocks was when he's like, oh, we had stage jitters, we should play better. But I think so much of this game started around the level 1. You know, a lot of times when you're playing double range bot lane, you'll 5-man invade through bot to try to get a ward in that deep rush. They did not. Damwon picked up on that and immediately was able to really punish here, getting aggressive at level 1, you know, really pushing that Kate Lux back, which was kind of what G2 was drafting as their win condition.
And the fact that you have so much control through the mid lane as well, with Showmaker pushing in with Azir, means that Canyon's free to go for these sort of plays where he can just go to outnumber bot lane because he knows he's always going to have mid lane functioning as that fourth man in the equation and making it so hard for G2 to try and fight back.
Absolutely. And, you know, even though G2 were able to actually trade a kill back here, as soon as you're down flashes as the Caitlyn Lux, you can no longer push aggressively. You need to be sieging. You need to be taking plates. That's the whole point of this draft, is that they're supposed to move around the map. Flacket is supposed to be that main win condition here. And as soon as he's pushed back, it became very difficult for G2 to play.
Yeah, 1-to-1 in kills with first blood going to the Jhin. As you mentioned, the summoner's blown as well. You are happy in an even lane state against the Caitlyn Lux, if not a winning one at that. But we didn't have to get very far into the game to see it essentially end. As we know, every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. And in this Rift Herald fight, Showmaker made every second count. We're 8 minutes into the game, and that was enough for him.
And I love how slow Showmaker played this initially, right? Just trying to zone away with the soldiers. But the second he sees it, moves in, gets the flash, and immediately sends everyone on G2 packing straight into the waiting hands of Damwon, and in particular Nuguri at that top side as well, to decimate.
Absolutely. I mean, the collapse after that knock-in was so good from Damwon. And this was G2 pushing very hard for the Herald. Again, because they're playing this Caitlyn comp, I think they saw the Herald as a key component of their win condition. Siege up the towers, get the Herald, move around the map, knock them all down, blow up the early gold lead. But Damwon shut the doors on that really quick.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many times I heard Quick Shot just screaming, "Where's your damage?" Because the second that Caitlyn went, it was just completely out of it.
Look at these numbers, right? I realize there's one negative number on here, but again, I'll remind people that's the Jhin in a Jhin Leona lane against the Caitlyn Lux at 14 minutes. You're only down 148 gold. You're feeling good. Meanwhile, the rest of the team amounting over 3K, well over 3K at that point. So, wow, this Damwon squad, when he says they could have played better, that freaks me out.
I mean, they're going to be terrifying. If Nuguri is playing at his best, you know, the meta really does suit Showmaker and Canyon. If we're back to these heavy farming junglers, think how Canyon was dominant at his very best. When everyone's saying Canyon is the best jungler in the world, it's this sort of style on the Graves, farming harder than anyone else around and running over teams in team.
And his the smite fingers already warmed up. You heard Kobe say it. So goes the Scuttle Crab. So goes the game. Canyon looking terrifying. The whole of Damwon looking terrifying. We're heading to a break, but when we come back, the world meets our Oyster Overlords as they face off against 100 Thieves. So don't go anywhere.
Fantastic Forge God call from Broken Blade, but the scoop, the dupe, the dunk, Damwon Kia destroy G2.
Showmaker playmaker, my goodness!
The final spark and dash of life as Flacket and Targamas are jumped on by Nuguri. He's got one as Showmaker gets one on the backside. Capped, drop the last man standing. Damwon, ace, G2.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk here at Worlds 2022. We're diving into our third matchup of the day. Let's meet our teams. It's 100 Thieves on one side of the equation. One of the longest standing rosters in North American history in terms of consecutive days that these 5 players have been together. Across from them, of course, as I said before, our Oyster Overlords. Flying Oyster here to represent on the international stage. We'll see what they can get done here against North America's best. But perhaps no one in North America is a bigger Flying Oysters fan than Emily Rand. And while she can't be here with us on the desk today, she sent along some pearls of wisdom. Check it out.
So first of all, I want to start off with their top laner, Rest, who I think is a player that if people have actually watched their games, they're definitely going to be paying attention to because he made such a huge splash. There's an amazing, Gnar 0 for 2 turnaround he had in the finals that I think everyone should watch because it's just such a fun play. He's also known as the BM King for how BM he can be in interviews, his emote spam, his kind of flashiness. So if you really like kind of flashy, outgoing kind of showmanship, then you're gonna love Rust because he's really, really fun. He's also one of the reasons why their veteran jungler Gemini cited this as he wanted to continue playing competitively at all. This is actually likely Gemini's last year. He's been in the LMS/PCS since 2016. He's kind of been a staple jungler of the region since his debut, and this is likely his last year of competitive play. Like I said, Shun is their AD carry, and I think he's kind of the hotshot rookie of the team, right? So this is actually the oldest PCS team. You have Mission, who's 27, and Shun is the ADC that they ended up subbing back in spring. He's known for really wanting to play these aggressive outplay lanes, like these really, like a Draven, like a Kalista. He's really well known for those. He's also well known for getting really hyphy in comms, especially since he is the youngest. And then lastly, Koala is a player that I've actually really enjoyed watching play, especially on engaged supports, since I saw him at 2018 Worlds, I believe, with G-Rex. He has a very large champ pool, but I do think the team operates absolutely the best when he is able to initiate. He has a very good initiation sense, and he named himself Koala because he just thought koalas are cute. So there's a quick overview of, I guess, some memes, some fun facts, and a few gameplay related things of CTBC Flying Oyster. I hope they're able to have a really good showing, and back to you, Dash.
Thank you so much, Emily, for that brilliant breakdown. I hope you're hydrating, resting well, and we'll have you back here soon to break things down on the desk with us. But, I mean, what a roster that this Flying Oyster squad has put together. I love the call-out towards the star top laner who's not afraid to trash talk. But then, of course, the young gun. We saw there on the Draven flashing forward in some instances. And so with all of that and then kind of a stable mid laner, the most experienced, most veteran on the team, I think this is someone you should not overlook here, Dag.
Yeah, I'm super excited for Flying Oysters. Like, this is a team that domestically would just get a ton of strength through their laning phases, like CSDs pretty much across the board, and they'd lend a lot of that in towards, hey, we're going to look for fights, we're going to stack up, and their late game team fighting was where they kind of got to show off a little bit as well. So I think this is a roster, especially when you look at some of the veterancy between like Koala, Gemini, and Mission that we've all seen at Worlds before. This is where I'll be keeping my eyes on.
Now, of course, if we flip back to the other side of the coin here, as we look at 100 Thieves, interestingly, while they are the second seed out of our region, most of the focus for people on teams when they think about the LCS this year has been Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses, and somehow 100 Thieves is getting lost in the shuffle.
I mean, this is one of those teams that just seems to kind of perennially get overlooked, right? They won a championship last year. They made back-to-back finals this year. Even the players themselves talking out, people from the org talking out about how they feel that they are often unfairly overlooked, that they feel that they've been snubbed on all pros and MVPs. Abaraga, to me, was the best performing mid laner in the LCS in the second half of the split, but did not make all-pro whatsoever. This is a team that I do think is performing consistently and performing at a high level, but for whatever reason, people just don't really seem to give them their due. I mean, even you think back to last year, and people talk about this big failure from 100 Thieves at Worlds. Yeah. They were in a group with T1 and EDG, a team that went to semifinals, a team that actually won the whole thing. They did go 3-3. They split games with EDG, so I think, overall, most people would say, hey, that's not that bad.
Yeah, by all accounts, that isn't such a horrible showing at Worlds last year. Just as an attempt to answer the question, or maybe why we seem to be soft on this team at times, I think is because you've kept the same roster and you didn't eclipse your own domestic performances, right? So that idea that, well, this was a championship-winning team in the LCS last year, and somehow they didn't get it done this year, I think has left people feeling a bit soft on them.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the big fault that I've seen with them coming into the playoffs, right? Was like they had these early games that they could actually try and play through and win through, but I think their late game team fighting kind of let them down as well. I think C9 were very good at getting to the objective first, punishing 100 Thieves every time they went there, and that's why I think coming up against Flying Oysters, they need to tune that up, because if that becomes a little bit stronger, that's where they can actually beat Flying Oysters.
I'll tell you this much, my argument for why 100 Thieves should not be counted out here, though, Azale, is in fact playing into that same thing, the idea that they have been near the top 3 splits in a row, and to what that tells to me is you can change the meta on this squad, and they're always going to be competitive. So for me, walking into the Worlds tournament with that is actually a big positive.
Absolutely, and I do think one of the ways in potentially here is through mid lane. You know, Mission has been very consistent for Flying Oyster, but one of the concerns is champion pool is fairly limited, right? Throughout playoffs, they actually had to ban Ari in 100% of their games. They banned Silas almost every single game as well. He's not as comfortable on a lot of those picks. He was mostly playing exclusively Azir, Victor, and Talia. He had 1 game of Syndra throughout playoffs, so that could be a way in for 100 Thieves to try to focus him in pick bans. Abbedagge is comfortable on the melee picks.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we look at Flying Oysters, they would work a lot through, hey, our lanes have advantages, now we call in Gemini to help out, specifically for Mission in that mid lane. And I think that's where I'm curious to see what happens when they don't have those advantages, because it's get advantage, then jungle, versus jungle, give advantage. And I think that's going to be really interesting to see how they adjust against some of our top teams.
Now, while we talk about how both us and maybe the community at large has overlooked 100 Thieves, let's go straight to a word from Closer as he talks about what it's been like to be overlooked by many.
People don't really see from outside what we are capable of. I feel like every season is like the same story. Oh, 100 Thieves doesn't look good. Power rankings, they put us down. I'm talking to you guys. That's true. And then when we make it to finals and we win the whole thing, like people forget easily.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Happy to rib all my analysts on their preseason expectations. Fun fact, by the way, as we kind of return to the matchup, Flying Oyster, how they got their name, because most people are like, where the heck does a name like this come from, right? So the name comes from their sponsor, CTBC Bank's slogan. The slogan is "We Are Family," but it happens that in Chinese, the word family has a similar pronunciation to Flying Oyster. And so that's where the team name came from. I'm not going to attempt to say it myself. If you want to go for it,
Fei Muli.
There you go. There it is. Pretty fun.
Actually, that is really cool.
So both of these teams, though, I think one thing we can kind of come back to, and it keys off of your listing of mid lane champions, there's like, we're happy to play for late. So where the first 2 games, there was one team that definitely felt like there was time pressure to get something done and build a lead. I wonder if this game is going to go into a little bit more of a steady state from the early portions.
Well, we're obviously going to have a lot of that dictated by the draft, you know, but I do think that's for sure 100 Thieves style. I think it's for sure CFO style as well. You know, when I think about 100 Thieves, traditionally, when they are proactive early, it's through moves made by Closer, or it's made by pre-set up bot lane dives, right? So if they're going to be active, it's going to be through those kind of 2 mechanisms. But largely, you know, there are a team that's comfortable to go late and really look to team fight.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of going to be a similar style for CFO, right? The way they like to play is, hey, we'll get these advantages through strong laners like Rest, like when you look at Shun in that bot side as well, and then use that to set up for Mission in those later fights, as you said, on these big late game control mages like the Talia and the Victor. So I think this is going to be the exact same story.
All right, time for game number 3 of the World Championship group stage here as we head down to the stage to meet Flying Oyster and 100 Thieves.
I have the great privilege of introducing a brand new team to the international stage here in New York. They took the PCS by storm, winning 4 series in a row. I present to you CTBC Flying Oyster. Opponents and runners-up to the North American title, the 2nd seed from the LCS, your 100 Thieves! 2022 group stage continues. Make some noise! And welcome back to the caster desk, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Vidias, Koblar, and Quickshot bringing you the third and final game for our trio. 100 Thieves taking on the Flying Oysters. And of course, 400 Thieves, I love in particular hearing from Abadage talking a little bit about how they have been undervalued, underestimated at times. They made that finals. You would still assume that they are going to be the favorite in this match, Kobe.
Oh, I certainly hope so. Definitely pulling for him here. As far as the Champions Queue angle for this, for the most up-to-date info on these players, Gemini and Rest have actually been smashing a ton of games with chock full of Worlds players. Gemini still playing the Poppy extremely effectively, going for a lot of games even after the nerf to Poppy's jungle clear on the damage, and even playing some of the jungle carries, which he did not do that much during summer for the Oysters. Very, very curious to see, because the two big players on the side of 100 Thieves for all of summer were also Someday and Crawl Closer. Top and jungle, I think, is going to be incredibly important for this game.
All right, now, Vedius, talk to me a little bit about the expectations and maybe some of the things that we've also learned from the previous two games. Have we seen any trends? It's obviously a small number, but differences from what we've seen in play-ins. Has already straight out the gate, Yumi and Caitlyn banned away.
So I think that there are some rules that you can take from historic Worlds performances and apply them to right now. If you believe that you are better than your opposition, scaling is a very good thing. If you believe that your opposition is, well, better than you, you have to be willing to go toe-to-toe with them in the early game. Because as Darmon demonstrated, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Whereas if you cannot contest them in the early game, Fnatic demonstrated that they will run you down in the late game. The question is, how do both of these teams see each other?
And with a Sylas and Seraphine ban from the side of the Oyster, I feel like that really increases the priority on the Azir. Definitely a big one for them. Mission plays so many control mages here. They're almost always going to have him on a scaling AP threat for their team fights. Also starts you thinking about the Senna angles even, trying to deny the Senna from 100 Thieves. That was a really big one for them during the regular season too.
Aatrox finds his way through the bans this time round, locked in for Rest in that top lane. 4 games played this summer, undefeated across all of them, and our first to the group stage in New York.
Oh, the cheeky Belvet for the respect shown towards the Mad Lions, with Closer's famous Lee Sin being hovered right now. This was something domestically he found a lot of success on, but he is just teasing us for the time being as they lock in the misfortune for the bot side of the
I'm getting scared, fellas. I'm getting flashbacks already to the Cloud9 draft when Misfortune and Sejuani locked in first 2 here. 400 Thieves. We'll see if they fare better with it. On the side of CFO, locked in immediately here. Gemini has gone back to over and over the Viego. It does give you that good dueling. Still sticking to this champion even after the nerfs. And Kai'Sa pairing that with it for the dive composition possibilities here, trying to follow up.
Well, this will be Shun's first Kai'Sa, but for Gemini on the Viego, his most played champion throughout the course of summer by 3. 11-8-5. Viego, Wukong, Lee Sin. So a lot of comfort. I want to see how it shapes up in the rest of the draft as well.
A lot of hovers coming in from 100 Thieves right now. Question is, what direction will they go in? He wants to answer the Aatrox with the Fiora. Someday, he had an impressive regular season. Debatable how strong he was during the playoffs, but still a player you have to respect. And he is saying that he is willing to go toe-to-toe with Rest, known as the BM King domestically.
Yeah, and Rest has definitely been a monster on the Aatrox as well, so we'll see if this Fiora counter pick actually finds any traction. It is theoretically really good counter pick into it with the riposte, with the refund there on the Qs as well. As we dip into support bans here, trying to deny Kai'Sa some of those common lane partners as well as more dive options. Immediately, 100 Thieves ban away that Nautilus, one of the go-to pairings.
Look at this, Leona, Nautilus. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Mumu being removed from the side of the Flying Oysters. The question is, once you narrow this pull down enough, what direction do you then go? Because when you think about engaged supports, do you then edge towards things like the Braum? I think Braum could be good when you look at what 100 Thieves have been drafting, and Oysters could try and limit. But do you really want to put Kai'Sa, Braum as your bot lane? I feel like the options that you have to pair up with your AD carry is now becoming very, very narrow.
Yeah, that's why I like these bans here from 100 Thieves. Whittling down on Koala. Champ pool here is even when Enchanters were at their prime, he definitely was very, very heavy-handed towards the engaged supports and really trying to split up that Kai'Sa. Renata is available. Braum is also available. You could still go things like Rakan. Amumu's taken away by 100 Thieves. The classic combination with Misfortune. The curse just out bullet time. Rel after those buffs. The other all in there. They pick up the Rel and they get that control mage that you know Mission wants.
Okay, so the Flying Oysters have a little bit of a dive comp. They have very strong team fighting overall, with Rel being the primary engage, but then ultimately great backline access with the Viego and the Kai'Sa with your typical scaling control mage. 100 Thieves right now exploring what direction they want to go, because you talk about team fighting with the dive from CFO, but 100 Thieves have just overall a lot of crowd control, a lot of front-to-back threat, and then also a lot of backline access with the Akali locked in for Abadage.
16 games played on Akali for Abadage, 12 of those victories. Very comfortable on the pick. Closer will round out that composition with the Sejuani. I was hoping for the Lee Sin praying for it. I think hopefully it will come out, because we zoom out. What do you make of the 100 Thieves team composition?
One of the biggest things when you pick a Sejuani is you want melee solo laners to pair with, so got really good pairings there with Someday and Abadage, both locking in these melee champs that can stack up the stun really quickly. Abadage, the assassin here in mid lane, looking to scale up to level 6, and then boom, kill pressure, roam around, try and capitalize on it.
You can feel the electricity in the room as soon as 100 Thieves not only locked in Akali, but those Thundersticks start coming together. The second NA team on stage here at the Hulu Theater, and 100 Thieves looking to pick up the first win for NA at Worlds.
And I think even though they have some similar elements to the Cloud9 comp, it's much easier to play these champions versus the Flying Oyster lineup, because there is no giant long Maokai ultimate coming at you to stop your Misfortune channel. There's no Ornn ultimate that you have to deal with. There's no Renata, giant sweeping crowd control things for them to have to work around.
For me, I think the mid lane matchup is where I'll be keeping my eyes in the early game, because Abadage going for the Akali, this is I'm not going to say a disrespectful pick, but it's not an easy one to play in this matchup. Victor can be hyper oppressive in the 1v1, and Mission, he is very comfortable on the champion, so it's going to be a big test for both these mid laners to showcase what they're capable of in their first game here at Worlds.
The Flying Oysters picked up gold leads in 28 of their 35 games from the PCS at the 14-minute mark. Many of those were significant gold leads, an average of 1,800. I want to see if they can do the same thing on the international stage against 100 Thieves, the #1 seed from the PCS coming up against the #2 seed from the LCS, and New York erupts with a classic USA chant. Kobe, let's turn our attention to these opening minutes, whether or not Closer will be closed in on by Gemini in this Viego.
Yeah, a lot of defensive warding opening up here for 100 Thieves. 2 wards dropped here in the river very early on. Then you get the recall there for Huhi, immediately switching over to the sweeper already for Amumu, and positioning a little bit aggressively here.
Right now, it looks like they're trying to cover Closer's blue buff. Nothing too aggressive going to come out from CFO, though. They're going to posture up towards the bot side of the lane. Gemini and Rest going to be securing the top side, which means that both junglers going to be going in opposite directions, as Closers are going to look to path towards the Fiora. I don't expect him to threaten any dives early on, but I think primarily his goal will be to cover Someday. Remember, in this early lane matchup, it can be a little bit difficult for the Fiora. Around that level 3 mark is when Aatrox does have some real threat, but then the matchup really starts to scale in the favor of Fiora as the lane goes on.
And again, Sejuani can be very aggressive as a jungle matchup when you have double melee solo laner, so you can even look for those super early ganks to try and get key summoner spells out for the matchup, or even look for those kills. And with the opposite pathing here, bottom side pushing for CFO, as well as Gemini heading over on the Viego, full clearing top to bottom for him.
I'm really interested to see, really every single one of these lanes has high amounts of expected trades and engage potential. The Kai'Sa Rel got jumped on first by Bandage Toss from Huhi and FBI, who have instantly backed away just a moment ago. Mid lane for now. Victor is now under some threat. Gemini will spot out Closer. Mission has been able to step backwards. You see whether or not Closer will be here more than Rest.
I've been spotted! He throws up
The shock face.
The jinx from Arcane as he transitions to the other side. Does mean there is a little bit of lead there for Gemini too. More efficient pathing, not going for the swing towards mid lane. Like we said, you know, fishing for summoner spells. Maybe you could get a little bit aggressive there, even a little bit of a damage trade. But with the timing, Viego already on Raptors, they do get a little bit of a sighting there, and it will just be continued full clears for both of them, opposite sides. Sejuani here, actually, Closer probably going to have to stop off there from Krugs and go pick up Scuttle Crab a little early since he took the detour through mid.
So the matchup's kind of going as expected for the time being. The push from CFO in the mid lane, the push from 100 Thieves up towards top. The one I wasn't entirely sure about was his bot lane, a matchup that we don't get to see very often. Kai'Sa, Rel into Misfortune and Mumu. Of course, MF and Mumu becoming a lot more prevalent as we've seen in play-ins. But Rel is a champion that we haven't seen a lot of. And Kobe, you and I were talking earlier in the day about how her buffs are actually surprisingly significant. Her engage is now just a flat 13-second cooldown as we see Huhi going in once again.
Advantage toss forward. Huhi's now looking for a bit more. Finds it. That's Koala below 200. Flash for flash. Shun! First blood onto 100 Thieves. Huhi's taken down. He followed it up after being engaged on. And now FBA is in trouble. Call for reinforcements. Gemini's trying to find the second kill for the Flying Oysters, and Koala steps forward. Ferromancy crashed down. A kill traded back and forth. At least FBI is on the board.
The first and second blood Oyster right here. Bottom lane just destroyed there for the 100 Thieves. Both of them go down. Minions will be lost as well. FBI goes down as the wave crashes. Huhi's the only one around to be able to pick up the straggling ones here as that one goes into the dirt.
What a fantastic debut for this bot lane. Shun, the rookie of the team, along with the experienced veteran of Koala, they punish Huhi's aggression. They remount on the Koala to then set up the initial pick. He then flashes away, but then Huhi, he's overcommitted. The damage from Shun, the flashing in to secure that kill, and then Gemini's in the perfect position to set up the dive. A great start for CFO.
Yeah, you can tell. Shun immediately there with the positioning. There was no way they were going to back down from that game of support all-in chicken. He follows it up. He gets that auto off. The Kai'Sa passive, massive there. And Gemini, the standout there from Champions Queue, past full clear all the way down on Viego. Easy move for him to come support that big play from the bottom lane, setting it up.
And statistically speaking, from a PCS perspective, Shun's damage percentage and damage per minute in comparison to the rest of the league was below average. Was not one of the players that really shone in the PCS. So not only is this combo something we haven't seen a huge amount of before, he is popping off in this early game.
But considering how young of a player he is, it's really impressive how mechanically he has stood out within the PCS. He is a player that the region is very excited about and the potential that he's capable of. And to start off your tournament like this kind of matches the expectations that have been put on his shoulders.
Yeah, especially with this team comp. That is greatly going to accelerate the win conditions here for the Flying Oyster. They can go for those dive bomb Kai'Sa plays much earlier. This also is going to allow them to unlock Koala for some of these roams. The Hex Tech flash here picked up for him, so constant aggressive looks now towards bottom lane. They call Gemini again. They clear out the vision for 100 Thieves. They can get the push into full river control for themselves.
And I think for Flying Oyster, if they're able to arrest Dragon control from their gold lead, it's twofold. Not only does it help them set up for a win, 100 Thieves have had great Dragon control, led the way to many victories, but from the Flying Oysters, they generated gold leads on average 1.8k from the PCS. The early play in bottom lane has accelerated them up 1,000 gold against 100 Thieves, and that Dragon is up already. A little bit of contest in and around the river.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Someday is doing well with the Fiora, constantly pushing this Aatrox in, able to get him under the tower. And Abadage on his level 6 power spike here with Sword Shoes for the Akali, trying to just keep some presence in that river, not to let the bottom lane advantage for Oysters spill over.
Yeah, I mean, so far, everything going very comfortably for CFO. They have the advantage bot, they have the advantage in mid for the time being. And really top lane's doing what he can considering the matchup. We talked about how very early on there are windows where Aatrox can really take advantage of the 1v1, but now with these itemizations, with the levels, advantage for Someday, it's going to be much harder for rest. Engage tries to come through for Huhi. Nothing really going to amount to much as Closer is shadowing behind, staying in the fog of war. Will now move into this brush. And then looking for a play to try and get this bot lane back in, or at the very least make sure they can push this wave underneath the tower.
Yeah, such good restraint shown here from CFO bottom lane. Even with the big lead, they know with the positioning, hey, Sejuani probably down here trailing. If Amumu's fishing for this, definitely don't give the play to them. Giant pushing wave. We only have a couple seconds to wait. As long as we don't step up and make some giant ego play, we'll retain this massive advantage.
It's the rule of thumb, Kobe. Never fight into a stack wave, right? It's just, not only
like,
do you have...
why are they going for this?
When not only are there opponents in front of you, but the minions also act as an additional enemy. So very smart, good respect there. But it's not Gemini that's going to start this one off. He is just going to start this one off solo. Closer will be there to match him. But look at the mini-map. We can see both supports heading their way towards the Herald. Huhi, though, has the slight advantage.
Very quick itemization and CS differences, no significant
Hang on a
advantage
second.
as Someday takes a Q to the face and forces Rest to flash once Closer comes in from the flank. This did interrupt the Herald as a minor win, bought enough time for Koala riding that metal horse. Magnet Storm unlocked, and this could be a 3v3 in the top lane.
Yeah, we've got actually a 5v5 possibly brewing with both bottom lanes heading up as well. Misfortune with Strut is a little bit behind, but can walk a bit quicker. Kai'Sa already here. Herald does leash though, so there's a delay on the giant Herald fight.
Both supports are level 6. That crucial ultimate. The primary engages of both teams will be available. And remember, the biggest difference, CFO, they want to try and dive, leverage their intent mobility to get onto the backline, whereas Abadage is going to be using his mobility to access that backline himself. Both teams are posturing 5 versus 5 on the map. The Herald, the objective.
Who pulls the trigger? Who pulls the trigger? 100 Thieves. They're on the Herald.
Look at Koala. Keep your eyes on the Rel.
Stepping forward, Magnet Storm! Followed up by the Killer Instinct and closes Simpacking with the Glacial Prison. Does so much to dissuade the engage. It's 100 Thieves that get the kills. Abadage's 5-point strike. Manages to get it and steps back away. The engage was great. The counter was better.
The massive Misfortune ultimate from FBI over the entire CFO team. 100 Thieves, they get the kills and they get the Rift Herald.
I thought that fight was going to go horribly for 100 Thieves because at the start of this, look, keep your eyes on Huhi. He's going to miss his engage, and that's the window that CFO used. The 2-man ultimate, but the riposte is good. Then the flash ultimate from Huhi sets up for the MF ultimate to rip apart CFO. They're forced to disengage, and 100 Thieves not only secure the Herald, but pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, the chase afterwards there too, picking up 1 more for themselves. Koala right back out to the map though, clear out some of that vision. They did not get the bounty on top of Kai'Sa's head, as Shun was one of the ones able to escape right back through, but no summoner spells or ult left for him.
Look at that damage from FBI's Bullet Storm. The fact that Someday was also able to riposte the engage, that CC, instantly became a threat that needed to be made aware of. I missed that in the live. Now, important to note, 100 Thieves are still down 700 gold, but they can use that Rift Herald for a plate gank, use that to get some control. Also, Somebody's up 20 CS, 30 CS in that top lane, Kobe.
Yeah, and every lane now is looking at jungle ganks because so many flashes were burned in this. Right now, mid pressure is going to allow the push out for CFO. They'll transition over to Dragon as Closer comes to check.
The window now the 100 Thieves have is the Herald in top lane. You can see that Someday does have the push. There's nothing that's going to get in his way if he wants to use it with the Divine Sunderer completed as well. Is he actually going to look to proxy this? No, he's just going to trade a little bit and disengage. I thought that was a good window for him to actually throw this down and really threaten that secure on the top tower, but for the time being, he's going to hold on to it. Will pick up that ward there. Cheeky little deny. But CFO, they will secure their first Drake of the game. Small bonus for them. And the thing we also have to highlight is Shun sitting at 3-0-0 right now. While that fight did not go in the favor of CFO, he was the only one to pick up a kill, and he's continuing to scale up and become a real threat.
And they did a good job tracking cooldowns as well, playing around. Misfortune doesn't have ult backup for this Dragon fight, so we're going to move in. We'll take it while that is down. They don't have to threat.
That was just beautiful. Closer is going to be able to help out.
Wait a minute!
But it turned around! How did that turn around? The gravity field stunned them! The gravity field stunned them!
The gravity field locked Abadage in place, and they're not done just yet.
Yo, we need a slow-mo on that replay. I was convinced Mission was gonna die, and I could not be more wrong.
Mission stands tall in the face of the assassin. Immediately, they get the counter, and Gemini comes in. Viego, execution damage, bursts down Abadaga.
Call him Tom Cruise, because he pulled off an impossible mission. It didn't deserve that laugh, but thank you, Betty.
I've kind of hurt. That's how painful it was to listen to that. Mission leveraging his experience there. This is his 5th world appearance. The man stood in the face of execution and held his ground, walked away the victor as his jungler came in to protect him.
Oh my God, it's the 1-2 punch up here.
He didn't realize it. Was that intentional? Anyways, let's take a look at the slow-mo. That wasn't intentional. He doesn't do that.
So look at the engage here. It was a clean engage from Abadage. Everything lands. He's just waiting for the ultimate, but then he gets rooted up. He gets stunned by Gemini into the root from the gravity field, which means that he gets locked up long enough to allow CFO to secure that kill. Beautiful play from the mid-jungle duo. The synergy coming in clutch.
Gemini's timings have been so good here, working to the lanes that need him. Let's take a look at Closer and who he headed up top, though. Someday the winning part for 100 Thieves.
Glacial Variable Rift Herald is not valuable. It is taken out and denied by Gemini as well as Rest. That gold lead is maintained at 1,500 in favor of the Flying Oysters.
Too many things now should be going well for 100 Thieves, but they are just falling apart. 100 Thieves now have their eyes set on the blue buff, but I don't know if this is an objective they can fight.
Right now, Koala steps forward. Ferromancy into the Magnet Storm. Closer can throw out the Prison and Pete. Put Rest in place, but FBI is jumped on by Gemini. So for 1 kill to 100 Thieves, here comes Abadage. It's traded for FBI, who steals the Make Array, and the Gemini will be able to use the Heartbreaker and pick up that misfortune. Closes down next. Someday and Huhi join up with Abadage. Rest will pull back. It's a 2,000 gold lead, and the fight goes the way of the Oysters.
The first seed from the PCS has come to play and silence this crowd. What a phenomenal performance from them in the early game. You talked about how domestically they were known for building gold leads. Well, Quickshot, they already find themselves with a 2.2k gold lead.
It's not done just yet. It's now Mission's the target. He's 1, 2, 3 members strong. Gravity field comes up. The riposte is going to deny the stun, and at least 100 Thieves get that kill back. The game is not out of 100 Thieves' hands, but it is starting to fall apart around them.
Exactly. Look at especially the Kaisa. Shun is so fed. This is insane. Gets off solo tower gold in mid lane, in addition to the extra kills afforded to him earlier. This Kaisa is out of control. How do we reset this? We don't even have a keyboard. There we go. All right. It's a massive, massive power spike for him. This means that when Flying Oysters implement the composition that they've set up here, so many CCs to set up for Kaisa plays, when he has ult available, flash, and cleanse available, he can dive bomb in, get that kill, and immediately reset.
Flying Oysters so far managing these skirmishes sublime. Despite that Rift Herald fight going the way of 100 Thieves, almost every other play thus far has gone the way of Flying Oyster. They picked up first blood, they picked up first dragon, they've picked up the first tower, and it is 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Gemini on this Viego as well. Reminder that that was blue side's second pick. He's 2-1-3. Just shy of 100% kill participation, has utilized the champion that he is most well known for out of the PCS to near perfection. And this will be an uncontested Herald, Kobe.
Yeah, certainly will. 100 Thieves, no business fighting that one. You lose so much ground when you lose the mid tower that early on. Allows Flying Oyster. You can see these wards, they're already starting to get in around the objectives as 100 Thieves trying to play the other side. 3-person dive again.
Flash and World Ender available. That's both of them used. Dashing, dodging, ducking, diving. Riposte plus one more lunge does it. Mission completes the teleport, throws a Chaos Storm forward. Closer, Huhi, and Someday, the hit squad make it out. Now, does Shun fancy a shot with that Killer Instinct? Not into 3. He backs out. 100 Thieves get the kill and get away.
And it's smart timing to go for that play for 100 Thieves as well. They're trying to play away from this Kaisa as much as possible because that is so much of the gold lead of Flying Oyster right now. They get the kill, they get out while Mission is teleporting in and escape this time without a counter.
So now, 100 Thieves going to leverage their numbers advantage to start off the Drake. CFO, they're going to be forced to just give this one up. You can see blue pings coming down on the bot lane tower. They have their eyes set on an objective that they can look to trade it for, but they don't have information as to where 100 Thieves are right now. They know that Abadage is top, and they will catch the Misfortune in mid, which will give them this window. Over the wall, the Rel will go, and they'll get a little bit more deep vision to help offer protection for Mission as he secures that objective, which means that another tower will go into their back pocket. But the gold lead's still very sizable for CFO.
I wish to throw a huge shout out to our stats team who've helped us throughout this event, and a little bit of hopium to everyone in New York City, to every LCS fan out there. 6 out of the Flying Oysters' 10 losses. This was a team that had a gold lead at 14 minutes. And if we look at their gold graphs, as we have done, there are a lot of nosedives from the top of Mount Everest in those losses columns. So for the Flying Oysters, have they been able to clean up how they close games out? And for 100 Thieves, their team composition can still fight back. They just cannot fall further behind. Because when you start getting hit with that wallet, it gets so much harder. This looks to be another kill. Rest is thrown down the ultimate, but 2 members of 100 Thieves jumping, flashing forward. The stun comes out. Gemini arrives. He's not going to be able to find the route just yet. Someday will get killed. And Koala won't find one. 1-for-1 trades.
Ooh, Someday commits under the tower there to finish off that kill, allowing, with these Hex Gates especially, CFO to come. They pick up the counter one. That was the one winning lane for 100 Thieves. Has been the Fiora, has been Someday, has been their power point. And now with the 1-for-1 trade, that's actually good for CFO as they're able to capitalize on an objective for themselves in the aftermath.
And just look at how much Mission is benefiting on the map. The veteran for this roster, 200 CS at 18 minutes, just short of 19 minutes. He's now going to secure another tower, but they go in on him isolated.
Right now, it's just Death Brush all day. The strategy for 100 Thieves. Who he goes in the field, out the field, right back in. Teleport's committed. FBI makes it rain. He's got bullet time available, but needs them to get locked down. He no ultimate, no flash, no range. Teleport does nothing. And Flying Oysters get out.
It was Rest who TP'd to the bot lane to catch that wave, and Someday TP'd into the fight. That could have been a massive team fight for 100 Thieves, leveraging their numbers advantage and the fact that Mission just flashed, but they couldn't quite lock down CFO as they were disengaging. So they're able to get away, continue to maintain this gold lead, and 100 Thieves don't get anything off the back.
Yeah, it's a 2-person surprise on Mission, but the 2 people are 2 tanks. Sejuani and Amumu not exactly going to have enough burst to finish off the kill. Now they open up a window, they are unable to get any actual value out of it. CFO retain their gold lead, and they retain the map pressure here, constantly pushing out. They have still yet to drop a tower to 100 Thieves, allows them much better use of these Hex Gates. You can immediately reset back out onto the map, get to these plays that much quicker, get to those rotations so you're not dropping those extra resources.
CFO right now just moving into 100 Thieves jungle. They have their eyes on Someday, but they realize that he's too far away. They're not going to overcommit to that play. Instead, they're just going to drop a bit of vision. You can slowly start to see the vision getting deeper and deeper. 100 Thieves losing more and more control over the map. They do have control over the Baron for the time being. They're also going to have control over this mid-wave, but one of the weaknesses of this composition is their siege and a straight front to back. When Mission is there, the wave clear is too strong, and 100 Thieves can't risk getting close to that tower.
Yeah, I think CFO right now on some big power spikes looking for that dive bomb play. They've invested pretty heavily into flat penetration. You have the Collector for Kai'Sa for the burst damage executions, and the Shadow Flame also just now done for Mission. Big 2-item power spikes for both of the main carries here. So, 100 Thieves have to be a little bit careful with what they're toying with.
Vedius, when I look ahead, a minute to the next Drake, Hextech, Soul is what we're playing for. Baron is open and available. 100 Thieves so far have tried to find those picks and haven't been as successful as they would hope. Do you anticipate they fancy themselves a shot at a straight head-to-head team fight? Are they still looking for picks? How do they come back into this game as they are down 3,500 gold?
I would say that 100 Thieves comp can team fight, and it's not like that it's weakened by any means, because you still have like a Mumu NF, Akali with a good flank can also find ways in. But strictly speaking, on paper, as Mission face checks the Akali, she missed everything.
Shuriken doesn't manage to connect. Abadage will definitely want to fix that for the next engage.
I think 100% of the chance of winning a team fight for 100 Thieves is predicated on hitting an Amumu ultimate to lock people in place for MF. If they don't hit that, they're going to lose.
And I think that when you kind of strictly look at CFO's comp, it's just so much easier to play when it comes to the fights. The TP is now coming in, the Dragon is up in 7 seconds. It is CFO that have control of the mid wave, and actually they're conceding the bottom river right now. They're moving up towards the Baron.
Look at the vision on the minimap, Vedius. All of that vision with 100 Thieves cleared out. Flying Oyster, thank you from our observers. The engage comes out from Koala and Shun. That's a dead Huhi. Curse of the Sad Mummy not available. And the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden has been turned into a library as the LCS fans, 100 Thieves, are being bullied, beaten, and bashed around the rift. The Dragon is up, it's been started, it's uncontested.
Great use of those control wards by CFO. 3 control wards, they just black out the map around Baron, waiting in the side brush, and immediately they jump on that hope for 100 Thieves. They take out the Amumu, then they take out that possible CC to set up Misfortune ultimate. Really nicely done from them. Guarantees them the objective afterwards.
Shun, the young player, the newest addition to this roster at the beginning of the year, is right now 5-0-0 in his very first international game. What a stand-up performance from him, but a lot of it is being set up by his team, and you can see just beautiful commitment from the bot lane. Koala with the engage, the ultimate to follow it from Shun, and they just melt this Amumu off the map. Beautiful play overall from CFO as they secure the Dragon and now have their eyes set on a potential Baron.
Right now, the pace of the game is being dictated by the Flying Oyster. 100 Thieves will once again find themselves a pick. Now, this is great. This is exactly what the 100 Thieves need. And their composition is by no means at a point that at 3K, they cannot claw it back. It's important. Stop conceding gold. Stop conceding kills. Do not concede this Baron. Don't let it get stolen. You are the Thieves.
Huhi's looking for a flank opportunity, but he won't be able to find it. Will be spotted out by Mission. Abadage hang on the flank, the engage from Closer.
Oh, the double block was great, but it doesn't set up the kill. Abadage forced to run for his life now. Baron's been interrupted. Rest is trying to end 100 Thieves' world. There is too much damage, too much chase, and Flying Oyster kill 100 Thieves.
A triple kill for Shun. That is 100 Thieves wiped off the map, and that will be the Baron secured for the Flying Oysters.
Shun is legendary! 8 kills for the Kaisa now. So insanely fed, and the Flying Oysters with Baron are gonna leave their mark. Here's another look at the setup. Closer goes out, hits the Sejuani ultimate, but as they go for the engage, Rest just comes in, the Aatrox, a force on the front line, trying to chase down with the power of that Victor ultimate, flashing in there for the double knockup, insane follow-up.
And that is the dive that we were talking about. The moment that Rest commits onto the fight, the Viego ultimate is right next to him, the Kaisa ultimate is right next to him, and it's not a single member going in, it is all 3 damage threats diving onto the back line, and Someday wasn't even in the fight, and this is why we were saying strictly from the front to back, CFO have the advantage in the 5v5.
7,500 gold lead, and help me if this is not the right way to frame it, but it feels to me like 100 Thieves under pressure, falling a little bit behind early, are just not finding the counter engages. They are being caught out. Frankly, they're being pushed around the map by the Flying Oysters. I want to give everyone a heads up that PCS versus LCS all time is 4 wins to the LCS, 3 wins to the PCS. Right now, 100 Thieves is on the verge of dropping a game to the Flying Oysters, who make their World Championship debut. Baron, power plays, powered up by that Red Bull, pushing this bottom lane. This is the 5th tower secured uncontested, and it is looking more and more difficult because Flying Oysters engage is just so powerful.
They're on the doors of the base of 100 Thieves. They're being pushed to the brink. They're going to need a miracle fight to be able to bounce back in this one. The gold seems insurmountable, and CFO have done a fantastic job of leveraging their leads to suffocate their opposition.
Kaisa almost has Infinity Edge, and we're looking at 2 items on Misfortune here. I cannot get over the massive advantage of Shun. This is going to be so dangerous for 100 Thieves. Everything standing here, trying to defend inhibitors.
Oh man, 800 plus 40 CS. The Baron-empowered minions are starting to clear out. And of course, because of that Baron buff, they're so much more difficult to be cleared. Abadage and Closer looking for an opportunity. They have to hit their skill shots. They have to do it again and again to make back this goal deficit.
4,000 Red Bull Baron power play in the favor of CFO right now. They've secured the first base tower. They're looking for the first inhibitor. Rest is going to clear out that mid wave as a new one joins the fray. CFO likely not going to try and end the game right now. The Dragon spawns in about 35 seconds, and after securing this tower, I expect them to disengage.
I think as soon as that cleanse comes up for Shun, there's zero chance that 100 Thieves could be able to win a team fight anyways. With that thing up, even with the Amumu flash in, trying to land an ultimate, their dream scenario becomes non-existent. And there's the Infinity Edge for Shun. He resets. It's a 4-item Kaisa to the 2-item Misfortune. Not to mention the massive powerhouse level 16 spike for Victor Mission in mid lane, also up an item.
And I think expectations were that this is not how this game would go. No. The second seed from the LCS, often overlooked as a roster. I think expectations were high, especially when you look at that top side of the map. Going up against the PCS, a region that over the last few years internationally has not looked great, especially during the group stages of World. To come in with this level of performance, to be winning out straight up in the 2 versus 2, for Gemini to be in the right place at the right time, pretty consistently throughout the early game, this is a performance that is going to shake heads, potentially shake up this group.
And a roster that shook up the PCS. They won 4 best of series back-to-back-to-back, surprising everybody. They make their international debut. And even more importantly, the player that maybe didn't have the largest impact regionally, Shun, is the guy that's leading the charge today. New look, new duo in this bottom lane, and the Flying Oysters once again stepping forward. Don't forget that they're in the same group as Gen G, and Royal never give up. There's always going to be a difficult group to compete in. And Flying Oysters, they've got themselves 3 dragons. It's still that 10k gold lead, super minions in the bottom lane, and they are just grouped up pushing top.
Here comes the pain train. CFO have arrived. The secondary tower is very dangerous to fight at for 100 Thieves. I think they should not.
Oh, someday the Riposte keeps him up and alive. We'll be able to slow down further chase. Koala not getting that Magnet Storm off, potentially saving some lives. 6 tower deficit. Damn, those Hex Gates are loud. As 100 Thieves are now defending. Minions in the middle lane, they've fended off at least half of this inhibitor timer, but it's a minute to Baron, 3.5 to Soul.
Exactly that quick shot. That'll be the next main objective on the map. 100 Thieves are going to have to try and contest the Baron. If they can steal it away, they can buy more time. There's windows of opportunity for them to bounce back into this game.
All right, fellas, keep pumping me full of the hopium. I need a hit now, like really bad.
I mean, I think so much of this is like, Abbedagge is getting to a point where he, in theory, can execute Shun. The question is, will he actually be able to do it? Because the amount of mobility that he has at his disposal, the amount of damage that he has, the real world,
look at this
where Shun is the executor.
I always got to stopwatch.
Okay, never mind. It's no longer possible to execute Shun.
For 100 Thieves, they are hoping and looking for Flying Oysters to maybe overstep. Look at the vision. It is pretty deep right now. They're starting to push it in this northern quadrant. The Dragon River is empty as we're still 3 minutes away. Very, very clear. Flying Oysters, they're setting up for Baron. They're pushing the waves. They're pulling the vision down. Now they're going to back out and wait for that to spawn in a few seconds' time.
They've been grinding away, too. Nice to see the hard work rewarded here for the Flying Oyster. Baron about to spawn, and once again, they've done a very good job with the fundamentals. Sweep clean all the vision here for 100 Thieves. Make them face check into you, into your massive advantage.
Oh,
this is melting.
Baron steal Hope.
Hope. Is it going to happen? Back away. Flying Oysters have been disciplined most of this game. They have not overextended.
Look at the base.
Consistently, super minions are inside the base. Freddy, you called it right.
CFO, they know that they have a pressure point in the bot lane. They know that their top wave is pushing as well. CFO are just playing the map.
100 Thieves in another do or die situation. The pressure cannot be higher. 2,000 hit points into the pit. It's stolen. LCS steals the Baron. But is it enough to steal the game? Shun and Gemini are chasing inside the mist. And just like that, 3 members down. Abbedagge gets at least 1 back. Rest is continuing to chase. Shun manages to find another. Flying Oysters are inside the base. 100 Thieves steal Baron, but CFO secure the game.
It's 10 kills for Shun and a Nexus in their eyes. CFO will come out swinging in Game 1 at Worlds.
Formulae! Flying Oysters dominate, destroy, and decimate 100 Thieves.
Well played, Flying Oyster. My goodness. massive advantages for the carries on this team. The only way going 100 Thieves was top lane with the counter pick, with the Fiora. Victor, giant leads there for Mission. Huge CS for himself. Gemini able to get in place for exactly what the lanes needed. The counter gank on mid, supporting the bottom side there, getting Shun fed in the first place, and then Shun being able to run away with that lead he got.
It was an impressive game, the way in which they attacked the bot lane, just overall, the way they played the map as well, and just Gemini being in all the right places at the right time. It felt like that they just got a lot of what they're already very comfortable on. It felt like that they just came into this tournament saying, we're not going to do anything too crazy, we're just going to stick to what we know, and it worked out beautifully for them. Getting a big win over 100 Thieves, you think about this group and you think about how many people expect it to be super top heavy. Already now in day one, the Flying Oysters have come in and said, we're here, we're ready to play, and we can't afford to be underestimated.
Yeah, the confidence on the bottom side with the Rel Kaisa all in, not backing down from the Amumu there, immediately positioning up, getting that last auto in, getting that kill, and having Gemini come over for the dive there. Really big advantage early. They opened up by playing with huge confidence.
And all credit to the Flying Oysters, proactive, on the front foot, in the face of 100 Thieves. I did feel that multiple members of 100 Thieves missing crucial skill shots, feeling that pressure. When you're on that back foot and defensive, you cannot afford to make mistakes. And I think crucially for Flying Oysters, they forced errors out of 100 Thieves, always stepping into the darkness, always challenging them, and 100 Thieves had no answer.
Like, I will say that a lot of pressure had to be on Abadagi's shoulders when you're picking a champion like Akali, and he did not impress me in this game. Like, 100 Thieves, I think expectations were high. They wanted to prove that they were able to compete. And a game like this is going to frustrate them. And I imagine that they're going to look to bounce back. Remember last year, they did end up going 3-3, but that wasn't enough to get out of the group stages. And now after a loss here, it's only going to add to the pressure as only stronger opponents fight them in the future.
There's no doubt about that. I also want to give a little bit of a shout out to the crowd here in New York. It was a tough game to watch, and throughout the course of that meal, the room was quiet, but New York City, thank you so much for cheering for the Flying Oysters. The respect was amazing, and it was a hard cheer for the crowd. We're halfway through the first day of games. There's already been surprises and shocks. I think there was a lot of damage in that game, though. The trend of where is the damage no longer around. Oh, man. Production throwing up the post-game breakdown here. This is Vedius, I mean, ultimately, slow and steady grind up to the lead.
Mission really pulling a lot of weight here on the Victor, too. I mean, he has had an 8-year career here for himself and still putting up big numbers like this on the world stage. I think it's incredibly impressive to have that longevity.
I would say he was very much the unsung hero in this game, right? Doing a lot without really being the focal point, Shun really being the benefactor of all those kills, allowing the young rookie to be able to shine. It's like, it's one of the reasons when you talk about that stat, you know, the damage percentages, you could see Shun's impact, but it was Mission that was ultimately doing all of the damage.
100%. By the way, I do have to give a shout out to Emily Rand, who is unfortunately not here. I hope you get well soon. As probably the loudest voice on the Flying Oyster fan base on the broadcast side of things, I'm really intrigued to hear how you feel about this game, because you have split allegiances, young lady. If you are hungry for more Worlds content, we're going to move on, and you miss Emily Rand as much as we do, you can check out Rift Reactions, hosted by Emily and Travis Gafford over on Spotify. A new episode dropped this past Wednesday. Go give it a listen. I think you have some time just for the interview. Go.
No, let's get to the interview immediately.
Is it ready? It's ready? We're going to find out. Anyway, Shocks, over to you. Verizon post-game interview.
Indeed, Iris is just discussing with Rest here because we prepared before getting into it. First up, congratulations and an applause from the crowd for Flying Oyster. So, first question, unbelievable start here, and you got a huge advantage very early into the game. Why do you think you were able to amount such a big advantage over 100 Thieves?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了你们队伍的一个开门红。想问一下，在这场比赛当中，你们是如何在前期拿到一个这么大的一个优势，并且终结比赛的呢？
我们下路对线打得好，就我们下路对线拿出很大的优势，然后团战中野的配合很好，主要我这把上路在扛压。 所以没什么玩到。
So I think I would definitely give the credit to the bot laners. They had a really strong early game, and we had an advantage from and Sober from there, and we synergized with each other really well. I kind of just play my lanes in the top lane, so I would give the credit to my teammates.
Yes, they did very well. Now, a little birdie told me that you are sometimes referred to as the BM King because in interviews, sometimes you like to say some spicy things. So is there anything you'd like to say about either 100 Thieves or the rest of your group with Gen G and RNG?
因为其实好像你有一个比较出名的小称号叫边王嘛，然后就是说讲话可能比较直接，比较的有火药味。那有没有什么想对100T 说的，以及说在队内组内的一些队伍的话，有没有什么想对他们说的呢？
我们第一场比赛赢下了100T， 所以我们接下来还会再赢一场，我们会20他们。
So we won against 100 Thieves right here. So definitely we'll 2-0 them in the upcoming matchups.
Love that. Now, of course, you are the only PCS team representing the PCS in the main event. What are your general feelings about the strength of this group and how far you can get in the World Championship?
因为其实对于目前的一个赛段来讲，你们是唯一一支正在正赛阶段留下来的一支 PCS 队伍嘛，所以说你对你们这样的一个分组，包括说你的出现的一个几率是怎么看待的呢？
几率可能还挺有机会的，因为还挺有机会的。接着还要打中航队伍 LCK 跟 LPL 队伍，还要打 LCK 和 LPL 的队伍。感觉。 是有机会赢下一场
So I would say we definitely stand a chance to win against the other teams in our group, but we still have to win the matchups against LCK and an LPL team to see if we really can advance to the next stage.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Rest. The first victory here for Flying Oyster. Thank you to Iris as well. And we'll head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Flying Oyster smashing 100 Thieves for a victory to kick off the group stage. And I know Trevor was saying, that Emily Rand's probably the biggest Flying Oyster fan on the broadcast. Well, if she is, I tell you who number 2 and number 3 are. Myself and Dagda. Our 90-50-10s, our 10%s were both about this squad, and so far they're doing work to help those come true.
We are one step closer to getting that world domination you're hoping for. But honestly, it was great. I mean, Shun starts off with 2 quick kills on the bot side, and once this has started to go over, this is where I really started to get worried for 100 Thieves, because they are playing a composition that wants to try and play it through side lanes. But when Shun and that team fighting is starting to come online for Flying Oyster already, this is where it becomes a disaster. They can start to stack dragons, they can then force 100 Thieves to play these fights, but they did have a couple of good fights for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, this was a great bullet time, you know, helping to actually turn that one around. Both NA teams that have played today played pretty similar drafts, both going for Fiora, both going for MF, both going for Sejuani, right? It is kind of a similar principle here. Yes, there's the changes in the LeBlanc and the Akali, but it does seem like our teams have a similar read on the meta, but it's very difficult to execute on these types of compositions. And when you are playing something like Fiora, if your bot side is doing poorly, you don't actually get time to open up the map and really extend the advantages that you want through those side lane. It takes a really long time to really create advantages there. Now, 100 Thieves did try their best to have some 3-man plays towards side lanes to try to push somebody forward in this game, but you know, Mission was doing great in mid lane, Shun was incredible in the bot lane, and CFO was just pushing the pace of the game so much faster than 100 Thieves could really keep up with.
And that's where it became a really big issue for them, because as the game went on, they would have liked to try and set up for these sort of flanks, so you get Akali, Fiora into the back line, but because Mission had full control on side lanes, it was constantly pushing them in, having support from CFO. It made it very difficult then for 100 Thieves to have these fights until we got to this last one where Rest, I mean, take a bow. That was disgusting.
Yeah, your boy Aatrox back in the lineup, just pressing forward throughout that fight, sets up perfectly for the Kai'Sa ultimate. Triple kill coming through. I believe following that first Baron play, Shun was 8-0-0 on Kai'Sa. You can't approach that anymore, and sure, we'll take it back a little bit by getting a Baron steal, but it's a trade-off for nobody wants. Baron for the base.
And I think 100 Thieves did a decent job in the mid-game of trying to find moments where they could punish Flying Oyster, right? You saw them often trying to go towards Mission in that side lane where they're like, okay, Mission slightly overextended, let's see if you can overload one side of the map, especially when CFO aren't really in a position to answer back in the cross map, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, you can see there, the 2 big team fighters in the Victor and the Kai'Sa were just doing so much work when it got to those late game fights.
I'm just so interested to see, you know, if people are going to allow Mission to continue playing towards comfort. You know, I talked about it, Vic Victor, Azir, Talia, those are his big three that he's so comfortable on, that he really excelled on in the playoffs. They were willing to get that over, and he killed them for it. You know, yes, Shun is the one picking up so many of these kills, but it's Mission who's doing the brunt of the damage, who's really, really playing well, I think, throughout the mid and late stages of the game. And on this Victor, he looked absolutely in his comfort zone. Like, he was farming up a storm.
Kind of across the board, that looked like comfort for a Flying Oyster squad. And we talked about how both of these teams would generally be happy playing for late and looking for those team fights, but especially when your Kai'Sa gets that double kill early on. I mean, you're just like, can't wait for those team fights to come. We're going to run over you.
And that was the big thing for me, was like curious to see how CFO would manage in the individual lanes to get those leads. And I mean, we saw it there, Shun immediately getting that lead that then they could try and play through.
An absolutely hot start for the Flying Oyster. Now on the other side of the break, the face of evil fights against the best of the LPL in JDG. We'll see you right back here to preview that one in a moment.
Looking, coming. This one good. Look front. 1 HP, 1 HP. Viego. Nice, Ivy here. Yeah, looking. Take my kick. All really good.
Abenaki forced to run for his life now, but it's been interrupted. Rest is trying to end 100 Thieves' world. There is too much damage, too much chase, and Flying Oyster kill 100 Thieves.
My name is Vulcan. I play support for Evil Geniuses. EU fans have been, having their way for a while with NA, obviously, and to get the first best of 5 win versus EU, I think in history, is very nice. I think it was more of a score to settle. We wanted to have a win over EU. I think the biggest thing in today's wins versus Mad was Jojo. He was like constantly messing with them, and he just had so much confidence that he would perform. It sucks to see Mad Lions go. It sucks that the format was so hard and that they had to play a strong team like EG and a strong region like NA.
But I'm not sure if he can get it there.
Winning Worlds will be the end, but first we have to go through G2 and get our revenge. It took us a while to get back in the mood, back in the groove and stuff, but I think after having played so many games and plans, tiebreakers, winning the best of 5, I think we're in a very good spot, and we've had more recent stage experience compared to some other teams, and I think that could be a pretty good advantage for us. No, I think we've already proven we're not here to f around.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 as we gear up for Evil Geniuses versus JDG. Evil Geniuses, they had a monster series to qualify into this group stage. Vulcan citing confidence out of JoJo. And I'll tell you this much, this team has no shortage of confidence. They never have. They probably never will have a shortage of confidence, but they will need it to take down a game.
I've got to say, I need some hopium. After the day we've been having, Vulcan is giving it to me. He's gonna, he's gonna save NA, baby. I mean, coming into Worlds, honestly, you're coming into the group stage. This is the team that I had the most fear for based on the group, right? This is a team that, by all predictions, I think likely are going to be 4th in the group, right? I think this is an incredibly difficult group stage for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they really can step up and prove me wrong. I do hope that they will, but JDG is my favorite to win Worlds, so I'm not predicting anyone against them.
I mean, I'm right there with them. I mean, they look absolutely incredible. 369 looks nuts. Like, I think the biggest test here for EG is going to be that mid jungle and how everything kind of slots in.
Yeah, we'll dive into that one in just a moment. JoJo tweeting out in reference to your point there, Azale, while the rest of the North American teams...
Please, JoJo!
Don't worry. EG will save NA, he claims. We'll see if they can get it done. But let's talk about maybe why this team deserves to be confident, Azale.
Yeah, I mean, I think their improvement from spring towards summer was massive. Of course, yes, they're not playing with the exact same roster, but you can see the 4 members, I think, really stepping up around Kaori in the play-ins, trying to enable him. When they came into the play-in stage, I think very clearly they wanted to try something different. They were going towards early aggressive stuff with Kaori. They tried the Caitlyn, they tried the Kalista. It didn't really work, so it felt like they shifted back towards comfort, playing him on hyper carries, playing him on scaling like they did with Danny, and really setting him up for success as best they possibly can. When I think about the Braum games, when I think about the Thresh games, Vulcan was papering over some of the weaknesses that Kaori did show and enabled him to shine in a way that I think otherwise he wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, I think specifically that Thresh Aphelios combo was the one that stood out in my head because it allowed Kaori to go very aggressive in these team fights, but having that safety net, even being able to bait out, I was about to say, Mad, in some of these games where they overextended on trying to make picks happen with this Vi, you just got the safety coming through with the Lantern, making it very, very easy for them to carry that one back. So I think even just seeing EG, not only how they've grown like coming into Worlds, but also just the step up that we've seen from them from MSI as well, speaks volumes to how much this team is developing over the course of the year.
Absolutely, and someone that I always have faith in is Inspired. Even when EG was having tough times at MSI, I still thought Inspired was playing incredibly well individually. This is a guy that really has been impressing me. JoJo, I do think his development has been a tremendous amount of fun to watch. So I'm excited to see him go up against some of the very best mid laners in the world, and see how much he can learn from that, how much he can really go into it with confidence and say, I don't care what the nameplates are, I'm going to go right at you and I'm going to try to play with the same level of confidence I would against anyone else.
Yeah, I think many would say, particularly this year, of course, that Inspired JoJo best mid-jungle duo in the LCS. But here up against some really, really tough opponents on the side of JDG. But given the fact that they took the opportunity of MSI to learn so much, quite clearly, that's what I'm focused on this Worlds tournament as well. This is a very young player in JoJo, and he's already shown so much growth between MSI to Worlds. But can he replicate that same kind of success on the World stage against tougher and tougher opponents?
Yeah, that's where my big worry starts to come through, especially when you look at how good Yagao and Kanavi is. Grabs, we actually end up chatting to him a bit.
I'll look in their next game, we'll look at how good they are. How about that? Yeah.
But I think the big thing is, like, even Grabs was saying after 2020 Worlds that you take a Spryer's Bloom at the wrong time against Kanavi Kanavi, you're now tracked for the next 5 minutes. Like, they play at such an incredible level, and it's specifically working through guys like Yagao that you can see on your screen. He's been playing things like the Ari, the Talia, that kind of enabled this strong mid jungle, and they'll oftentimes use that then to go for these aggressive picks on the opposite side. And if you're thinking about a classic LPL team, the hyper aggressive, this is what JDG is.
And the thing that impresses me so much about Yagao is how good he is at just kind of like everything. Right, like he's so flexible. He seems to really bring whatever the team needs to the table, whether it is going to be a hyper carry, whether it's going to be more of a facilitating role, whether you need to be roaming and actually helping one of your side lanes that's not doing as well, or slamming home an advantage that's already there. Like, he always seems to have such an incredible understanding of how to advance the game forward, and he just seems to be doing it exactly at the right time every single game.
So you've in part answered the question I was going to ask, but I'll ask it to you a little bit more directly as an LPL rep. Those numbers that we saw for you, now understanding much bigger league there, so rankings is something you should pay a little bit less attention to when you're used to seeing normally out of 10 teams. But they weren't necessarily numbers that speak to me as like, wow, this guy is going to hard smash a game. What is it about him that you feel makes him such an effective jungler if it's not by the numbers?
I think the thing about Yagao is that every so often have these massive outplays that just stand out. Like, he had Lucian back in 2020, had this incredible performance. But I think the thing is how well he works with Kanavi, how well he's able to situate himself in the map. And oftentimes it's about enabling hope on this roster to actually step up and be that late game carry. But it's about this man on your screen. Like, as we said, Yagao and Kanavi are joined at the hip, and this is the guy you've actually got to be worried about. This is the carry in those two.
And I think it's so exciting to watch Kanavi because he doesn't just play the meta stuff, right? He's going to bring out the Bel'Veth, he's going to bring out the Morgana, he's going to bring out whatever he thinks really fits the situation, and it makes him very difficult, I think, to prepare for, because there's picks that just other players in the world wouldn't even consider, and he has supreme confidence just bringing it out.
And I think one of the big things, the big difference maker from when we saw Kanavi at 2020 Worlds versus now, is how much he's adjusted to be able to facilitate his team. A lot of 2020 was about, okay, you need to be ready for what Kanavi's going to do. Kanavi's going to invade, but he wasn't there to shadow his team at the right time, making sure that they could get their lanes in order. That's completely different now. Kanavi has leveled up massively and is terrifying to deal with now.
Now, just as we're approaching the game, nearing Champions Select, Azale, I do want to ask you about your opinion on EG and whether or not they might get sucked into a similar pattern that the other two NA teams have kind of shown us here at this World Championship, because it doesn't seem like that was their approach in play-in. I'm almost a little worried that they're going to get swept up in the current and go the way of the other NA teams.
I don't think so. I don't think that Fiora especially is really Impact's style. You know, it doesn't strike me as that kind of a player. I think the EG are going to stick with kind of, you know, what has really been brought to the table by them so far in play-ins. It felt like they had really developed the style that they wanted to go for, and I do think that's more about scaling, more about team fighting, playing for 5v5. If there's going to be a surprise, it's likely going to be mid lane from JoJo. So, I'm excited to see what kind of surprise they want to try to bring out, because I don't think that they would go full standard against JDG.
It's actually interesting to see, since JoJo picked up the set, you've actually got Yagao practicing the set in solo queue as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of mixing and matching here.
Classic NA, defining the meta.
You know.
We had all that Champions Queue conversation earlier, which, again, I adore the fact that we've had... Yeah, that was
perchance?
That's what I was going to bring out. Well,
a Singe, anyone?
Not even perchance. I mean, trust me, I would kill for it. But it's one of those things where I'm like, JoJo is the one part of Champions Queue that I'm like, I don't know. What's his goal in Champions Queue? You know,
chaos.
I'm like...
Just tilting literally everyone.
Evil, chaos, that's all he needs.
JoJo's tilting himself, he's tilting his team, he's tilting the enemies.
He played mid-Garen, he was like 0-4 by like the
That was a banger game. That was absolute
Zeppa,
banger
right? I think he was playing against on Zed, and he literally just got absolutely throttled. We'll see if he can strike back in this one. You know, but actually what that does say to me to some degree, I know they're totally separate situations. JoJo's the kind of player, though, who I'm actually never really worried about his mental game.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of times, Jat's been known to say this as well, too, like, great players, I think what defines them is that they play the same when things are going right and play the same when things are going wrong, in a sense, right? Nothing seems to shake them. It's not necessarily a player who elevates, but then also has poor games. They're just kind of unshakable, and that's what JoJo gives me inklings of.
Yeah,
Faker's another player where you think of that.
I think the big difference maker here is that I don't think it's a mental thing or whether it's like JoJo can match up to Yagao. I think you've got to now live at a different pace for EG. The way that JDG are going to come in is, hey, we're going to push lane, we're then going to establish vision, we're going to look for picks in your Raptor. Every time your Raptor's up, we're going to be looking to go for Inspired, and now it's going to be a different change of pace for EG, where it's, okay, JoJo now has to lean in to help Inspired more so than the other way around, which is what I've seen.
Well, I'm just terrified. We haven't really talked about it much, but 369, I think, is such a problem. Like, you know,
don't make me go to the top.
No. It's just going to be so terrifying, right? So, you know, this is a guy who was just a monster mechanical player, you know, who can play the counter matchups, who can play the meta stuff incredibly well. I do think that's going to be a real problem for Impact, who has been stalwart internationally, but often when he goes up against, you know, the absolute cream of the crop, he sometimes can get exposed because his champion pool is generally more limited, so they can come at him with counters and knowing that he won't be the person to kind of really step outside the meta as much.
Absolutely.
And it's funny because 369 was actually someone that had that same criticism levied at him. It was actually one of the reasons why when he moved across from top esports to JDG after 2020, people were like, well, you know, he messed up on Nar. There was like a famous clip that came out of Karsa absolutely tearing him asunder because of the plays he'd made in the top side. Then he moves across and now he's like, okay, no, I can play tanks, I can play these carries. His Nar was one of the best we had in the league. Like, he stepped up hugely. So it definitely feels like you've now got two Goliaths in that top side that have kind of got their name for it as one of the most stalwart in their regions, now going head to head.
Yeah, but that always worries me when two people are spoken about to have similar styles, right? Because that's usually where all you need is a slight edge, a percentage or two to go in your favor, and when you're kind of doing the same thing or filling the same role for your team, it ends up amplifying because you already have an advantage, and that becomes less surmountable than, let's say, playing two different styles and being able to overcome that. Now, as we've discussed EG's journey to Worlds, we must mention another important journey, that of Eagle geniuses. Jojo P on the Eagle went coast to coast with Quickshot following the play-ins, and we were lucky enough to track his journey across the U.S., a 3,000-mile journey at that. Unfortunately, because he's made entirely out of sheet metal, he was not allowed on the plane.
He's a deadly weapon.
Some sharp edges. He's a deadly weapon. We know that much, and it's a deadly weapon that EG will point directly in the direction of their opponents. Even got to meet up with Critical Role. Here he is on the desk as well. His namesake taking a photo with him too. I do believe we have an EU versus NA score up on his forehead, which should be updated because we've dropped a game at the beginning of the day. I just don't. Do we have an effective enough pen?
If it doesn't work, it's going to work.
Okay,
we can try.
If it doesn't work too well, we can always go back over it with a Sharpie. But
That's
EU. Okay, not good enough. We'll get that done in the meantime, but EU notches another mark into the top of the bald eagle's head. We're all going to jail, by the way. Every single one of us is going to federal prison.
I haven't done anything. I'm all right.
Okay, well, now that we've recapped EG's journey and Jojo Pion's journey to the World Championship, let's head over to the stage to meet our teams. It's EG and JDG.
New York, get ready to meet one of the most fearsome teams at Worlds 2022. They made it through series after series in a brutal LPL bracket to stand before you today, JDG! Themselves at Worlds 2022 by sweeping their way into groups. Give it up, New York, for the LCS's Evil Geniuses! Squads from China's LPL and North America's LCS. And here we are. Whew. Gentlemen, moments away from picks and bans. Really awkward transition, I'll be honest, in terms of volume. They're like, scream, but now talk normally. I'm Dracos. That's Cadril. Between us, the expert of the LPL himself, none other than Lyric. It is a pleasure to be in front of you today. New York, you've been a wonderful crowd so far.
Absolutely amazing.
To see how excited you get for this game. NA fans, I know it's been hurting, but maybe, just maybe,
the miracle upset can be made today by Evil Geniuses.
It's going to be really tough. This is the LPL first league, let's not forget. They had a 5-game series against Top Esports twice. They were so back and forth, but Evil Geniuses, if they can make an upset here and make the performance happen, there's a lot of hope for NA. We were talking a little bit, Lyric, about Kanavi specifically and whether he will be able to adapt to the meta we've seen so far at Worlds.
Yeah, when you think of Kanavi, you don't think of things like the Maokai, you definitely don't think of Sejuani, even Hecarim to me is a little bit of a reach. I think it's good that we've seen Graves, you know, high prio on the meta, Bel'Veth as well. We saw Mad Lions making it work before they got eliminated. So there's some options there, but I'm curious about what do JDG prioritize outside of something like an Aatrox?
Because we've seen, to a certain degree, two schools of thoughts. We've seen a lot of the Maokais, a lot of the tank junglers, but even just last game, we saw the Viego coming out. There are options to be played with, and it's going to be interesting to see what JDG's specific read on the meta actually is.
And let's not forget, JDG have a lot of information on EG, of course, because of the play-ins, whereas JDG have just been ghosts for the last couple of months. There's the Maokai ban. We talked about whether or not he can play it. That's taken away. Do you think EG, is it worth for a Bel'Veth ban here just to avoid that in a best of one?
I think yes. I think JDG have shown that they're a team that's willing to go towards it time and time again. We saw the combination with the Vex work in play-ins, and I'd expect there's a lot more combinations that can work, especially with the guy on the mid lane.
Yeah, they did it against Mad Lions. I wonder if they're going to do it here. There's Jojo, Pyunza Kali. I think a lot of teams have been taking that away from him, and if you watch EG's journey through play-ins, it was very bot-centric focus with things like the Caitlyn, but as the tournament progressed in play-ins, it was a more of a mid-jungle focus. The Mad Lions series, LeBlanc, Lee Sin, things along those lines where they can have a little bit more agency. Removing a top lane champ there from Impact in the Ornn ban. I wonder what the first pick will be. Things like Yuumi are still up.
Yeah, Yuumi, for JDG, they were actually one of the teams that were pretty proficient on Enchanter supports in the LPL. We didn't have too many of them, so to me, that style definitely fits them a lot better, having hope on something that can play a bit far back and rely on their top side to be the carries of the team.
There it is, Bel'Veth ban. They don't want to deal with that in a best of one, and I don't really blame them, you know. In a best of one, it can be really tough to play up against that. They already went up against Mad Lions and denied that. There's the Sejuani hover, of course. Will that be in Kanavi's hands? We've seen it from 369 and Kanavi, a lot of OP still available.
The debate, though, with the Yuumi up and available, what exactly they want to go to. Of course, the flexibility of the Sejuani can't be underestimated.
I think that's the thing I'm seeing this as. If JDG pick this one up, the takeaway from EG, because Jojo showed us he's willing to play things like the Set, like the Renekton, all of these mid laners that pair very well with it, and things that aren't easy to get practice against.
Absolutely right, just denies that strength from mid jungle or even top jungle at times, right? Just a question of how EG respond, because this Sejuani could always be a flex.
Yeah, and for JDG, to me, though, that wouldn't really fit their style when you're trying to play with 369 on the strong side of the map. I definitely like to see him perform in a carry meta.
Yeah, I would love to see 369 here just slam a Renekton on 2-3, something along those lines. Aatrox Renekton seems to be his bread and butter. The desk was talking about Champions Queue a lot, and 369 in Champions Queue is literally just playing Renekton Aatrox every game.
And I see Ignite Renekton every single time he locks it in Champions Queue. Has looked really good, but EG gonna stick with the focus we've seen from them in play-in so far, right? We've seen with Cowrie going more towards that bot side centric play style, and Varus opens up for that really well.
And they play Varus Tom, right, in that series. Is that something they're gonna go back to? Play-ins, we saw them pull out things like the Varus Tom, the MF, a bit more of Ezreal even, more of a safe slash a bot lane that can go even and be a bit more useful in terms of the team fights rather than a lane dominant one. There's the Graves for Inspired.
And the utility of Varus ult, of course, can't be underestimated. Incredibly valuable to have in the mid game in those skirmishes. See now how JDG want to round out their first rotation, but for now it looks like matching AD with Aphelios. Always a character that can shake up the game a little bit, but we know how strong the Varus is early on, but Aphelios White Gun in a meta where Heralds are so important is something that does have to be respected.
And this is a pick that I felt like Hope would lean on coming into this tournament, because Hope has always looked most comfortable on things like the Jinx or when we had this Ares Sivir coming into the meta. So this is definitely a pick in his wheelhouse. It's still very strong right now.
Yeah, hyper carry late game. You have to expect EG looking at something like a Tom here on 3 and then banning away the Renekton. We'll see. I think JDG's debating here. Do we pick something like Renata along those lines? Do we match jungle and give away the flex? Looks like that's what they might do, and they've locked in the Viego. So it will be a Sejuani top for 369. A little bit surprising, I think.
Yeah, and we've seen Impact actually has a champion that goes against us. He's brought out the Mordekaiser into this matchup, even in play-in. So it would even work considering that they do have an AD jungler to have that mixed damage on top side of the map. And again, I feel like pocket picks are just so strong because as JDG, how much practice you have going up against the Mordekaiser in that top lane matchup?
Yeah, I can pick up the Tom Kench here. I think something like a Lulu ban doesn't hurt too bad, doesn't it? Especially when they're playing things like Aphelios. they're probably going to lean towards an engaged support, maybe along the lines of a Mumu or a Renata perhaps. But I think Renata, Lulu are the two champions that you have to wonder EG are probably talking about, discussing. Yagao, a lot of Talia in the LPL playoffs. Azir was kind of like the two champions that he leaned towards.
Yeah, and Yagao, of course, a real terror when he is able to get out of the lane, when he's able to support those side lanes, see if he's able to find another champion where he can have that same impact, and now see what JDG want to ban away. They could limit some of these impact pocket picks. We've already seen the Mordekai's, we highlighted it already. Instead, they could also take away some more of Jojo Pune's picks, and it looks like that's going to be the case since Silas is banned.
And I think it's the right call, right? We've seen Jojo has been the member for Evil Geniuses popping off and playing so far. He's been an absolute stud, and when he's going to go up against Yagao, who honestly has had the best season of his career in summer in the LPL, I think trying to set him behind and set Yagao for success is the right play.
Leaning towards more of control mages now with these bans coming out. Roaming and skirmishing is gone with Silas, Akali, and Talia being down. There's a Leona ban to deny engage with the follow-up and things like Sejuani. I wonder if we're going to see some kind of Azir Victor picks here. Yagao didn't play any Victor in the LPL playoffs. He was just going Azir Talia most games. Things like Lissandra we saw crop up, but Lissandra Sejuani is not the solo lanes you want. There's the Mordekaiser ban you were talking about. Things like GP stand out to me a little bit now for impact if he wants to lean towards something that can do well into the Sejuani. I think it'll be more of an R5 though, even though they show the Sejuani, because you want to see that they have an immobile bot lane, right? If they pick something like an Enchanter, the GP can work, but it does sting your draft a bit because then you do get counterpicked in mid.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious where EG are going to go, because right now they don't really have a ton of engage. It feels like their composition is going to have to either play from ahead or they're going to have to pivot into something that could play for sides. But no, we're going to get the game plan that you talked about.
Yeah, and the only worry I have here is they can pick something with more mobile, right? If you picked Azir here on 4 and they went Victor Lulu, then GP gets more value. But now they have an Azir with a dash who can actually reposition in the GP ult, so it just makes it a little bit more of a sting, right? Aphelios Thresh is something we've been seeing in Champions Queue, especially range support's normally the kind of things that are good into Pumpkin.
And of course, Thresh naturally balancing out some of the weaknesses that Aphelios has as an immobile AD carry, especially against a champion like Gangplank. We know Gangplank is a nightmare for any AD carry without a dash. That said, really one big single target engage outside of the Thresh, outside of the Viego W, that's the Sejuani, which as we get later and later into the game is going to be less and less relevant against a champion like Tahm Kench.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. There's the mobility from the GP4 pick just to deny that global. And now the question is, does Jojo have a strong enough counter to merit that pick? There's the Azir Victor, right? So if that's the control mage mid lane matchup that comes out, could have been something you got more value from, but still, regardless, EG's comp, really strong. A lot of AoE zone control, so many things that JDG have to be careful for. If you're walking up as an Aphelios into a GP ult, into a Victor ult, there's so much damage control that they have. JDG a little bit more single target damage focused in terms of engage, right? Sejuani ult hits into a hook. Need to be very careful. The carries of EG, the Tahm Kench really will help with that.
I feel like that's the big difference to me though, is like, for AG, they want JDG to be walking into them, right? They still don't really have a great way of starting fights for themselves. Like, sure, Carry can go for an ultimate, but point and click ability, skill shot ability, and Vulcan as well. Like, you have an engage on the Tahm Kench, but it doesn't feel like enough to where, for JDG, they can start decisive fights whenever they want. Sejuani, Thresh, Azir going in for the shuffle. I like the amount of agency they have, but the damage is at least there for EG.
Absolutely, and we have to see who is able to get set up on the objectives. That's going to be everything, because again, fighting into either of these teams could be a death sentence against Aphelios and Azir. You do not want to be running into them. Same is true of a GP, a Victor, and a Varus. So both sides, to a certain degree, a lot of control over those tight spaces. Early Drake stacking going to be huge.
Definitely is, and this is a comp where EG have a lot of scaling behind them. The only disadvantage on that scaling is the Graves doesn't have much setup to work with. When you think of Graves, things like Leona or an Enchanter mid, something that can actually set the Graves up a tank top so he can follow up. There's not much of it there, but the scaling is very powerful.
Yeah, and for the side of JDG, scaling's there, but we're going to have to see what the top side's able to do. We've talked about, for them, it's been all about 369 and Kanavi, and it feels like, especially for 369, going to be playing more of a facilitating role. So for EG, their standout carries have been mid-jungle, and it feels like both of them are set up for success.
Certainly is the case. Eyes really uninspired to see the kind of impact that he can have here. Graves, not the flashiest early game champion. He is often the catalyst for action for Evil Geniuses. See if that's the case this time around. Might have an explosive level 1 on our hands as JDG stack up on the bottom side.
It could be a level 1 fight. Yagao is marking and baiting a little bit here. Vulcan's probably saying, I can knock this. If the Inspired dashes over this wall, he's in trouble. He needs to be really careful.
Hook gonna connect over the top. Catch, they read him like a book. Vulcan running for his life, but an easy first blood for JDG.
And that's all scouting, that's all tendencies. EG wanted to get a ward level 1 to track the Viego pathing, and JDG just read them like a book. It was either Inspired dashing over who would fall, or the hook hitting Vulcan over the wall without vision. You can't really blame Vulcan for that, right? He sees in his ear, he's marking him, walking up a little bit, hook out of nowhere, he gets taken down.
And I love that you bring up that scouting, right? Because especially in group stage format where it's best of ones, getting a level 1 advantage is one of the best ways to try to find the wins, get yourself on the board, and make your way through group stage.
Definitely is, and now this Viego's got a longsword. Feels really good as a jungler to have this item because your clear is just innately faster with the AD, right? Sejuani also has an incredible leash. Impact here is just going to spot them out, give information to Inspired and say, hey, they're starting top side. And Inspired will be starting on the bot side of the map. Mismatch of junglers. Kanavi's clear just sped up a lot since that first blood.
Excellent start so far. See what Inspired can get back on the opposite side, see what the options are, what they can do with that jungle information that they do have. Open missing early on. With the range advantage they have, should be able to poke a lot, but of course, Tahm Kench a very difficult champion to get out of lane, and especially past the first level. Now the exhaust coming down, hold that thought. Hope backing up, so much damage coming out from as far as 3 stacks. Oh my god! The 2v2 versus the LPL.
The EG bot lane just 2v2 killed the first seed LPL's bot lane. Aphelios stretch, they had counterpick support, they had counterpick AD, EG, NA's here to play.
And we need to remember that this is with Cowrie coming in right before the LCS finals, not too much time with him, but EG's bot lane are still making it work.
Fantastic turn. Exactly the thing that they needed after that first blood, after that untimely level 1. Kanavi still clearing quickly, but you can hear New York come alive for EG.
The crowd is rallied behind them, and good presence of mind here from Vulcan to just stay like, this AD carry is disrespecting us. He should not be walking past the wave and hitting us. Drops the exhaust instantly, calls Kaori to just start hitting. They managed to chase down, and they managed to get the kill.
And you gotta say overconfidence from Hope. You literally don't have abilities as a Aphelios on level 1. You wait till level 2, very strong in some of those trades, but stepping too far forward against a powerhouse like Varus, not respecting the exhaust coming out there from Vulcan.
And it even set up for Inspired, right? We saw him at the same time was able to make his way into Kanavi's jungle. He stole away the red buff. Now doesn't really have to give as much attention down towards the bottom half of the map. I mean, heck, Kaori still has summoners up and can now start making his way towards the top side.
Canadian, and let's just note the Graves items had the health potion. He started a pink ward, he placed it on the entrance red of JDG side. You can see on the minimap there, Kanavi's just cleared it out. We'll move towards that bot side. Crab Impact getting some trades onto 369. Has the ignite, a lot of kill pressure, but mana quite low for a full combo. Waves slow pushing into him, so game quiets down a little bit more here as Inspired tries to catch up on the farm. Match the Crab, still got his red buff to take away, of course, because he took away Kanavi's, and now it's Kanavi looking for a little bit of information of his own.
And now I'm really curious to see what JDG elect to do here, because coming into this matchup, I kind of expected JDG to be the faster-paced team and EG maybe trying to survive the early game, get to a mid-game setup, but EG with the lead, and oh, wait!
Backstun coming out, immediately uses the oranges, it'll be just fine. Bot lane though, pressure's still up. Open missing, still keeping the wave prio there on the bottom side.
So what 369 did there, I think, is he all-in impact to pull the wave, so he didn't actually crash into tower, so he could hold it and force his TP back. Maybe could have got his flash there, but good W from Impact to get away. TP back from Jojo. Lane's pretty stable across the board, but JDG starting to get pushed on this bot side, and 369 will start to slow stack a little bit.
Yeah. Of course, difficult for Kaori and Vulcan to really trade back, especially when Aphelios has the early range advantage. When the Caliber finally fades away, it does get a little bit easier. Let's see where the focus from the junglers. Again, we expected this to be a lot about the junglers. The level 1, of course, a little bit about them, but so far the bot lane really the only source of action across the map as we see another hook going in. Let's see what the next point of focus is for either side.
I will say, I kind of expect JDG to head down towards the bot side since EG was able to blow those summoners. Like, sure, Missing has the Lantern, but anytime Inspired or once Impact hits that 6, it just feels like there's going to be a lot of threat on this, and for JDG, it's going to be all about covering Hope and Missing and making sure no more shenanigans go on.
Confidence as they step forward here. Missing even with a level advantage, they are not concerned. Walking forward, zoning them off, keeping the wave frozen. Not a bad position to be.
Definitely full of confidence, EG bot lane. That kill, of course, in the 2v2 will just fuel them with so much of it to actually know that when JDG's disrespecting, they will walk up. When their jungler is spacing and coming towards bot side and they have the numbers advantage, they will walk up. The question is, can they transition into anything? Drake's up. They're going to push this bot wave in. You have to imagine on a stack, crash it, either take a base and look for that early dragon. Still a few minutes away from this Herald.
I think the thing we have to remember, something that you highlighted in Champions Select Lyric, is that, again, JDG are the ones with agency. They're the ones with the Sejuani on the top side, the Viego in the jungle, a lot of potential setup as we get later in the game. So really tracking what they're going to do. It's Missing now. Hex flashing over the wall, looking to get sort of play on a JoJo will be spotted out. Ward's now getting cleared away. But JDG are the ones we're watching. EG don't have that reliable engaged CC outside of the bars in the bottom side, so now we can see them trying to get first prio on its objective.
Yeah, stack the wave bot and go for a Drake. It's a really good early play because you have the bot lead and Aphelios has to catch right. You have good trades in mid. Look at Yagao's HP bar. JoJo just poking him out with the E there. Kanavi's around and Missing's around to try to get this mid wave in, try to escort him towards this Dragon Pit so they can contest, but by the time they get in here, it's gone. 2v2 bots for EG, Dragon for EG. It's looking good for them so far.
Yeah, EG so far. I mean, reading JDG like a book, honestly. Like, great 2v2 kill in bot lane has kind of set up all of this through.
Can they get anything else out? Starting things off a little bit early there. Snare follow-up can go into Cowrie. Hope's not going to opt to activate it, however. They'll just focus on clearing the wave instead.
I will say, though, both junglers have been pretty proactive and peeking in the enemy jungle, trying to get that information. We even just saw Kanavi
coming down. GP ult going through. Ignite taking Vulcan now in trouble. White Guns coming out. This is not the fight they were looking for. Oh, those spells burn, but still it's JDG who find the kill. Wave now collapsing. Fresh trying to back. They have to hold on here. Inspired flashing forward. Auto attacks coming in. Missing still has the hook. Red, white, but can they fight? That is the question, Cowrie. Still standing strong. Hope getting low. The snipe. He gets the double. Things work out the end for EG. You can understand what they were going for. Cannon Barrage was up. They were stacking the wave. Inspired was there. There might have been a little hiccup, but still coming out with 2 more kills.
Here comes the cross map from JDG. Kanavi saying maybe let's try to look for a top dive. If they pull it off, it'll even out the map state a little bit, but we'll see if Impact can make the outplay happen. Yagao's on the way and JoJo doesn't have TP. Look at Vulcan though, from base running up here, reads the play. Level 5 though, doesn't have the ultimate. No W on Kanavi. I don't know if they can pull this off.
That he doesn't have it. Impact waiting in the area. Not even going to be able to finish that play. The play will fall in the end, but that's all that JDG are going to get in response. EG pulling ahead in the gold.
Great play there by Vulcan. Really good presence of mind to just cover the cross map. And it's Kaori on this Varus 3-0 right now. JoJo
flashed in. JoJo, I don't think he's ready for this one. Play backwards, gonna look for the hook, but he gets stunned first. JoJo, where's he gonna go? Clean flash out, but a flash back from Yagao, and that's gonna be the kill in the mid lane.
Not much JoJo can do there. There's no real outplay. If Yagao just flashes his flash, he'll always get knocked back. So good play there by JDG to punish him. They've been looking mid quite a lot. That's the 3rd, 4th time they've been looking for JoJo or a push out. Vulcan's still on this top side though. Herald started up, Inspired bot side. He's ganking the Sejuani. He's ganking 369. No flash.
Guiding it in. The Herald. Really the thing that we have to keep our eye on here. Is able to go undetected. Huge low build advantage. Huge objective for JDG, especially after losing that first Drake.
Oh.
Ooh, JDG looking to collapse on Inspired. Inspired definitely deep in enemy territory. They're going to know he's there now. Red, white again. Hope walking forward. That's a lot of damage. Hex Flash over the wall. Missing, getting so much value out of Hex Flash. Just a poster child for him. But Fury firing back. The forest damage is ludicrous, but not enough to finish the job. And there's fights on the top side. Vulcan taken down. Still looking for more. Fishing for more. 369 and Kanavi are monsters.
And JDG trying to play both sides of the map. They're able to get the Herald. They win the fight on top side. But my God, the fact that Inspired was able to make it away on the bot side was insane.
It's absolute mayhem on the map. You see JDG start up the Herald of their jungler, and then they collapse on Inspired on the bot side. That's the part of the map that EG owned, but because Vulcan stayed on the top side for so long that they knew that they had the numbers advantage, so they looked for the kill. And then there was a 2v2 off screen. Looks like Vulcan was walking up to get some information. No flash from earlier, so they just send it full engage onto him. If they get a reset onto Sejuani, actually does have the flash, but they still get the kill with the follow-up from the Viego ult. And then Impact tries to trade back.
And just goes back to what we set up for JDG, right? That the composition does bring a lot more CC. It makes it so easy to look for these turns and get these pickoffs when just one member slightly out of position. And now with Herald, looking at where JDG wants to drop, I think getting plates for Hope would be quite nice, but anytime I see things like Victor, GP, Varus, it just feels so valuable to drop it mid because they have such an insane amount of wave clear. Breaking that without Herald feels like it could be impossible.
Gold lead very even right now. Of course, the Herald will help that out. Kaori sitting quite far ahead of Hope right now, over 1,000 gold up. JoJo is actually up on Yagao as well because of the creep score. Managing to keep that mid push despite losing his flash. It's very risky for the Victor in this matchup after losing flash against Nazir. When his ult's back up, he can't really walk up, so it's difficult for EG to play through mid. They're going to have to play a bit more through their bot lane. EG Impact has the ultimate to help out in the 3v3s.
And really a blow-for-blow game. Ultimately, Kanavi, kind of as expected, center of attention for this team, but on the opposite side, EG surprising as Kaori continuing to have a big impact. Vulcan as well, moving across the map has been huge for the team thus far, but can't afford to let Kanavi get anything else here.
So looks like Kanavi's going to Herald top. I wonder if the communication here from JDG is we can't get bot push, we cannot contest Dragon, we're going to look for top tier 1. And they know that Inspired's on the bot side. Hook almost hits. That would have been certainly a Tom Kench ult used there. And they see Graves bot. Here comes the dive. Impact using the ult on the wave to try to slow it down.
Good heads up play, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Just a little over 3 plates remaining. Whole team now going inbound. Clean flash out. Going to try to survive for as long as humanly possible, but he should still fall in the end, or should he? Impact walking away, trying to make it out. There's just no way. Impact, stun coming in, the slow to make sure that it happens. Kanavi grabbing the kill, the tower will fall to the Herald, Kanavi, and 369.
Cross map comes in from EG there. I'm a bit surprised that Jojo didn't TP into defend there, but maybe there was a window for JDG to then start contesting the spot side of the map with Yagao being there and Jojo not being there. They decide to avoid it, trade the towers, and get the Dragon.
Yeah, so for EG, I mean, they get the cross map, so still not behind in gold, and they're the ones indexing into the scaling, right? Picking up 2 dragons. They're going to get to a point very soon where JDG are going to have to fight them. We hit for EG, that their composition. GP and Victor especially just love when champions have to walk into them, getting things like the gravity field and the barrels down. So I think EG actually, again, doing an amazing job, because they definitely came in as underdogs.
Scoop him up, knock him down. There's no ultimate yet on Kanavi. Yes, there is. Looking to take down Jojo. Jojo cut down, dash out from Inspired, but another clean kill for JDG.
Yeah, they're looking for the proactive plays in mid. The only real control mage with proactivity is Azir when the enemy mid laner has no flash. They didn't have vision on Inspired, so by the time Yagao's already dashing forwards, he sees him the second he arrives. So it's a 1-for-1 good play there by EG to make sure that Graves is behind mid, covering Jojo and doesn't have the flash. Still though, Kanavi 4-0 on this Viego.
I mean, yeah, just looking at his items, Divine Sunder already picked up. We have Frozen Heart as well there for 369. We've been hitting on Cowrie being the win condition for EG. Immortal Shield Bow are in pocket. Feels like he's really the one that EG are looking towards. But Keijo, you already set it up. No flash on the Victor. You can see Yagao just going in for a bit of the swoop and boop. They are able to trade him back with Inspired though.
Definitely are, and that's just how jungle works. When your control mage has no flash, you always have to make sure every wave or so you're covering around, making sure you're doing jungle camps around mid to make sure if an all-in happens, you're there for the 2v2. In that case, he was. I think what EG are focusing on this game, obviously, is Dragons. They're just making sure their bot lane has constant bot push, vision bot side. They're not even moving the bot lane around the map to try and take top tier 1, contest Heralds. Their eyes are laser focused on this Dragon. I think the issue EG have is, how do you get Victor out of mid? Do you really want to put the Varus Tahm-Kench mid and then Victor on a side lane? Sounds a little bit dangerous, so they're just keeping bot push into mid.
I think this is why second Herald is also going to be so incredibly crucial. Again, we've highlighted it in draft, we'll continue to highlight it. EG, if you were fighting into them, you are probably losing that fight. And while Kanavi is strong, they're able to mark him in these fights. If he's coming in straight on into a GP, into a Varus, it does not matter how fed you are doing nothing in that exchange.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see JDG take advantage of that by starting to move 369 out of the top lane. They used Herald to break it open very early on. You know, he shouldn't have too much pressure. You can look for dives, but EG going for a play bot.
Cardigan's missing. Now the response on the top side, JDG getting the impact ult out pretty early here, but it will clear the wave. Now continuing to fish for a bit more. Ulti going in, but they're not going to get anything back in exchange.
This is the issue EG have. They can't put their bot lane mid because then Victor's vulnerable. And if their bot lane's not mid, they can't control the map, so they have to keep cross-mapping and trading. We'll see if they can find someone on this bot side. A lot of damage onto Hope, but he's going to escape the Varus ult, and now this top tier 2 is gone. EG need to get this bot tower, but Yagao's on the way.
Trading back and forth. Yao is the crown ready. Is he going to try to scoop? There's a lot of health left on that tower. Inspired just really trying to get as much damage down as he can. Both sides going to back away here. JDG still ahead in the tower trade overall, but EG still with 3 members in the area. Can look to finish this one off, especially now as Jojo Pune is collapsing.
They're sticking around, but the Varus has no mana, so I think they just have to back away here, especially with 369, like you said, collapsing down towards bot side through mid. Impact's been really struggling this game. He's not really had a lot of attention from his team. Jojo's TPs have always gone towards mid. Inspired has basically dropped top lanes from level 1 when he went to the enemy red buff. It was all about bot lane focus. It's only really Vulcan that tried to help out on cover, but still so much dive pressure with the Sejuani Viego. Kaori gets caught here on the base timer, but Yagao is not going to look for the all-in.
And it's such a game, just little differences. You see the top tier tower break first in favor of JDG. It means they get to move to Herald first. It means they get this Herald. It means 369 is able to roam into mid. He's able to stop that. And just being a little bit ahead here in all of these plays is continuing to add up more and more in favor of JDG. Yes, EG have 2 Drakes. Yes, if they get 3, they'll eventually be able to force a fight. But JDG building a pretty significant gold lead.
The EG strong side's not working out as well as I think they wanted to. You see here, they just took Herald, JDG, and they're hitting a bot tier 1. They're winning on both sides. Similar to when Vulcan covered top and JDG started Herald, they were losing on the bot side fight as well. So now they're looking for a proactive play. TP behind. Lantern's going to come in. TP match.
Big response, but again, without reliable forms of hard CC to kick these fights off, the TPs aren't nearly as menacing as EG would like them to be. At the end of the day, they still trade 1-for-1 in terms of TPs overall, but I think EG really struggling to find a fight on their footing.
I will say at least they are at 2 Drakes, right? Because if EG can get to that point where they can force JDG to fight into their strong side, then everything's going quite well. But now, I mean, with both turrets broken down top lane, you could see JDG doing a nice job of being like, hey, we can divert more resources, more attention down towards the spot side. That turret already looks like it's going to start going down. And with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, you'd expect JDG to want to look for a contest.
Definitely. You don't want to let the enemy team be on soul point. The next Drake after that could just be a 50-50 steal, and that's it. Soul for the rest of the game. 20 seconds on the spawn. EG have control over bot wave. JDG are going to herald mid to try to force them out, flush them out to cover this wave. Will EG walk up? 369 is ready with the ultimate. Herald will crash, the tower won't die. 10 seconds on the Dragon. EG look like they're giving up mid wave. They could lose a tier 2 here, but JDG need to fight this Dragon as well.
Cannot be fishing. 369 fishing will not find a target. The ult goes a little bit wide, but they're being zoned away from mid. They're giving up their mid lane tower so far for nothing. Just hoping to find a single fight on their turn, but JDG, slow, diligent. They are playing patient into this. Now it's EG who are split. JoJoPyun coming in from the side. Impact zoned away from the fight. Ultimate available. Maybe they can get something done here. 3.5k, getting lower and lower. Hook gonna go in it, connects on the Vulcan, not an ideal target, but now the fight breaks out. It's Impact on the flank. What can he get done? It's a big barrel, but it's not nearly enough. They will take the Dragon, however. Yagao, though, knocking Impact into the rest of the team. But Impact, more than happy to make that work. Evil Geniuses finding the angle. They finally find the fight, and they make it work.
Soul Point was enough. You force him into all these AoE tools. JoJo doing so much damage. The Cannon Barrage layered on top. And now getting themselves on Soul Point.
This was a 5-4-1. And EG got the Dragon as well. Impact's flank just split JDG up so much. And not having the Sejuani ult means that single target damage engage is gone. The hook hits the top Kench. He flashes away. EG just aced the LPL first seed. They got the objective. They're going to get this mid-tier one. And Impact all of a sudden is back in the game. Keep your eyes on the Impact. Hook hits Vulcan. Impact comes in with the barrels. JoJo doesn't fall to this one. Hope already has to dash away. Then they try to peel back and reposition here, JDG. But the push from Yagao onto Impact doesn't help. It doesn't do anything because EG just barrel forwards.
Yeah, the damage that Impact did there with the Cannon Barrage and then that one barrel chain was already too much that by the time that Yagao found the engage, it really didn't mean anything. So, again, this was a team that fought through planes. This was the team that 3-0'd EU for the first time. It's great to see that EG are still putting up such a fight at Worlds.
And credit to Impact. We talked so much about front to back, about finding into the GP, but apparently the GP can come in on Fog of War. He's a flanking GP. He makes it work.
And we've gone from a situation where Kaori is the main damage threat to now the GP is extremely strong, building towards the second item of Collector. The Graves is sitting at 2-0 and 3 with lethality items. There's so much threat and a lot of scaling on EG with a lot of wave clear as well. So despite the gold being somewhat even or even a little bit behind, with the 3 Dragons, with the team comp, they're sitting very, very happy in this game.
And it's so important too. The Tahm Kench should save one person, and at this point when you've got so many carry threats scaling up, it doesn't really matter who he saves. Not enough CC really outside of Yagao finding these big flanks to make it a threat, to make it a concern. EG holding strong for now. Yes, JDG holding on to a tiny gold lead, but Soul Point, Ocean Soul, especially for EG, right around the corner.
So I think what we'll see happen now is EG just kind of give jungle vision, right? There's no reason to contest. What's the point in face-checking a Sejuani Thresh? You're just going to get hooked and have to blow sums. They're going to sit at their tier 2s, catch waves until this next Dragon spawns. The only job they have here is to stop JDG from being able to get this Baron. They can sneak it away with the Phelios Azir incredibly quick, so they need to be on their feet, on their toes. They need to be really quick to react if a Baron start comes through, and I think JDG are no strangers to Baron baits. We saw it in their series against Top Esports, just dancing around a Baron when they're ahead or when they're behind. It's one of their biggest strengths, I think, when it comes to Baron control and when it comes to teams at Worlds. So we'll see how they do.
Yeah, we saw JDG's macro game improve so much from the regular season all the way to finals in the LPL. And in a game like this, it feels like they'll need it. Even now, looking at items, I'm kind of concerned about the damage if a team fight breaks out. Kaori already on 2 items. You could see Impact and JoJo very close as well, to where Yagao, you know, going with the Crown of the Shattered Queen, there is a lot of burst on the side of EG, so I get it. And Hope still only sitting on that Gale Force.
So difficult to play these fighters out as the Aphelios. All it's going to take is single straight barrel, single straight bar assault, and he's going to have a very, very difficult time. Varus, of course, with the Ginsu's build as well, going to shred through 369 if 369 missed position. So much percentage max health damage, just in base stats from the Varus.
See that gold difference collapse there from the Dragon fight, EG. finding the fight to shut JDG down. Now, a little bit of mid-wave contest here. 1 minute 30 seconds on the Dragon is a timer that you want your champions to be out on the map, but they're going to engage.
Cage now coming out, trying to burn down a single target, but here comes the Devour. They're shutting it down. GP all coming in. TP now coming in. Inspired on the backside. Kaori still standing strong. They managed to find one, but now it's the resets coming in for the Viego. And this is big, but he's taking the top catch. Now getting pushed away by Yagao. Kaori standing strong. Kaori, no! Getting knocked down. JDG, the confidence to take the fight. One Devour is not enough. JDG find it.
EG overstep. Jojo Pyun has no flash, and 369 is quick to punish it on the engage. Kaori tried his best in that fight to dish out as much damage as possible, but JDG stands strong, and they're going to get a Baron as a reward.
Exactly. And you already hit about the speed of their Baron. Even with only having a couple of members up, Yagao going to be able to absolutely shred this. And honestly, might even be able to finish this in time to get the resets off.
Yep.
With Dragon approaching in 40 seconds.
They're going to have 5 Baron buffs. So let's look at this again. EG trying to contest a mid-wave. 1 minute 30 seconds away from the Dragon. A bit questionable when impacts on your top tier 3. Ult connects. Yes, the ETH comes in, but how can Jojo Pyun reposition? He's stuck. But now keep your eyes on Kaori. He actually plays this fight really well. He actually peels himself solo with no Tahm Kench next to him. Flashes 369's engage, dishes out as much auto attacks as possible despite the Azir ult. But you're just such a numbers disadvantage after the Victor fell and the GP arrives so late that you cannot win this fight.
And massive credit to 369 for finding that ankle, or angle. That's a couple second decision that you can make where the Tahm Kench is away from the carries, where you can actually find that engage and shut down the fight from the side of EG. But now, here it is. This is the 5v5 that could decide the game.
Soul points for EG. Dropping mid-waves. Impact again is split up. They need to wait a little bit longer here. The GP ult's not up, so EG want to stall this. JDG looking for a flank. Yagao and Kanavi going around the side. Pink ward is there to spot them out, but not in the tri-bush. Engage comes in, ult misses.
Ult going wide is big. Kanavi off to the side. They need to turn and burn if they want to make this fight. Oh, Yagao going golden, but it might not matter. JDG still standing strong on the front line. Aphelios untouched on the back. They are shredding through EG. Impact hasn't even joined the fight yet. Hope is throwing down so much damage. Yagao as well. Kanavi now looking for the cleanup. It is absolute destruction in EG's side of the map. But now Impact flashing over the wall, trying to take down Missing, trying to get something back in exchange, but it is a long, slow goodbye for the top laner of EG as Kanavi looks for the chase.
Kanavi and Yagao, the best mid-jungle we had in the LPL, challenging the best mid-jungle coming out from the LCS and completely taking over that fight.
It's been back and forth, but the consistent factor, the carry right now for JDG is Kanavi. Yagao went for the huge hero play, a lot of defensive tools to avoid it, but it's Kanavi who stays consistent and dishes out so much damage and gets the resets. Impact was so split. He was on mid lane, clearing out a wave, thinking he could look for a flank. So what JDG do is they just commit 5v4 towards this bot side when Impact has no TP from earlier. This is the flank from Kanavi. Yagao comes in, but it's all reset city.
Yeah, it's so great, especially because EG had already used all of their cooldowns onto the Sejuani. So you can see here, Kanavi just waiting for the angle that goes in. Such a great ult over the wall to make sure he can get on the targets of Evil Geniuses. And it might be a bit of an extended chase, but once he gets that first reset, he's just able to keep going as Yagao cleaning up on the opposite side of the fight.
And that's the thing, this is the struggle of the EG composition. If anyone mispositions even for a brief moment, JDG can pull a trigger. There's no trigger for EG. Nope. You come into them, they got a big sword, they'll beat the hell out of you. But if you don't, they're just waiting. They're waiting for you to walk into their open arms.
Now EG's win condition is slowly disappearing. 4 minutes away from the next Dragon. They need to hold on up against the Baron buff. JDG, only 20 seconds left on this Baron. Bot tier 2 is going to fall. The Azir tower prevents any kind of flanks or engage. Impact's fighting 369 in mid right now. Trying to push him away, 369. Trying to look for the kill onto the gangplank. So it's a 4v4. Not much engaged for JDG, so EG don't have to be that scared. But Impact could be in trouble. Mid tier 2 is up, so the collapse is faster from EG.
369 has to be careful not to overstay here. Finds the stun, quick ulti just to lock Impact down, walking away, buying as much time as he can. Hope just an usher for a cannon minion, but the Baron buff will fall away. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, so EG get another shot at that soul point. All it could take is a miracle steal from Inspired, but you can see JDG starting to put a death grip of vision around that objective, going to make sure that there's nothing that EG can do.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job trying to find these picks, but EG still doing a pretty nice job of being reserved, but 369 not done with Impact just yet. Doesn't have his ulti up, so I'm not sure if he can find this.
I don't know if either of these guys can kill each other. Oh, with an Ignite he can, though. Burning him down, Impact's running. Pirate with gun versus Boar Lady. Oh, Boar Lady takes it. 369. Finding the solo kill.
He's just way too tanky. The Sejuani base damage is too high, and that GP build won't burn through a tank. Impact's not really been able to find the angles that he might wish for. The Dragon fight, the initial one where EG got the ace, was good, but ever since then, he's not really found his way into these fights. They're just getting a bit caught off guard, overextending, gets collapsed on, even if 369 didn't have the solo kill. The rest of JDG's on the way, but now TP coming in 5 versus 4 for the next 15 seconds. GP ults up when he respawns, no Baron buff too, so I think they won't lose their inhibitor for this.
I really love the way JDG's playing this though, because 369 having that ulti up now, and like we said, EG, I mean, you have the Tom Kench and you like when people are running into you, but they have so much burst on the side of JDG. Once Sejuani ultimate under turret, I feel like any member of EG is just gone.
Absolutely. And again, if you have a perfect setup, maybe things could be a little bit easier for EG, but with how much control JDG have over the map, with how proactively they're able to push out these lanes at this stage, it is hard to get that control. It is hard to have a reason for JDG to come into you short of a Baron, short of a Dragon, 1 minute and 2 minutes away from those objectives respectively.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes ago, this gold was so even, but it's just ballooned so out of control for JDG now ever since the initial fights where they managed to find the kills in mid, then to find the kills in bot side. They've kind of had control throughout the entire game, despite EG getting that ace. They've always had vision control because EG need to play on timers rather than play for skirmishes. You're playing Victor, Varus, GP. You need to find timers around objectives where you can set up rather than look for a little bit of vision and look for picks, whereas the Thresh and Sejuani really excel at that. So now JDG going to get these mid waves in. 40 seconds on the Baron, 1 minute 30 seconds on the Dragon. We might see a dance around objectives where EG keeps threatening a Baron when the Dragon's up, and then vice versa, depending on the positionings on the map. They can always control one quadrant, especially if JDG leads towards his top side. They will get bot side vision, but this Baron will go down so quickly.
I will say the one difference in the setup for the fight that's coming up is the last 2 fights that were in JDG's favor, EG had pretty much no summoners across the board. I don't think Kaori had a splash in either one. JoJo's splash still hasn't come up, and it's about to come up right now. So at least hopefully EG should be able to do a much better job of self-peeling for themselves to be able to get through these fights unscathed, even if 369 or Missing do find those picks.
Definitely, and now it looks like JDG are setting up on the bot side of the map. 5 seconds on the Baron though, so this is where the dance could come in. It's very hard to control both quadrants of the river. They have vision in both right now, but EG can brute force with numbers into one when they get information as to where 369 is. That's what they're fishing for. Impact sweeping. They're looking to see if you can find any wards. Hope's gonna push in this mid wave, and this ward in mid gives you information to which side they're leaning to. That's why it's so important. Now they'll see them all lean bot side, so EG can then go into the top side of the map, and they can threaten this Baron. We'll see what kind of engage 369 can find.
EG just laying down a little bit of poke. 369 still with the passive up, however, haven't been able to knock that one away. Lantern being used just to scout for extra vision is hoping Yagao get control of the mid lane. So much pressure for EG. Another mistake in the game will probably fall away from them. Kanavi stepping forward onto Vulcan. Just a bit of poke here. The tower will be set up from the Azir. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, and you have to feel like JDG are going to be laser focused on that objective. Hope going to be able to solo this one out. EG seeing this as a limited window of opportunity to take the Baron. They've got an on-hit Varus. They can shred through it pretty quickly, but you have to know that JDG see this coming.
Collapse coming in, EG forcing it. They could look for the 50-50, but they have to be careful of the teamfight ace. They have to be careful of JDG just taking the fight.
269 running forward. Ulti now coming out, going to connect on the Vulcan. A bit of extra poke. The hook from Missing, not going to connect. Vulcan flashing out to safety. Such a tense stance. Again, a single mistake could turn this all against EG. 369 stepping forward. EG maybe looking for the pick, looking for the angle. Yagao over the wall. They're split for a brief moment. But meanwhile, Aphelios is in the mid lane. He's got his eyes on the prize. He wants the Nexus, not the Baron.
And this is where the dance will end unless they can find an engage. Vulcan looks for it. No flash, though.
Vulcan fishing. Yagao still untouched for now. The Crown of the Shattered Queen disabled by the GP ult. 369 coming over the wall. Vulcan getting shredded, and now the resets can start to come through from Kanavi, but they're trying to get the kill. 369 taken down. Yagao goes under the ult. Completely whiffs. Kaori untouched on the backside. TP now coming in. EG maybe, just maybe can get the fight, but Kanavi. Big! And oh, baby! It's a 200 years moment. That ult from Aphelios was everything.
Hope has arrived, and he just demolished the carries of Evil Geniuses. It looked good initially when 369 fell, and both the carries flashed Yagao's engage, but Hope shows up.
Hope, first time on the international stage, able to make such an impact. JDG overall, huge team fight.
Massive for the side of JDG. They continued to find windows, engage after engage, even in the face of the Tom Kench. EG were close in the early to mid game, but mid to late, JDG taking over, taking their first win on the world stage.
And once they get an inch, they'll take a mile, just running away with it. That team fight, the last one there, goal was a little bit even. I think EG could have fought back, but Kanavi just so far ahead, just melted through Inspired, got the reset over the wall. Hope arrived and demolished them. EG putting up a pretty good fight, though, I have to say. JDG did struggle in those Dragon fights, but they did manage to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at it, it's that pick in the mid lane. It's these small split-second decisions. It's the ability to collapse on the weaker side of EG's fight, and I think that overall, JDG looking like a menace, even with 369 on something as let's say uninspiring as a Sejuani. It's not like the iconic 369 champion we were waiting to see, but despite that, him and Kanavi together as a duo were an absolute menace around the map.
Exactly, and that's why coming into Worlds, I was interested to see how JDG would do because of, we talked about things with the meta, with Kanavi, and how to work out, but one thing we've seen at Worlds is that playing heavily through your top side works. Yeah. And that's something that JDG don't have to adapt to at all.
I mean, their bot lane died 2v2, they lost a lot of pressure, and you could see that Inspired was focusing so heavily on the bot side. Now, a lot of people will say, playing for the Sejuani won't really win you the game because it's your tank, but they're playing for Kanavi. And Kanavi's the one threatening these dives, getting these tier 2s, getting these heralds, getting the kills in the fights.
And the downside of playing against Viego on a team with like 3 carries is when one of the carries on your side dies, Viego becomes that carry and murders you.
Yoink.
Scary.
My carry now.
Terrifying proposition. And we saw it in those fights. The second they got that advantage, reset champions are going to snowball little advantages so quickly.
And I mean, Kanavi, he was second all-pro jungler in the LPL, but it was pretty much a back-and-forth decision. Hey, who should it be? Should it be him first team or Tien? And honestly, Tien ended up winning MVP. That very well could have been Kanavi.
I don't think we're going to see Kanavi play tank junglers this tournament. I think it's either going to be 369 or an engaged support, and Kanavi's just going to stick to the carries. He's going to say, screw you to your Maokai Sejuani meta, pick me Viego, pick me carries, pick me Graves, and I think that's the kind of meta he's going to
We kind of found out who in the top jungle relationship is in charge.
Yeah,
There's one of these guys is playing Sejuani, and it's not Kanavi. Apparently, it's 369.
In draft, it's just first pick. He's like, who's that for? I'm not playing it. 369's like, okay.
We still saw 369 get the solo kill, so I think he's more than happy to end up on picks like the Sejuani.
Ultimately, you know, if it works, it works. I think a lot of people are going to be looking at Collector second on GP and going, well, against 369, maybe it's a Lord Dominix this time around. You never know when the Sejuani tank top is going to try to 1v1 you, apparently.
Yeah, and EG just lacking the front line to keep sustained fights, right? The longer a fight goes on, the more front line that is there to tank the brunt of the damage means that you can extend it to the point where you can find angles, but they're playing a triple threat comp with Victor, Varus, and GP, so they always have to look for explosive damage, GP ult, barrel combos, Victor ult. The longer it goes on, the more they wear off.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of options on that side, and we've seen the importance of CC in the context of that game. You know what EG wanted to do, and with the Dragon stacking, it honestly felt like it was probably their game.
Yeah.
But again, it's just the little things. It's the little differences. Finding those windows of opportunity, great vision control, great setup from the side of JDG, and honestly looking like a big threat in the context of this group. They were favorites coming into this matchup, but gonna have to see how the rest of the teams around them really stack up.
Yeah, I think especially, right, we saw Damwon play earlier, and they looked pretty explosive as well. And, you know, JDG, maybe some people are like, hey, isn't this a bit messy for a first seed? JDG were our team in the LPL that always went to 3 games in the regular season. They always dropped games. They had messy showings. This is just tried and true JDG.
Absolutely. You can't fault them for it. Honestly, like, this was the Kanavi performance I was waiting for, and I'm glad we got to see it today. But Kanavi, he did pretty well. Let's talk about his partner in crime. We're going to catch up with Shox and JDG's top lane God for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Indeed, I'm here with 369 after a fantastic opener by JDG. With a big applause, a lot of LPL fans in attendance. First question, 369, about the game specifically. EG had a really good team fight in the middle of that game, but then after that, you seem to be very dominant in those team fights coming. What do you feel the key was to coming back in this game?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，因为其实在中期的时候 ，EG 在团战的发挥是非常亮眼的。但是在后期来，你们是把局面拿回来了之后，而且是完全主宰了这场比赛。所以你会觉得今天赢下 EG 的一个关键是什么呢？
我觉得就是今天赢下比赛关键的话，就是我们上野就是联动的比较好吧，然后前面优势比较大。
So I definitely give the credit to the synergy between our top laner and the jungler. So that's why we had a very good advantage in the early phase.
Okay, I've also heard that the community loves to give you a 3, a 6, or a 9 score or a performance that you're gonna have. What score would you like to give yourself for the performance in this game and why?
因为粉丝其实也一直就是说有点像调侃嘛，比如说今天9个能打出3，还是打出6，还是打出9？那就今天的表现的话，你觉得能打出几分呢？
就还是有很多不足吧，然后就9吧。
I'll definitely say there's still much room for me to improve, but I'll give myself a 9.
Okay. Now, 369, I know that in the past you've faced a fair bit of criticism from the community at times, but your summer has been fantastic. What are you looking to prove at this World Championship?
因为其实在之前的职业生涯当中，可能会面对过不少的一些争议。那今年的来讲，尤其是夏季赛，其实对你来讲是一个非常非常胜的一个征程。所以说，今年在本次世界赛上，你想要去证明什么呢？
就是来世界赛的话，就是想和我的团队就是拿一个冠军吧，就这样。
Coming to this Worlds, I want to win the champion title with all my teammates.
Fantastic. One more time for JDG and 369. What a fantastic interview after an equally fantastic performance. Back over to you at the desk.
Thank you so very much, Shox. And thank you to both of these teams. What a treat of a game that was that we just got to watch. But it was JDG that comes out on top. And we hear 369 there on the stage saying, I got my sights set on the finals, wants to take the whole thing, gives himself a 9 on his own performance with room to improve. But my concern is 369. 9's the top of the scale. So if they win the World Championship, does he have to rename to like 3610 or something like that?
36 natural 20.
There it is. There it is. A nat 20. Roll it. Boom. Hey, this was not an easy win for JDG. I think that's where we've got to start. Tons of action in the bot lane on both sides of the equation, which really made things interesting out the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vulcan gets killed at level 1, so you're thinking, oh god, this is going to be a stomp, right? But they come right back, they get this 2v2 kill straight up, and you start getting that hope for EG. You know, Vulcan, I think, played a hell of a game. He has been really on point throughout the Worlds for Championship so far, but you know, JDG striking right back.
And I think Inspired did a really good job of reading how Kanavi was moving around the map. Constantly going for these cross maps. We saw him go for an early Dragon as well, which meant that they didn't have to contest the Rift Herald at those early stages, so they could actually go and continue to make more of these plays on the bottom side. I think EG played exceptionally in these early stages and continuously punished that bot side, which made it so difficult then for JDG to actually take over, because Kanavi and 369, yes, they were fed, but I mean, you're a Sejuani, and it had to rely on that Viego then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, while they were playing this at 20, and that seems a little bit strange, it is the Viego that's also getting a tremendous amount of gold, and Kanavi truly showed his class, right? I think a lot of JDG fans will be saying, okay, well, the team didn't play as well as we expected them to, but Kanavi in particular was a monster throughout this game, really carried them through the early stages. In some of those team fights in the later stages was carrying as well, but this was one that really was incredibly close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me, right? We had an early triple kill or 3 kills onto that Varus, but for every kill Varus picked up, Kanavi found 1 extra.
And this is the thing, we start to see it kind of shift back over towards what JDG are actually comfortable on. WE missing, he was known for his thresh back in the day, and you're getting to see how, I mean, pinpoint accuracy so many of these hooks were in team fights, catch and carry here. Kanavi getting to show off on these playmaking, carry champions, and then as well, Yagao just supporting him every step of the way, sending himself in so Kanavi can pop off with these big zeros.
Absolutely, and I've got to say, you know, I've got to give credit to JDG for being able to capitalize on the misplays from EG. You know, I do think the EG was in a pretty good position where they're on soul point. They probably should have just played sides, tried to slow down the game a little bit, but JDG actually hadn't shown on sides for a while, and they didn't respect the potential of that engage. They get punished mid, then again by that Dragon, Impact shows mid, JDG just hard engaged 5v4 there, and they really punished every little slight misstep from EG, and that's kind of the final nail in the coffin.
And it was heartbreaking for EG because they'd done such a good job of avoiding that for so long. Like myself as Ale and Dasher, I was sitting there, I was like, look where they are. They're like constantly in that, JDG are constantly in that topside jungle of EG. They're looking for the pick. They're looking for the thing that brought it back again for them against top esports as well, where you just find 1 or 2 small picks, slow down that tempo, get the map back in your favor. And EG avoided for so long, but as Azale said, the second Impact showed, they just went for it.
Yeah, the scary thing for me is how easily this JDG team can pull the trigger. All they need is one piece of info that gives them the okay, and we saw successive team fights that go even more lopsided into JDG's favor as a result. So what an astonishing performance out of that LPL squad. But I'm so glad that we chose to watch this game. First game of the day that we chose to watch this game right here in the theater with the crowd, because this crowd popped the hell off for both sides of the matchup. It was about split down the middle, EG fans to LPL or JDG fans. And I basically lost my voice screaming over the game.
As a man who didn't get to experience the LPL chance because Shanghai closed down, to see Jingdong Jiao in the stadium today was such a treat. It was so nice to see it for once.
I mean, and the thoughts honestly just don't even capture like the volume in here. You've got to give credit to the LPL faithful. No matter where Worlds is, the LPL crowd makes it feel like home field advantage. You know, you're listening to the interview. It basically doesn't even have to be translated for half the crowd.
Doing it for us right now. We were sitting in these boxes right over here to the side. We were in the game with all of our NA fans right below us, popping off together, living in defeat together, all of it. This is what Worlds is all about, and I'm so happy that we're back in a live venue celebrating along with all of you. We're just 4 games in. We got a couple more to go. Check out T1's Pick Runner as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen, and we'll see you back here for the momentous matchup between T1 and EDG right after this.
That's pretty high. I like it. Yeah, it's only World not important. Yeah. It's not like it's LCS playoffs, right? It's Worlds.
Yagao, though, knocking impact into the rest of the team. But impact more than happy to make that work. Evil geniuses finding the angle. They finally find the fight, and they make it work. Coming over the wall, Vulcan getting shredded, and now the resets can start to come through from Cali, but they're trying to get the kill. 369 taken down. Yagao goes under the ult, completely whiffs. Cowrie untouched on the backside. TP now coming in. EG maybe, just maybe can get the fight, but cannot. It's a 200 years moment. That ult from Aphelios was everything.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 in the State Farm Analyst Desk for our next bout of the day, which features T1 on one side and EDG on the other. Two absolutely massive organizations within Global League of Legends. Two of the most successful organizations internationally over the history of our sport.
I mean, this has been the matchup that I've been looking forward to the most all day long. It's been absolutely incredible to see, especially when you look at like the different players that are going up against each other, right? Like Faker versus Scout. You've got the world champions from 2021 going up against one of the most decorated, world championship organizations in T1. This is going to be an absolute barn.
Look at those numbers. That is wild. I mean, yes, in the head-to-head, sure, T1 has gotten the better of EDG, but just removing them against each other and looking at the number of appearances and titles held between these two organizations specifically when it comes to global competition.
I mean,
wow.
It's just incredible. The fact that both these organizations have an MSI and a Worlds trophy alone is truly incredible. There's so much history between these two organizations, and I do think it's going to be incredibly exciting to see how they actually are squaring off here.
Yeah, so let's talk about how these versions of the teams square off, though, because all of those accolades were done by many different iterations of rosters within these organizations. So we know they can churn out world championship potential, but let's talk about the rosters they've arrived at here at World.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these are two teams that, at least during playoffs in the regular season, played very, very differently. EDG, when I think about them through playoffs, it was really all about the bot lane. It's about enabling the bot lane. And that's why, I really like the look with JJ Moore, how they were able to really facilitate Viper and Mako, who I believe to be the best 2v2 bot lane in the world. When they were creating advantages and EDG could get down there, get Scout down there, get JJ down there, they were able to snowball games in such an incredible way, where T1 on the other side, it's really kind of all about Zeus and how they can enable him, how Owner and Faker can really facilitate that top lane, because Gumayushi, let's be honest, had an off year.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's two kind of distinct styles here. As you say, it felt very much like in the regular season and even to a certain extent in playoffs that if EDG didn't get a lead through Scout and through Viper working towards those dragons, they didn't really know how to execute and how to play out their team fights in a lot of situations. I also think JJ had a massive step up coming back in towards playoffs, where Junja had been playing a lot of the end of the regular season, and then JJ came back and looked spectacular. So we'll have to see if he gets that Worlds buff like he did back in 2021 as well.
The reason why I love the two clips that we've just shown back to back is that we've now just shown both styles of bot lane play. We saw the Lucian Nami, right? And then we see the Yumis or the Lulus behind the Sivers and the Zeris. And so, because that would have been my initial concern, right? Was when you talk about a team that needs to get stuff done in the bot lane, if the meta, as it shifted, doesn't necessarily suit them, can they really generate those advantages? But it seems like they kind of have anywhere they can go.
And that's why I think Aphelios is going to step up a lot more as we come into groups. I think teams like EDG are really going to highly prioritize picks like the Aphelios that can enable Viper, enable them in the 2v2 as well, especially with engaged supports coming back into the meta. Viper and Mako feel like they're set and primed to show why they're considered one of the best, if not the best bot lane in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the flexibility, from Viper actually even having a Vladimir game in there. One of the things that I'm never worried about with Viper is that if he can play the meta or not, right? When we think back to even Mage Meta bot, he was one of the guys that could nail that. He could play Yasuo's bot, he could play Aurelia. Like, this guy can literally play every champion in the game at the highest level, it feels like. So the meta changes for me were never a worry for Viper and the EDG bot lane.
And the biggest thing is just how consistent they are in that bot side as well. Like, it always feels like they're firing on all cylinders. I think I can remember one series over the entire year where they didn't step up, but they do have to go up against Carry and Co in that bot side. I think when we look at these two supports as well, I think this is where we start to see a very different style, right? Yes, Mako can bring out some of these enchanters, but he has looked significantly more comfortable, even when we think back to 2021 Worlds, on the engaged champions, whereas Carrier, we know, can bring a whole lot to the table.
This is meaningless, but I have to bring it up. Do you guys realize between the two graphics that each of the 4 players has 5 unique picks? It's like exactly mirrored. What the heck? I just find that odd from a numbers perspective. Also, that Annie pick?
Yeah.
Please, God, show me that on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a lot of fun. I think people
it's a flex pick. Flandre plays as well, I'm just saying.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
People, I think, are really interested and excited to also see, how T1's bot lane is going to look here, because a lot of people felt that though the T1 bot lane as a whole wasn't doing as well in this split, Gumayushi having an off-summer split, as I said, Carrier people still felt performed well, but was sometimes limited by the fact that enchanters were so much of the meta. And this guy really is truly unreal when he is playing those engaged supports. So having the meta shifting more back towards engaged supports could really benefit the T1 bot lane.
Yeah.
And maybe they are going to be a revitalized 2v2.
And I like that you bring up right at the top of the segment how there was maybe some struggles or underperformance performance out of the bot lane, Gumayushi for T1. And what that then lends to is the idea that it was the top side of the map that had to perform for this team in order to get them to this point.
Yeah, and I think Zeus was able to step up massively when he's able to try and play these carries. He did have a little bit of a slip-off when he came in towards playoffs, but I think with the way the meta is moving back towards those carries in the top lane, I'm expecting Zeus to then become this standout performer even more so than he already has for T1 and kind of being that big carry that the team needed.
I mean, it's just going to be really exciting to watch Zeus play. You know, like I'm kind of more on the 369 side, but I think it's pretty much in everyone's mind. It's between 369 and Zeus for who's the best top laner in the world. You know, when you talk to pretty much everyone, those are the two names that immediately come to top of mind. You know, we saw solid Sejuani game from 369. You know, nothing that was super showy because he is playing that more supportive style. But I really want to see some of these elite top laners bringing out carries, really showcasing what they can do against the world's best.
Yeah, Sejuani.
And this is, yeah, exactly.
Elite.
And now
maybe an orange, maybe a
right
Scion.
you know? I do want to see it.
But I think that's the big question mark now for Flandre, right? Flandre hasn't been performing like he did at Worlds 2021 when we saw them last time. Flandre's really had a underwhelming split, and I think the biggest problem now is that this is where you have to show what you're capable of, and there's a lot of people pushing the narrative, and I do agree that EDG's top side is the weak point of EDG.
Well, and that's why I'm also really interested to see, like, will they pivot at all, right? Because we know that Flandre in the past could play the carries, right? They won Worlds and he was playing carries and he was playing that
Jason
dominance.
Graves.
That style. Exactly, right? So it's not as though you're like, well, I don't know if he's ever been able to do it, but this year, and specifically in playoffs, it was like Flandre was just his one-man army, and then the rest of the team would play towards bot, right? And they basically, no matter what he picked, he was on his own, right? And I do think that he was taken advantage of pretty heavily in some of those series and in some of those games, but largely because his opponents knew that no one was going to be up there. There was not going to be, you know, a roam to actually answer a potential dive or a stacked wave. It was really him as that one-man army. So, you know, was that a failure in EDG's playstyle, or was that their read on how it was best to play in the previous meta? Because this meta, clearly, it is more about playing towards top than 12-15 was.
I do just briefly want to update our audience that we are investigating a small audio issue with a headset, which gives us a little bit more time to talk. Not that I ever want to delay the game, but in this sense, I'm almost glad because the lane we haven't touched on yet is that mid lane. And I don't think you can go to a T1 game on the international stage without talking about Faker first. But this mid lane matchup is so interesting because on the opposite side is Scout, somebody who sat behind Faker in the T1 org for a period of time before hopping over to EDG.
And this is why I've been so incredibly excited to see this matchup. Like, even when you think about Scout, when he came over to the LPL, it was the exact same champion pool as Faker at the time, right? Syndra, Azir, these were the picks that he was shining on and showing off on. The LeBlanc as well was the other big one. And then he came over, and as time has gone on, we've seen these two take very different paths, right? We're still looking at Scout playing things like the Azir. He's the best Azir that we have in the LPL, but he's looking to be significantly more lane dominant. Whereas when we look across at Faker, Faker has gone towards more this facilitator style where he's looking to play puppet master on the map, wants to make sure that he's got a hand in all the pies at once and trying to help everyone as he can.
Well, I think something that's really interesting about that is that if you are trying to play a facilitator role and you are trying to play one of those picks that wants to push and move, well, if you're playing against someone that's incredibly lane dominant and actually has you locked under your tower, it really does limit your ability to do that. I'd also say that, you know, I felt that Scout still played the map very, very well. Even if he is playing a hyper carry style, he does often create lane advantages for himself, and then he uses that to move around the map and facilitate, you know, often the 2v2 edges that were really built. Where I do think both these teams sometimes struggled was, you know, how to move the game forward in mid-game and late game. So it will be interesting to see, you know, which teams have really kind of improved in their mid and late game stages and how they want to move it forward if it is more at even keel.
And I think this kind of falls back to the problem that we've seen for EDG, right? Where they traditionally are a very lane dominant team, both from Scout and from Viper and Mako in that bot side. But when they haven't been able to get that, they can't enact their game plan of, hey, we're going to play for Dragons, we're going to play for the late game fights, we're going to have this hyper carry and Viper and Scout just pop the hell off, and that's where we're going to be able to carry from. So I definitely agree with Zale. It feels like a huge amount of this is going to be a case of who can get that control in the early points of the game to then lend itself towards the later stages, especially when you look at like Faker, how good he was at moving on things like the Ahri, setting up Zeus for success, and then playing towards that Rift Herald on the top side.
How do we expect the junglers to factor into this? I mean, obviously, I can pull a couple things from what you guys have said already, just based on the idea that EDG wants to play towards bot, T1 a little bit more towards top. Is splitting the map really as easy as, quote unquote, I say easy as it is? Or do you actually want to see these teams challenge each other a little bit on what they would maybe consider to be their strengths?
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see these two teams challenge each other quite a lot in the early stages, because I think when you have both, like, we've easily identified where the big talking points in the map are, right? It's not like these teams haven't done the same.
Right.
But I think the big thing is looking at, like, how these champions are going to fit in, because I feel like for JJ, I have seen him go for things like the Graves and the Hecarim in the past, but that's not really where his style is most suited. He's much more suited towards things that can have that early pressure, where he can play towards bot side. Vi, Jarvan, I mean, Maokai even that we're starting to see come in. So I think that's where we'll see a lot of that focus. And then for Owner, I'm just really excited to see him match that. Like, we know him for a fantastically Sin, go towards these early picks, fight toe-to-toe, and see if you can bring these mid laners involved so we just get a massive ruckus all over the board.
Well, and to me, honestly, like, my real answer is about the draft, right? Because it depends on what kind of win conditions they want to draft for. And both these junglers, I think, are flexible. Both these teams are incredibly intelligent, so they're going to cater their gameplay to what is going on in game, right? You know, we saw last time in the previous game, you know, EG creates an advantage over JDG in bot lane, so Inspired is hovering more towards that. You know, and we see on the other side, Kanavi realizes, okay, well, we don't necessarily want to play 3v3 down there against this Fed Vera, so I'm going to go top and get fed. And I think that we are going to see all these elite junglers, you know, catering their game plan to what is really going on and to the draft as well. You know, I wouldn't be shocked to see if T1 goes for some sort of counter pick top, that Owner's just going to try to slam that home, and they're just going to try to play loss mitigation on bot side.
Yeah, I agree. I think the biggest one is going to be a case of, well, is like, how do these early fights kind of tend out? Because I think skirmishing in these early stages is going to play such a big factor, especially when you look at, again, like, if Scout is going to go towards things like the Azir, where you can push and then try and roam down towards Dragon, or if we're looking at the Lissandres and the Aries and that kind of stuff for Faker, where you can actually look for those early plays.
I think Lissandra is such an underrated pick, and throughout, you know, LPL and LCK playoffs, it's nasty.
And one of the best Lissandras out there, man who goes by the name of Faker. Let's see if he's willing to bring it out in this one here. T1 on one side, EDG on the other. The players are ready to get on stage and do battle for that first win at group stage. Let's head out there and meet them.
It's time for a clash we've all been waiting for. First, the most dominant team we've ever seen, 3-time world champions, led by the unkillable Demon King, T1! But New York, there's another king in town. One of the most iconic teams in the game, the reigning League of Legends world champions, Edward Gaming! New York, I want to hear you roar for T1 versus EDG!
Oh, we're in for a treat. T1 versus EDG. The desk already highlighted so many storylines. You got Faker versus Scout, the best bot lane in the world. Zeus, one of the best top laners in the world. There's going to be a lot of skill expression in this game.
Yeah, I mean, crazy just how many times. It feels like these guys are fated to end up in the same group at pretty much every international they go to together. But I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on that top side that you just talked about, seeing if Flandre can keep up with Zeus. Because, I mean, Flandre's a guy who was a carry player once before, but has had to lean a lot more on things like the Gragas Sonar these days.
And can Gumyushi and Keria keep up with Viper and Mako is another question. We've seen Gumyushi struggling a little bit throughout the summer season, ever since the meta changes towards bot. First it was the Aphelios Jinx, looked really good. Now they've gone to more of like a hyper carry enchant meta, and now we've moved to a facilitating AD carry meta, where I think Gumyushi will feel a bit more comfortable.
I think that certainly could be the case, especially when we're seeing Aphelios do so well across the tournament thus far. So it feels like we potentially are going to start to see T1's bot lane coming back into the form we knew them for versus EDG. And you heard it from Isaac already on the analyst desk. Best 2v2 bot lane in the world. These guys are terrifying.
I think this meta shift helps T1. I mean, more carries top, more facilitators bot. I think that's their bread bread and butter, whereas Viper Mako are the Lucian Namis, you know, probably one of the best Lucians in the world next to Ruler, right? So a little bit less more agency. Definitely something Viper will easily be able to pull off, right? It just hinders the amount of plays that they can make on the map together.
And that's why I'm really curious to see how this draft goes, because these teams have a lot of shared champions. Things like the Azir being both Scout and Faker's most played. The Aphelios, you just hit on it for Gumayushi. That was Viper's second most played after Zeri in the regular season. So I think both teams already trading some interesting bans. Faker, I mean, a legend on the LeBlanc, not wanting to go toe-to-toe with Scouts.
Definitely not. We're seeing a lot of meta bans coming out here. Caitlyn, Maokai, Aatrox is the next one. Yuumi is a champ that we're wondering is it worth first picking, right? Sejuani is another one. It's a really strong jungler, can also be flex top. We saw it as well. There's the Sejuani ban. Ornn was another ban on blue side that we saw last game as well from JDG. Maybe so much of a targeted ban, but Flandre, a couple of own games under his belt.
Yeah, and I actually feel like the Aatrox prio rises significantly here for the side of T1 because, again, Flandre, not one of these players who really leans into the Fiora. Played a bit of Jax, but not something we're seeing all too much. So, to me, that's what it looks like T1's angling for.
Seeing what the option is going to be here on the final ban, and it will be the Aatrox. You highlighted it. EGG saw it coming. The prio is there. But what now is the response for T1? Pick the litter on available AD carries. What are they going to go towards?
Is it a Zir first pick, I wonder? Both these mid laners just love this champion so much. No, it's going to be the Yuumi first pick for T1. I wonder what AD carry they'll pair that up with. We'll have to wait and see on the 2-3.
Like you're saying, though, for me, the Azir's still standing out just for the fact of that LeBlanc ban being so prominent. We saw it doing quite well in play, and it seems like DFM really leaning on it to find some wins against unexpected teams.
We talked about Lucian Nami falling out a little bit of the meta since the nerfs, but Kalista's another champ that can fill that void if Viper wants to lock that in. Agency is the name of the game. And they're going to have a lot of proactivity on the bot side of the map.
And the thing that excites me, believe it or not, is not the Viper Kalista. It is what it will enable for Mako. What aggressive support pick we can see come out from him, because he is one of the greatest playmakers in the game, especially when he gets his hands on any kind of hard CC.
He's got a plethora of options. We could see Nautilus on 3. We could even drop it to 4-5. Renata can work too if he wants to play a bit more of the ranged matchup. Now it's going to be a Sivir Yuumi here for T1. Could slam a Kalista Alistar here if EDG are feeling it in terms of finding those all-ins. Of course, Sivir really weak against the Alistar, but that's Faker's Akali locked in up against Scout.
Yeah, and again, really interesting when the desk was hitting on it, you were hitting on it. Things like Sivir Yuumi coming in when this could have been a favorable meta for T1, but at least Faker wanting to show a carry performance against his old understudy. Now looking at what EDG go on 3, they could just go towards support and match, like you said as well. But if they want a favorable jungle option, but no, bringing back the Renata.
Yeah, I think Renata is such a powerful pick alongside the Kalista. We could also see something like a Jarvan here on 4 for JJ. Hasn't played it that much throughout the regular season, but it's really good in things like the Sivir. We'll see what happens in this 4-5 bans where we've got a situation where mid and bot are picked for both sides. It's just jungle top, really. T1 have the blinds, and they want to deny the strongest jungler from EDG, whereas EDG can take away those blinds, things like the cannon.
Makes a ton of sense, and of course, EDG are going to have the luxury of the final pick here. Would not be surprised at all to see that save for Zeus at this point. Not really a lot of reason to counterpick jungle in the current meta, although it could still happen. Faker on the Akali, though, pretty exciting to watch, of course, especially when there's a Yuumi potential as we move into the mid to late game. Another bruiser that the Yuumi could mount onto. Feels like it would be very strong for the side of T1.
I'm actually kind of curious what you think, Casual, about things like the Hecarim, right? Because in playing such a high prio, you have Sivir Yuumi, but it feels like today in groups, we're barely seeing it at all.
Yeah, I wonder if people just don't like the way farming junglers work, if they're not kind of self-sufficient like a Graves, right? Yeah. Where he can actually skirmish alone, whereas Hecarim needs things around him to kind of draft around the champ itself, right? When you look at EDG, my read is Junjia was just the early game jungler. Pick him Poppy, pick him Trundle, he'll get you an early game read, whereas JJ's more of like the Wukong, the Viego, more of like the team fight orientated jungler. But the one jungler that stands out is Vi, I feel like, for JJ. He has an incredible win rate on it. I wonder if that's something he wants to pick up here, but there's the Jarvan ban up against the Sivir. You want to take that away and deny the engage onto Sivir. Vi is the follow-up after that, and it's going to get locked in.
Excellent read, Cage. Obviously solid early game ganks as well. See what they can do and what the response is realistically going to be here from the side of T1. We have to debate here. Final round of picks. We'll need to blind pick their top laner as well.
We have seen a lot of teams leaning towards things like the Fiora and, you know, champions like Gnar fall out of priority, but that was definitely something that Zeus leaned heavily on in the regular season.
You might have just hit the nail on the head. It's going to be a Zeus blind pick Fiora. We'll see what Flandre's got in his back pocket to deal with that. He's played a plethora of range champs, can also play things like the Jax or a tank if needed. But Zeus coming out confident in this first game of Worlds for him. Now it's on Owner what he wants to pick. We've seen a little bit of Viego today. A lot of junglers have been pinched. Wukong's kind of falling in and out. Lee Sin could be the pick, but it's a bit dangerous to go for Lee Sin because you're playing really heavy single target damage, lacking engage. Viego doesn't really fill that hole either very well, but at least you get resets, but Owner's going to go for it. Lacking engage, a lot of single target, but he's confident that he'll pull it off.
Confidence in his own ability, confidence in his ability to land the kicks here. The hover over is coming through. What is the option going to be? How are they going to deal with the problem with Zeus on the top side of the map? It feels like something that is so hard to handle. Are we going to see a tanky option? We've seen this matchup a few times today. The Ornn could come through. A lot of team fight power on the side of EGG. Hard to weather the storm, yes, but if you make it to mid to late game, we saw exactly how strong this pick can be.
It's a no-brainer. Look at EGG's comp. It's really well-rounded. Really good scaling, good engage, good team fight, fantastic early game through bot. I think EGG's comp is well-rounded, better than T1's, I would say, but T1's has skill expression. It has mobility. Fiora, Lee Sin, Akali, if you can make these individual outplays in team fights, you will take over the game. It's on EDG to shut this top side of T1 down.
Yeah, and I mean, even just things like marking flanks in team fights is going to be so crucial for EDG, wanting that front to back. And again, for the side of T1, I think things looking pretty solid, especially Owner on the Lee Sin is something I'm absolutely terrified of seeing.
Playmaking is the name of the game for T1. Yep. Side lanes is the name of the game for T1. You touch on it, flanks as well. These are the things that EDG need to think about when they approach Dragon Pits. There's going to be a flank from Lee Sin. Faker is going to look for the flank as well. Zeus is going to be hitting your tower, so you're going to be under pressure. If they can keep calm, their front to back is stronger. It's just on T1. How much can you work with? How much can you perform with? How much can you pull off with this draft?
And we've seen how hard it can be if you don't get ahead on compositions that scale, or against a composition that scales so well like EDG's, how the game can fall apart so quickly for you. But there is a Yuumi on the opposite side. There's a Fiora, there's an Akali to mount up onto. If T1 get an advantage, this game is going to feel so incredibly impossible for EDG.
I feel like drafts have like a skeleton that kind of check them out. Early game that can bridge you to the mid game that can get to the late game and engage, right? These are the 3 or 4 things that you think about in a draft to make it well-rounded. The Kalista will get them through the early game, the Azir will get them to the mid game, and the Ornn will help them through the late game in terms of engage and the itemization, right? To just catch up on gold leads if they're behind. So T1 needs to focus really heavily on this top side. The Yuumi can facilitate that, but I feel like EDG are going to play for these bot dives.
Yeah, and it's just been stock and standard EDG, how they played all split. It's how they took down RNG. Again, MSI champions twice in a row. They're going to have to do it here once again.
Ho, ho, ho. This is it. T1 versus EDG. Stock standard level 1, wards in bot brushes, ranged matchup here, so you want to make sure you don't get any kind of cheese level 1, you want to make sure you can maintain that bot push.
My eyes especially are actually going to be on Owner because, right, we've been talking about T1 wanting this playmaking. A lot of this in my mind going to come online once we get closer to things like the level 6 mark where Faker does have a lot more pressure. Zeus, we know as well, going to get pushed in the first few levels against Flandre. So a lot's going to be on Owner to see if he can find any opportunities or at least prevent EDG from making any early plays towards bot because you know that's what they want to do with Viper and Kalista.
And I think this small kind of disadvantage T1 have in this early game is Akali won't really get the mid push. So when you're looking at these dives, there's no real way to contest it unless Owner can just kind of shadow them or Faker can threaten the TP down there. Scouts will push Faker in the early stages. Level 6 is where this comp comes alive in the mid jungle for T1. This is where they will start to have the kill pressure.
Yeah, and it's obviously a death sentence fall behind in the early game against a champion like Vi. Getting that ultimate online against a champion like Akali, limiting her ability to outmaneuver, get around some of these abilities. That said, looking on the top side, Zeus opting for the Ghost here, can chase Flandre down in a long side lane. If we have a game similar to what we saw previously where a tower goes down early, it's not going to be quite as easy for Flandre to just sit in lane and weather the storm.
Early trading in bot, that second brush helping them out to gap close onto Gumayushi. And Owner is pathing down towards that bot side, JJ similarly. So T1 not looking for options top, they're looking to defend their bot lane in the early stages, and then I expect them to start playing through mid and shutting down Scout. Faker will start to walk up, and of course the sustain the Akali has makes it so pushing her out of lane is quite difficult. Scout can get the push whenever he wants if he just puts 3 soldiers down and starts hitting the wave, but Faker will just have to micromanage the way Scout plays this lane, try to stay as healthy as possible, and look for a good TP back on a good item base. Zeus now stacking some top waves, or really hard to trade level 1 with the Fiora because of the vitals.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what ends up happening, especially like we were saying with Owner, because now EDG can be able to get this wave into turret, so could potentially set up for a bit of a bounce and bring Jidget down to find this kill. But Owner, I mean, shadowing like we said, right? Because I feel like that was a big part of what we need him to do for T1 to get to the point in the game where they're hitting that power spike.
And while, of course, they probably could have predicted that Owner would be pathing down to the bottom side, spotting him out there with the Sentinel from the Kalista does certainly help. JJ now moving down as well. See if this is going to be a point of action on the map. If both junglers are going to stick around for now. Viper and Mako, no surprise, keeping the pressure up. Buma really going to struggle, and historically, Kalista feels so good in the Sivir because when you push Spell Shield as the Sivir, there's no right answer. Yeah. You're always just going to get eaten. It's a difficult one.
Or an ult, whatever it may be, something's going to hit you no matter what, right? So Faker getting a little bit chunked out here, Scout having that push, and when it comes to setting up these bot dives, it's very easy to say on paper, just dive bots, right? Yeah. But it requires a lot of setup. Viper needs to stack these waves into Gomushi, make sure he can't step up to clear them, and thin the wave before it pressures, and then JJ needs to be around, and Owner needs to be marked to make sure that it's on a 3v3 dive. So we'll start to see JJ move down towards this bot side. We expect after this bot side crapper, look for a little bit of information as to where Owner is, who's actually just gone for a full clear. He will hit level 4. JJ is quite close to it. They will meet each other, and JJ will lose that 1v1. So playing a bit careful, playing on information, and T1 will spot out EDG's jungler.
You can see advantage for Owner, but he's going to be forced to stick around here. While this wave will be set to crash into the tower. EDG not going to fish for the dive, but just going to keep the pressure up here as Monder he's on survival duty. You know, he's just going to get bullied around.
Oh my
Zeus, that's clean!
He just riposted the kind of like knock-up that the RNG does for a frame of a second to stun Flandre, so good mechanical play there by Zeus. And the more that this lane is in isolation, the better it is for him, right? If it's all about the Owner covering bot and JJ threatening it, the Fiora will just find an advantage on her own. TP's coming back here from Scout and Flandre.
And interesting, we're already seeing double Grievous Wounds item coming in for Scout and JJ both. Of course, important to note that with the Doran's shield healing, with Pots, with Second Wind coming in, and the Resolve tree, you're going to mitigate a lot more healing than you might initially expect. It does help you keep up lane pressure and lane advantage.
Even base health regeneration, right? It just stops a lot of that innate healing. Scout's feeling confident with Faker walking up there. Going to use the E aggressively, of course. Can use this dash aggressively when you're close to your tower because you're always going to be safe. When you have the push, a little bit more risky, but not much action here. EDG looks for that bot dive. They fished for it. They looked for Owner. He was there. They can't pull it off. And Zeus still has TP here, just looking for plates, ignoring the Ornn, just taking Demolish into the Ornn because Zeus knows that even if he gets the half HP here, he's TPing back anyway, right? So not in any threat.
And I think the thing is, so often when we think about dominating topside matches, we think about solo kills, these big explosive moments, but this is Zeus just dominating without needing to get that solo kill, getting that tower, having this massive CS lead already. He's going to be a massive problem in early skirmishes around the top side. Herald is going to be so hard for EDG to contest, and thus Ornalt is perfectly hitting 3 targets.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something where for T1 that they're kind of banking on right now. You know, their bot lane's kind of fine, just chilling in the bot side. They are falling behind on CS, but it seems like that Herald is Scout. This is getting spicy in mid lane.
Needs to be careful. Doesn't have the TP, so Scout's winning out on these trades really hard. Popping the potion right now, but Scout will slow stack this. The more he can spot out Faker, the more he'll decide on what to do with this wave. The longer Faker shows, the slower he'll push this wave. When Faker doesn't show, he will push it in as quick as possible. Faker dings over to level 6, and with this pressure mid and pressure bot, EDG setting up for this Dragon.
It makes a lot of sense. Have the Kalista have this early game power. We talked about passing over this kind of baton from the Kalista to the Azir in the mid game. Things going smoothly so far for EDG, despite the advantages that Zeus is building on the top side, not able to amount to much objective control. First Dragon for EDG, and Scout just keeping the pressure up mid.
Yeah, and for the side of T1, right, Faker going to need to go for a base right now, but getting closer to that 8-minute mark where they finally can try and play for some semblance of an objective. The thing I'm interested in seeing is if EDG want to commit their bot lane up to top side, since they have been able to keep a push and should have that tempo to where they can try and force that numbers advantage and, again, kind of prevent T1 from finding an advantage where they should.
And we say that often when it comes to tank versus carry matchup, where Ornn or Sion, the tank, is struggling against the carry, so the best thing to do is with your winning bot lane from draft, put your bot lane into the Fiora, push her in, and the Ornn will be safe under tower farming. And the Ornn is just innately harder to dive than the Fiora, right? So what'll happen there is T1 will have to swap around and match, and you'll see EDG just keep swapping their bot lane top and bot on every wave to keep the mismatch. We'll see if they do that when the Herald spawns in a minute from now, but Zeus just still constantly ignoring Flandre here, looking for plates with this Demolish off cooldown, keeping the top push so that Owner has somewhere to play towards. He can get this top grab you can see on the minimap, whereas on the bot side, he really struggles to find any contest up against JJ with Scout and Viper having this constant mid and bot push.
It's a struggle for Flandre. Just a big cannon minion with a lot of wave clear in this one. Can't kill him, but can just walk up and take those plates. Faker now moving down to the bottom side. This is big, especially as highlighted previously. 30 seconds away now from the Herald. Level 6s are going to start to tick over. This is where Owner really going to start to come online with this Lee Sin kick. Maybe looking to keep the pressure up on the top side as he's now coming in for a lane gank.
Yeah, and I actually really like the way that T1 played this window. Have Faker lean down towards the bot. If you can find something at this time window, it lets Gumayushi and Keria push in, so then they actually can preemptively maybe start to hover up, set up Owner to go for this Herald, which it looks like he wants to do with the pressure that Zeus is able to keep up by himself. But look at JJ and Scout. They don't want to let this happen.
And look at Viper and Mako. They're already basing to sprint towards this top side. I think they know that the 3v3 top side is a bit of a 50-50. They're not sure if they'll win it. They have mid push, yes, but T1 has top push. So Mako and Viper going to take a base here and should be here first. We'll see what happens here because JJ might just start it up with Scout being around and his bot lane being on the way. But EDG don't have information on T1's bot lane. We're actually not going to move up here and contest it. So we could see a trade-off here where EDG just get a free Herald. And what will happen here is Viper will move bot when he sees Gumayushi, and he'll stay mid until just in case he tries to contest.
Of course, T1 know that this is happening as they do have a ward in the pit. The sweeper from JJ was not able to spot that one out. Scuttlecrab as well, so have the information, but seems like they do not have the strength here going into this skirmish against the level 6 Kalista. Surely a death sentence, so they will back off. They will concede this, but sadly for them, not really able to trade it back for anything meaningful.
I will say, though, I mean, look at the bottom half of the jungle. T1, Owner, and Keria aggressively invading. So, I mean, Viper and Mako are going to have to be so careful. They actually might walk into a bit of a trap.
Uh-oh. Owner lurking in the shadows. The sweeper will spot him out, but
how strong those Lee Sin buffs going to be? Well, not strong enough to go for the 100-0, that's for sure. Will be forced to walk away. Happy with the blue buff, at least.
So EDG lose roughly a wave, but T1 don't get a plate for it. So the Herald should pay back that deficit that Viper just lost, and I wouldn't be surprised to see JJ put that Herald either bot or mid, where most of the pressure is. But again, constant isolation, 30 CS lead right now for Zeus. Flounder will get a couple of these creeps on the tower, but just ignoring the Orin, looking for plates, demolish procs, take good bases when the waves are pushed in. And as long as he knows JJ's bot side, this is just going to be a bit of a horror for Flounder, right? There's not much he can do in response.
And it feels like for T1, that's what you're going to have to bank on, because I also wouldn't be surprised to see EDG just end up saving this Herald for when Dragon's going to spawn in a minute, 20 seconds, and try and get to that condition where they're stacking up Dragons, they're forcing T1 to fight them maybe a bit sooner than they would want to.
And that's exactly what we talk about when we talk about teams that have these big ways to force fights, is stacking these strikes so you can bring them to you, so you can stop that split pusher from just trying to end the game on a silence. I think it's so incredibly difficult to do. So Zeus right now having a great time, a wonderful time. 30 CS lead, he's taking plates left and right. He basically doesn't have a lane opponent right now because of how weak the Ornn is into the Fiora. But as we get later and later into the game, his job becomes much more complex than just dominating a 1v1.
So here's the Herald mid, more gold over to Scout. You can see the gold lead now, 500-600 gold in his favor with those extra plates in the CS lead. And I think EDG have figured out the only way T1 can crack this game open is through mid. Scout is their most vulnerable player. So as long as Viper and Mako keep bot push and they keep some vision around mid for Scout, then there's no real action for Owner to look for. Tops in isolation, they lose 3v3 bot, so it's just about holding on right now for T1, giving up these early Drakes. 20 seconds on the spawn though. Gumayushi could get this wave in, level 7. Owner's hovering around and JJ's on his camps.
Ulti coming out, final chapter. Not going to find the third stack on a Mako that's massive. They're not able to snare a single target, so just using the ultimate, getting a bit of pressure, but nothing else.
Small window. Now the question is, does T1 look for the Dragon themselves? Yes, you got Viper's flash, so Owner can make a play on him if they do decide to walk up. But Scout and Faker contesting mid waves right now to see who can get into river first. The bot lane of EDG alongside their jungler will start to walk up, clear out some of this vision. We could have a fight on our hands here.
Viper standing back. Has to be careful here. Faker now looking for the collapse. Scout coming down as well. Kali ulti up and available. Owner fishing for the kick. And advantage. Viper now stepping forward. JJ now going in, looking to lock down Gumayushi, but the flash stops it. Ulti comes out as well, but not really connecting on anybody from Mako. Mako now being pulled back. Ignite now taking Faker, looking to finish up some kills. Faker looking to find Mako, getting pushed back. Scout keeping him alive. The objective, can they take it? That's one for the side of T1. But the stacks are there. Faker now, triple Faker. Everything on him. Guma still standing strong. The flash forward. The absolute confidence. He gets one. Can he get two? Faker now standing forward. They can't finish Guma. It's massive for the side of T1. The Dragon's still standing. Scout now walking away. TP now coming in. Fjord just returning to the top lane. It is a mess on the bottom side. Scout still in the area, but T1 will finally take the Cloud Drake.
And we see T1 playing for those outplays, playing that game of inches. Exactly what you said, Cadril. Faker going in so aggressively, able to put the pressure there, and Guma's flash to follow up is beautiful.
Great skill expression there from T1, but I will say that both the engages were a bit scuffed there from both sides. Owner looking for a kick flash on onto the support, I think it was. We'll have to see the replay. And then Scout and JJ just diving onto a Sivir who just spell shielded the Violed. From that point onwards, there's a lot of back and forth because both front lines had dived onto each other's back lines, and it was kind of like 2v2 split. Zeus getting that tower down, now 3 plates in his favor. So we'll look at this again. So JJ says, I'm going to flash ult Guma here, so Guma spell shields. And then Oner, what does Oner do here? He looks for the kick flash onto Mako, but he gets pulled away as he flashes forward. So both engages are a bit scuffed, but from this point onwards, we see the skill expression from the mobility of T1. EDG trying their best to try to play as a team, play as a death wall, and look for front to backs, but T1 just don't give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, again, Faker with that E just able to get right in the middle of them. So many of EG's defensive tools were already used trying to find the aggressive play, and it gives that window for Guma to go in, find the kill, and the fact that Keria on the Yuumi is such an annoyance. You know you aren't going to be able to finish off those low health bars.
And very big for the side of T1, not just because of the 1k gold advantage that they've built, but they're slowing down the dragon stacking from the side of the EG, finding these advantages. Yep. Zeus didn't TP to that fight. He TP'd back top to keep pressing advantage here. Now he's got the Divine Sunder as well. It's only getting easier for him.
That top lane plate is on 1 HP, I think, so he's going to pick that one up in the next 30 seconds, you have to imagine. But now it's a window where T1 bot lane can start to contest. They've been pushed in all game long, but now Gumayushi has Kraken Slayer. Viper doesn't have his Mythic yet. Faker's got a kill as well, so that negates the gold deficit he had from the plate. So the 3v3 slightly in their favor. Guma no flash though, so needs to be really careful of Vi just queuing over this wall. Kalista ulting in the Renata to get the initial spell shield.
Oh, Zeus also doing so much work.
There we go, the engage. Just trading ultimates, really. JJ now taking so much damage. Scout off to the side as well, trying to zone away Faker. Oner on the way in. On the hunt has been used. Filing projectile connects on JJ. They cannot let that hit the Vi. Will dash out just in time as the tower falls topside. T1 are getting everything that they want across the map.
They really are, and you have to question what JJ's doing there. He just ulted into a Sivir spell shield again and got nothing. Sivir just ulted away, spell shielded the ult, and just kind of ran. And now it's Oner and Keria on the aggressive, looking for the enemy blue buff. Scouts around, but JJ has no ult. And it looks like bases are coming in for the EDG bot lane. So now this side of the map that T1 was losing, they're now winning both sides.
Yeah, exactly. I actually love the way that T1's playing this, and it feels like you look at EDG's comp, right? Again, there's a ton of scaling. You have an Ornn, you have an Azir, but I don't know how they're going to get Viper going when Faker now is putting up so much pressure in the mid lane. He can just constantly lean down. You see them weaving in, getting the vision, not allowing the push to come through. And it goes back to something that we were hitting on earlier, that it still leaves Zeus and Flandre in that 1v1, which is exactly what T1 want to go on as long as possible.
And you can see it's almost a 2,000 gold lead there for Zeus in this isolated 1v1 just purely from the plates. And now the Herald spawn, TP coming in from Scout. Could have a 5v5 around this Herald. Does T1 want to opt into a 5v5? Their Sivir has no summons, Faker's lacking summoners. Zeus is a bit split. JJ will find him, but the dash away will keep him safe. T1 posturing, poising, looking to contest this in the topside river. EDG going back to mid-wave.
Backing away, tense exchange there. Neither side going to burn any major cooldowns, just walking away from each other. Now trying to get mid-wave control. Big thing here for the Sivir is she kind of weathered the early game storm of the Kalista. Much better wave clear at this stage of the game. Viper not able to finish a Runaan's yet, so pretty slow overall in taking that mid-wave.
Yeah, no Mythic for Faker, no Mythic for Viper. Two crucial items for both of these carries.
Oh, Rocket Belt just picked up.
Rocket Belt just picked up. Faker coming out of base. T1 need to slow this down, wait for Faker to arrive. Gumayushi's a bit split, but Zeus has a lot of confidence here.
Hard forcing, are they willing to commit for the 50-50? It's a big risk.
Oner
just walks in and takes it. It's so casual. Now Viper's in trouble. Viper's been locked down. They've got the Ornn up, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Instantly Oner to the backside, looking, fishing for a kick. He will not find it. EDG running for their lives, getting cut down. The Yuumi empowering the carries. Faker with the double. EDG falling apart as T1 take the Herald. They take the fight. Flandre's running for the hill. Scout desperate to get something back, but just knocking him right back into his teammate. What are you doing? T1 monsters in the exchange.
And the Herald comes out that Oner stole. He's going to get the mid-tier one. Is Faker going to take that E on the Scout? No, he is not. Are they going to look for a tier 2 as well? The T1 meat grinder, this Yuumi paying dividends for these mobility carries.
It's so great. And getting to see Faker be the one taking advantage of what Keria has to offer. The most decorated player in League of Legends history, popping off again against the most recent world champions.
It's so hard for EDG to find this fight because the amount of angles that T1 are coming from. Zeus was stepping up there in a kind of like a 1v5 when his mid lane's in base, his AD carry's trying to reposition. How the hell does Oner get that Herald when they have so many Kalista Ren stacks in there? Zeus just runs forward with the Yuumi on his back. That's their engage. W's forwards on the Renata ult to get a stun onto the Ornn, and then Oner looks for the initial kill. Viper doesn't die here because of the bailout, so it looks good for EDG, but then Faker arrives.
Yeah, Faker gets right in their faces. Beautiful second hit of the the ultimate to be able to guarantee that kill on the Renata. And the fact that he was able to keep going is what blew my mind. But again, having Carry on top of him, supplementing with the heals, and Scout tries to knock him back, but kind of ends up giving Flandre his life.
JJ looking to steal this one back from Owner. Can he get it?
Time to see if he can get it the 50-50. Are they going to push? He gets kicked out of the pit. They want to finish it. And Owner, this man doesn't miss. He pulls it back over the wall. Where's the follow? They take down the jungler. JJ going to back away now. Zeus so strong in the 1v1, leaving him isolated. One more stack. He's trying to finish it. He leaves back over the wall. The bailout, not bailing in.
Here comes Striker.
The day, baby. Mako taken down. T1 see their window of opportunity. They take it. They take the drink. They take another fight. There's nothing left on the map for EDG. This is a slaughter.
One small overstep and T1 punish all of them running down the members of EDG, and they're in the perfect position. You can see Zeus pushing in body's going to pick up that turret. Guma Yushi in mid. T1 just having a fantastic position on the map.
100% kill participation on Faker, Gumyushi, and Carrier right now. It's the mid and bot lane that we were unsure if they could step up because of their lane matchups, but they are performing in these river fights. Faker is taking over every second that he arrives, and we're going to take a look at this one again because JJ tries to look for the contest, the kick back so Owner can secure it, but the Vial to follow through.
Yeah, JJ wanting to go in, but I mean, sure, they find the kill, but Zeus is so strong right now. The Vitals come up, and he's just able to pretty much take him down single-handedly. But once Faker gets here, it's over.
It really is. I mean, he has such a good angle here. He can go on absolutely anyone. He can go over the wall into Scout. He can go into Viper. Luckily for Viper, he dodges out on that Shuriken. Faker would have taken it back. And there was a lot of question marks around T1 coming into this tournament. Getting 3-0'd by Gen G, going to 5 games against Damwon. How strong is this team? But they're happy, they're smiling, and they're in form. The meta is good for them, and we're seeing a lot of playmaking coming out of their top side.
Again, and just even to go back to the bot side, it's so crazy that we were saying, hey, the meta might be better for Guma, and then go back to exactly what was the staple all summer long, and they're making it work against who coming in a lot of people thought was the best bot lane in the world.
An impressive showing for T1, no doubt, and it's so difficult now for EDG. You do not get to quietly scale in this game anymore. Faker, Zeus getting onto your back line. Odessa, as you can see them grouping up as 5. They know if they pull back. Owner now pushing for the kick. That's going to be the hostile takeover. How much is it going to do? Ornal going in, but it's not hitting nearly as many targets as they need to. JJ now going to get taken down. Zeus finding the reset, finding the healing circle. Mako now going to get taken down. The bailout, again, is going to be useless. Faker fishing for Viper. He's going to take him down. Flandre. Oh, it's just like the laning phase, but this time so much worse. T1 and Faker dominating.
It's the solo lane. Faker might be in trouble, though. He's going to get taken down by Scout. A little bit of revenge there for EDG, a consolation prize despite losing 4 members. Scout standing tall, but they're going to lose this bot tier 1. It's Zeus and Faker just running through EDG right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that EDG do have all these AoE tools to be able to take a fight. Again, they're falling behind. They're losing control of the map. T1 are able to come from so many different angles, and they're just making it work.
How are you going to hit an Ornal on all of the necessary targets? Akali is so mobile. Zeus with the Ghost, he can walk around it. Sivir with the ult. At this point, now that they're behind, it's so incredibly hard to play the fights as we see here.
And it looks so good because Owner goes in, gets knocked up straight away from the Vyq, and then dies. So it's a 4v5 from the get-go. But like you said, the Ornal goes wide. Carrier's on top of Zeus. Faker's pushing Viper out, and Gumayushi's free hitting. So eventually, with the fight being so split in a front-to-back comp with Ornn and Azir, they just dominate you with their mobility. Zeus just diving Flandre right now. And as much as we talk about the top side of T1, I want to give a huge shout out to Carrier on this Yuumi, right? He's also on 100% kill participation right now. He's a full AP Yuumi with the Ludens, 10 stacks on the Darkseal. This Yuumi does a lot of damage.
I do not expect any team to let Yuumi through against T1 again. Like, you just cannot let this happen. We were like, hey, Carry on playmaking sport's going to be so huge at Worlds, but still able to make this work as well. And now, I mean, EDG are just in such a hole. For T1, I think just looking to play out through sides, you can already see both top and bot wave pushed in, try and get some semblance of control on top side jungle so they can start making play for the Baron.
Collapsing onto Zeus. 4 members here trying to take down the top laner of T1. Surely he falls. Knocked down, shut down for EDG. Baron up, TP coming out. EDG instantly pull the trigger. They know this is their window of opportunity. They may concede mid for it, but they have to get it done. But Owner, already 2 smites this game. He has been clean. He has been undeniable in these objectives. Will he find another?
EDG have the Ren, they have the Kalista, they're stacking them up. It's a 4v5 for T1. Faker is alive. Gumayushi, Owner, and Carrier. Can they do it?
Should be impossible. They managed to make it work. It's so close in the exchange, but EDG will take the Baron. Faker onto the backside trying to finish off Scout. Faker, can he get it done? He goes in. He takes down Scout. That's going to be 1. Owner waiting over the wall. T1. Guma now running. They're split. They've been knocked down. They might just be knocked out. TP coming in from Faker for the triple for Guma.
The 4v5, they pulled it off. Faker got incredibly low at the start and they didn't manage to get the steal, but EDG were like fish in a barrel in that Baron pit.
T1 once again just have the number of their old rivals, completely stomping EDG.
Are they going to look for the end here? 10 seconds on Scout. We're 22 minutes into the game. This is the world champions. T1 are on to the Nexus towers.
T1 tearing through the Nexus. Eyes on the prize, give them no quarter, take everything from EDG. Viper making out, fighting back, they're looking to get it.
Oh my God!
Nexus will fall. 22-minute victory. T1 unleashed on the international stage.
What is this T1 team? The second they got a lead, they just didn't let it go. And my God, their team fighting with this composition was almost flawless.
They have silenced all the doubters already on day one here at World's group stage. Incredible performance from absolutely everyone. Doubts around Gumayushi, picks the Sivir, does his job fantastically. Carry as Yumi, the mobility of the top side. EDG, despite having this good, well-rounded scaling comp, just had absolutely no answers to the skirmishes and the aggression from T1.
Second fastest game of the tournament. And Zeus is a promise realized. We knew he could dominate Flandre if he was set up to do so. He absolutely did. Left on that island, he built an incredible individual advantage. The rest of the team, you've weathered the storm now. Gumayushi and Keria against Viper. That's it. That's the storm, bro. And only more to show here from T1. Incredible, incredible performance.
Again, just so huge to see. I mean, right, we will get to see them play again, so EDG have their chance for revenge, but just the way they did it. Teams of this caliber, though, once they find leads like the way T1 did, they just don't let it go. And I mean, heck, again, right, it's been so long since T1 have been able to like pick up a trophy, pick up a championship. If coming back now, having the meta shift go in their favor, Faker saying it, he's back in NA. Last time he was in NA, what did he do? Already off to a great start.
And even that's the tip of the iceberg, especially for bot lane picks, right? You think of Sivir Yumi, that's something that we played throughout summer. We haven't seen things like the Varus. You know, Gumayushi likes to play things like the Jhin as well. So I think they have a deep champion pool in bot lane and the confidence to pull off things like the Lee Sin as well, who we haven't seen much in this tournament too. T1, they're only showing us the tip of what could be a lot of different champions coming into Worlds, which is a meta where I think you can play pretty much anything.
That's just an incredible first showing, too, for the group stage, because it puts every other team you're playing against, I think, on the back foot in draft. You're starting to worry about a lot of things you might not have been concerned about before. They let the Yumi through. We know that's a mandatory ban moving forward. And T1, with a performance that dominant, you don't learn a lot past that they're really good. So I feel for whoever has to play them next, because it's going to be a tough one. But here you see most storied matchups, T1 RNG, T1 G2. I mean, they're legends for a reason.
I just love how many of them T1 is involved in. I kind of expected T1 EDG to be a bit higher up, but T1 just, again, making so many international appearances, it's no surprise.
Yeah, RNG T1 being the top of that. A lot of games back and forth. These orgs on your screen, just historic, kind of legendary organizations always making it to these World Championships. And Owner done dirty a bit on that damage graph. He always kind of went in and died, and it was the solo laners kind of picking up a little bit of the slack, but he was engaging on the Lee Sin, and then it was Zeus engaging on the Fiora, right? It was a very complicated way to find angles into it, but they just went head first most of the time.
And you can see Scout trying to fire back, but ultimately such a difficult thing to do. Even the Yumi damage, that's a sign of dominance.
Yeah.
When the Yumi gets to build full AP and gets to do that much damage, you're usually having a pretty damn good game.
Honestly, just again, looking at EDG's damage number, talking about EDG, just Jejin not able to find the impact, again, kept ulting the spell shield of the Sivir, and the fact that EDG as a whole just couldn't find a way to get their bot lane going was so damning.
They couldn't crack the map open. They got 0 towers that game, EDG. It's so hard to force river vision and work with skirmishes when all your outer towers are gone and you haven't got a single one on your side, because you don't have a side to play through for bot push, mid push, top push. Every lane was just struggling ever since Gumayushi and Keria evened up the lane. So you have no options to push out lanes and then look for collapses. You're just kind of walking head first into darkness. You have no vision.
We have to assume that EDG are going to look back at that one, and especially at some of those vials that just got consumed by Sivir spell shields. And if there's this disconnect here between the team where they're like, we think we have the follow-up, that when Sivir ults and runs away, that we're going to be able to get there, because those moments in the early game where EDG looked a little lost, where they weren't quite all on the same page, T1 pounced on that and made a massive lead.
JJ's Vi has been outstanding during summer, I must say. I think he had like 70% win rate in 10 games, and it's amazing champ to get them 2 worlds, right, against RNG in that series. But the thing is, those ults, he was underperforming this game. As much as I want to celebrate T1, I will say JJ a little bit of an underperformance when it comes to finding these bot 3v3s. It's on him to engage these bot 3v3s, but he never find the right angle. He's always ulting into the Sivir spell shield.
We'll see how they do moving forward, but for now, let's turn our attention back to the winner. We're joining Shox and Faker for our Verizon post-game interview.
Indeed. We already get to talk to Faker on our first day of the group stage. What a treat, and what a treat that game was. So Faker, in terms of your first game, it was incredibly good from the side of T1. How happy are you with the performance of the team here versus EDG?
네, 이제 그룹 스테이지 첫 경기를 치르셨는데요. 정말 굉장한 퍼포먼스가 나왔습니다. 이번 경기를 토대로 경기력에 어느 정도 만족하시나요?
일단 첫 경기를 되게 깔끔하게 이긴 것 같아서 만족스럽고 생각했던 것보다 더 경기력이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
I'm pretty satisfied with the fact that we actually was able to get an even cleaner performance and a win this time around, and I think we played even better than we expected.
Well, it was very convincing indeed. The last time we saw you was, of course, in the LCK finals. What was the focus of the things that you had to work on, you feel, coming into Worlds?
LCK 결승전이 끝나고 이제 월즈를 준비하면서 어느 부분에 가장 집중하셨나요?
일단 저희가 부족했던 팀워크를 좀 중심적으로 맞추려고 했고 또 이제 조금 더 잘 적응하는 것에 대해서 준비를 많이 했습니다.
So we mostly focus on our teamwork and also adapting to the new environment.
Of course. There's a lot to say about Champions Queue and all the pro players getting to get the experience there. What do you think about Champions Queue? And do you feel like it's helping you in your practice for Worlds?
이제 많은 분들이 또 챔스 큐에 지금 많은 관심을 갖고 계신데요. 챔스 큐의 경험은 또 어땠는지, 의견은 어떠신지, 그리고 좀 월드 준비에 도움이 되는 것 같나요?
확실히 좀 더 빠르게 저희가 연습을 진행할 수 있게 되는 것 같아서 좋은 것 같고 그리고 많이 플레이할수록 좋은 점이 많은 것 같습니다.
So obviously we can start practicing even faster, which is really good. And also I think, yeah, it's really helpful. The more you play, I think you get more kind of advantage of it.
Of course, and maybe that helped with that performance today. Final question. You're a three-time world champion. The last time that you were able to hoist the Summoners Cup was right here in North America. Do you feel that it's some kind of a good luck that you get to play here in America? And how do you feel about T1's chances this year?
네, 페이커 선수는 또 2회 우승자이자 마지막으로 우승했을 때가 바로 이 북미 무대였잖아요. 그런 만큼 좀 좋은 약간 행운이 따를 것 같은 기분이 있는지 또 이번에 T1이 우승할 확률 어느 정도로 보시나요?
사실 경기장에 대해서 그렇게 기억을 잘 하진 못했었는데 직접 와보니까 모든 것들이 조금씩 기억나기 시작했고 확실히 훨씬 더 좀 기분 좋게 경기를 할 수 있는 것 같고 이번에도 느낌이 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, obviously I thought I don't really have clear memories of the venue and stuff, but once I actually came here, I was having all the memories coming back. So yeah, I'm feeling extra better, and I think the chances are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, a great start. Thank you so much, Faker. Thank you, Kisam, as well. A lot of Faker fans in the building, and I'm sure over at the State Farm analyst desk as well.
Thank you so much, Shox, and congrats to T1 for taking their first win of the group stage. A quick reminder to everyone that North America has hosted Worlds 3 times, 2012, 2013, 2016. Faker's been to 2 of those World Championships, and he's won both of them. So I love that we asked that question there at the end of the day. Also love the fact, calling back to New York, of course, Madison Square Garden. Now we're in the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden, but when we were in that giant venue, some people tout ROX SKT at the time, T1 now, as one of the greatest series, if not the greatest series the Worlds has ever seen. There's some magic here in this city.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you took a poll, that would be most people's best series of all time at Worlds. And, you know, Faker being a part of that, being a part of that crowd here in New York. I'm sure some of the fans here today were there then. So it's definitely something special to be part of.
All right, Dag, let me bring you to the draft because one of the things we had talked about was the junglers for both squads. And there were 2 champions in particular that were named. Lee Sin on one side, Vi on the other. We got them both. But that is a very distinct shift from what we've seen in a lot of the other matchups today already.
Yeah, and I think the Vi in particular is one that kind of stands out, right? Because we've kind of seen a lot of the LPL teams more willing to bring it out. We saw RNG and Plains bring it out. And I think it's something that JJ has looked good in the past. We even heard Keijo talking about it on the desk, where this is something that has been good in playoffs. But Azale, I know you were talking backstage about like the way he executed on the Vi just wasn't up to scratch.
Yeah, I mean, Keijo wasn't super impressed with it. I mean, we can run through some of the highlights, but there was one thing in particular that, you know, I was really surprised in, and that generally when you see Vi and you're playing into the Sivir, you take Chilling Smite because you need to try to play the mini game where you Chilling Smite off the Sivir spell shield as you're going in with the ulti. And every time it felt like he's diving into the backline, it's just going to get spell shielded. When you're playing challenging smite, you can't actually knock the spell shield off in the same way.
Worst feeling.
So exactly. So I was just so surprised that he actually elected to go for challenging smite. I feel like it was a clear mistake in this game.
With you.
And you can see how close some of these early fights were as well. And if you had actually gotten some of these targets like the Sivir out of the equation, but this could have been EDG kind of compounding on the early lead they found. Like, we had the advantage in the mid lane for Scout, bot side as well for Viper. They got first Dragon. It was looking good, but then we got into these fights and T1 popped off. And Faker in particular just looked like he was unstoppable on this Akali, but Owner as well in every single one of these fights, finding good execution, finding the right players, and stealing away some of these core Dragons.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those comps that when you look at it, you know, and if you're not super confident in the team that's piloting it, it's not a good composition, right? Where you're playing Fiora and Lee Sin and Akali, and you're playing against Ornn and Azir and all these champions that you have to run into. Even Renata is going to really make it very, very difficult. But they were able to find really good angles. They were very coordinated on when they're engaging and what ways they were engaging these fights. And they were able to crush through what I think most people would have considered a superior team fighting comp.
And I think this fight is a really good example of what you're talking about there, Zale, right? They kind of spread out the fight, so EDG gets stuck in the pit. Faker is dealing with Scout and Viper who are outside. He's able to kind of deal with the carries. And then you've even got Owner who's still waiting out on the backside as well, waiting to come back into the fight.
What are you laughing at over there? Did I miss that during the game? Did Faker start channeling TP in Ornn's face and get it canceled by an auto? That is brilliantly BM. Totally unintentional, I'm sure, but that is brilliant in the best of ways. You already mentioned that Faker popped off on the Akali. We've gone ahead and awarded him the 1+ OP player of the game for that performance, for all the talk we had about his appearances on some other champions and how they might appear, especially when things like Azir are strong. For him to then leap to the Akali and pull off some of the stuff he did in this game, I mean, that's going to make people question their approach to T1.
Especially when you've seen him, like as we highlighted already on Ari, Lissandra, these kind of things where he's taking the back foot and kind of going, I will be that puppet master that we were talking about. For him to just have this incredible performance on the Akali reminds us as why he is considered the greatest of all time.
Absolutely. And the fact that he has been so good for so long means he had to perform in all different metas that we have seen over the last decade, basically, of League of Legends. There hasn't been a meta that this guy has been bad in, it feels like. So it is impressive to see him bringing out the Akali, dominating on the pick. As you say, it is going to make people really worry in picks and bans and perhaps reconsider the way that they are evaluating T1, because most people were seeing Faker, you know, in the LCK at least in summer, more of a facilitator.
And I just don't think there's any way you can undersell how, or oversell actually would be the word I'm looking for, oversell how much of a boon it is to your team when you have somebody like that in the mid lane, a rock in the mid lane who, no matter how the tournament meta changes around him, you know he's got it. Right? Like, if I got to go to LeBlanc, well, just so happens to be my best champion of all time. You know, if I got to go to Azir and play for the late game, fine, I can do that too. If I need to be Lissandra and look for the engages, hell, I'll play the Olaf in the mid lane and run you down, kill you at level 1, 2 if I need to do that. So either way, T1 starting out hot with a win over EDG. On the other side, we'll have the clash between the LCK Kings Gen G and the reigning MSI champions in RNG. But as we go, 1+ Cam is giving us a look at our beautiful home for the group stage, New York City.
That's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk in Worlds 2022. We got one more bout to close out the day. And as we get into it, I'm going to turn things over to Dagda because I've been told you, sir, have a flaming hot take.
I have a flaming hot take, and I am about to share it because after just watching T1 take down EDG, I'm a little bit worried for RNG against Gen G as well, because when I look at the drafts we've seen from RNG coming in from play-ins, they have been pretty terrible, to be perfectly honest. The thing that we've seen from RNG is that they've been specifically falling back into things that have been comfortable from the summer split, but haven't really adapted to the new meta. And I think this is very obvious with things like the Lucian Nami that we saw come out, because Electric Electrocute has been nerfed massively in that combo. We even saw them running it with the Summon Airy. When you look towards their picks against teams like DFM as well in their loss in Game 4, in the win against Game 4, you're still seeing them go back towards things like the Lissandra that was very popular, the Viego that we've seen has been very much a pocket pick for Wei. It hasn't been things that have been very much suited to the new current style of the meta. It's been things that they're much more comfortable falling back on. Even with their first read against DRX, coming in with that Fi, the Neela as well. It's not anything that we've seen that's been linked to the meta at the moment. It's just been about RNG trying to find what works for them over the course of the summer split.
So where do they finish in group? What's your hot take?
Third.
Okay. He looks like he's in pain while he's saying that.
I'm an RNG fan. This hurts me.
I know we're watching footage right now of in-game, but you don't understand how painful that was for
He
Nagda.
looks like I just stabbed him in the
out
heart.
of his lips right there.
I hate you all.
He's predicting a third-place finish for RNG.
Not a hot take if you don't give us a hot take.
Yeah, my hot take. Because up to that point, your hot take is just they're not playing that well.
My flaming hot take is that I'm not really loving some of these drafts.
Okay,
I'm not used to this, all right?
but here's
I
the
just
thing
smile.
about RNG, right? So while maybe there were a couple letdowns in the play-ins, they still worked their way through it and made it to the group stage, and they've had some of that time to marinate and figure out some of those mistakes maybe for themselves. The other side of this matchup, of course, Azael is the #1 seeded team out of the LCK in Gen G. And so while they've had equal time to watch RNG and maybe identify some of those holes, this is a team that should not be trifled with, Gen G. This is a team that has historically, as we talked about the last matchup being big historically, this matchup is just as large.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gen G is a team that has been so dominant, within the LCK this year. They are looked at, as kind of the big dogs coming in, from summer. We're really, really crushing it. And traditionally, LCK teams have been kind of dominated by one team over the last number of years. Since when you look back to 2020, it's always one team that is just really rising above the rest. This is kind of exemplified by the finals. They are very often one-sided affairs. The teams that are coming and challenging for that title, maybe there aren't as many of them as there are from the LPL, but their top dog is always in the running, and it is Gen G this year. That being said, it has not always been an easy road for the players on Gen G. They have had a tremendous amount of struggles over the years where they're on the receiving end of some of these finals. And when we actually push forward and look to how many times some of these Gen G players have actually finished in second, it is crazy. So 18 times have individual players on Gen G finished second in the LCK. Twice, players have finished second at Worlds, and once a second at the MSI. So this is all the individual players, their second place finishes, all added together. Then
I'm not worried till we make it to the 20s.
When you add in score as well, when you add in their coach, he's got even more. So now it's 23 times has Gen G finished second across all of their players and their coach in the LCK. And this is really exemplifying not only the long and storied history of these players' career, but that it hasn't always been smooth sailing. This is their opportunity now to really come in and be the big dogs, to be the big favorite, where traditionally for a lot of these players' careers, they're playing second fiddle to that most dominant team.
I was going to say, and this is to say, second place in the LCK is still damn good. But every single person in that region wants to go that ounce further.
So what you're saying is they have enough silver to fill a cutlery drawer, but now they're eating good. Is that where we're going?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, the cutlery drawer is full. We need to fill a different drawer, and this one we need to fill with gold.
Well, he said RNG's getting bronze, so they're already doing one better.
Oh, lordy, oh, lordy, oh, lordy. Real quickly, as we dive into this matchup, let's just talk about how we expect the two teams to actually come to a head.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part is trying to see so I think the weakest part of RNG's game plan is usually the early game, and I think when I look at Gen G, they very much kind of go, hey, well, we've got, two of the strongest carries in the world right now. We're just going to go play for late game fights. So they kind of play to almost like shut down early aggression and then lean in towards these objective fights in the later portion of the game. But I think that almost plays into nearly the strength of RNG, which is their mid game. So I think this is going to become a really cool battle of how both these teams try to interact on the map, how they're playing outside waves, and then leaning that into, hey, how do we set up for objective control? But I know over in the LCK, Gen G have also been playing faster games as well when the time is right. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and turn that notch up a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're definitely a team that's capable of doing it. You talk about the big carries for Gen G, and I think that's what a lot of people are so excited about. Seeing Chovy, seeing Ruler, seeing these guys that are so individually amazing, because those are another couple names that I think are in that conversation for who's the literal best player in the world, right? Those names are going to also kind of be in that bucket. And so it's so fun to see them coming in here, you know, as the big dogs, as the #1 seed from the LCK. And really, I think the hope that a lot of the LCK fans have their kind of hopes pinned on for winning the World Championship. Now, that may be changing with how good T1 just looked. But, you know, this is the team that I think was expected to compete with the likes of JDG and Top.
Yeah, well, and if T1 just played that well, this is the team that beat them in a fairly dominant fashion in the final.
And I think the interesting part of like the success of Gen G was when you actually look at the drafts coming through from playoffs, like it was some variation of we'll have two of, you know, Ornn, Azir, or Zeri Sivir in that bot lane. It was always having this big late game scaling in it. So I'm curious to see with, you know, Yuumi, Sivir still kind of hovering around the meta, but Zeri off the table, if we get them, see them falling back towards, you know, the Ornn in the top lane, if we still get more of the Azir for Chovy.
Well, and it's really interesting because people had thought initially, I think the take was that, like, you know, Yuumi and Sivir and Zeri and all these teams are totally dead.
They're all dead.
Zeri is definitely gone. Sivir and Yuumi seem somewhat fringe, but I will say the number of times we've seen it throughout play-ins as well as some in groups, it's really not getting punished, right?
Nope.
And if people are actually seeing, you know, more and more successful games with this pick, then really we might see it rising and rising in priority. You look back to the previous game, if you're not able to slam this into the ground with Kalista, like, what are you able to blast it with?
We have Yumi's pumping out second most damage in games on their team at
Max
this World
Ludes
Championship.
is really strong now.
And if you're running a second highest damage Yuumi next to Ruler, I don't know what chance the other team has. And as we know, flaming hot take right here, RNG is not making it out of the groups. There it is. We got one more matchup to close out of the day. It's Gen G versus RNG. Let's get down to the stage and let's kick it off.
We're closing out the opening day of Worlds 2022 group stage with another LPL versus LCK clash. Is this the Hulu Theater or the Church of Chovy? Here they are, your LCK champions, Gen G! Face a behemoth in their opening game. An organization with 3 MSI titles in their trophy case. New York, I present to you the Titans of the LPL. Royal never give up! The final game of the first day of group stage, Gen G and Royal never give up.
Here we are for another LCK versus LPL clash. T1 demolished EDG in the last game, but now it's the MSI champions up against the LCK first seed. A lot of expectations on both teams' carries, I think.
And we got to start with a tough question. Dagda is a non-believer. You, as the other LPL representative, Lyric, do you have more faith? Do you have more belief in RNG?
As Dagda walked out, I looked at him pretty disappointingly. We have tons of RNG flags in the crowd, and I'm sticking with them. I believe in RNG, you know, whether they can beat Gen G or not, I won't call that. I'm up here. I'm not on the AD, but not top 2?
Yeah.
That's for me.
Gonna have to find out. That's for me. And look, I'm gonna hit you with the laziest analysis known to man. Gen G smashed by T1. T1 smashed EDG. Gen G best team in the tournament? Question mark? Transitive property, anybody?
Well, we'll find out now because this is the LPL 4th seed up against the LCK 1st seed, right? This is gonna be a banger, I can feel it. And a lot of people's eyes on Gen G, a lot of rumors behind the scenes. To no surprise of anyone, is Chovy and Ruler are very damn good at the game. So we'll see what they get their hands on. Things like Azir is something that I wouldn't be surprised to be first picked. Lehen's Yuumi is a big standout. Does RNG want to give that over? We've already seen what T1 can do with Yuumi. No, they don't. And the follow-up question is, Aatrox a worthy ban here against Doran, who's a very kind of Aatrox connoisseur.
I think especially now that you can see Gen G banning away Breek's Fiora, and just overall, I like Gen G's approach because we saw in Plains, RNG leaned very heavily into like niche comfort picks, and Gen G pretty much just took away all of them.
And I also like that we're seeing the Tristana specifically banned away. These resets were so incredibly powerful in Plains. Sejuani now going to be the response. Of course, Maokai still up and available, has been the premier jungle option. See if it's something that Peanut wants to try his hand at.
Yeah, Maokai, Aatrox, the two champions that I'm thinking of right now. Azir as well for Gen G. And now I wonder if this leaving open Aatrox is Breed wanting to play Jax.
Yep, I feel like we've seen it so many times, right? When RNG came into play, it was pretty much just leaving this open, going straight towards that Jax matchup. We'll see what he can do with it, as well as jungle pool. I really wonder what they're going to do because they started leaning so heavily on that Viego pick.
I think it has to be... Well, they're going to go for Graves, so I feel like Gen G have a Maokai Azir here. That would be a kind of like Gen G classic, but then you're dropping bot lane with Ruler and Lehen, so a couple of options here for Gen G, but RNG confident in Wei just slamming a Graves.
Yeah, and we saw he did have a really good performance on it as well. Wei not necessarily known to be a carry jungler. So on the opposite side, I feel like Peanut has had a very explosive summer split over in the LCK. So I'm curious, what do we actually get the poppy?
I love it. Peanut Hex Flash jungle path thing. This man will shamelessly just flash over any wall level 1 to go where he wants to go to farm jungle creeps. And I'm about that. And if they pair it with the Sylas,
I like the Sylas. Gives you way more skirmishing, but it's going to be Chovy's Azir, his most played in summer. I mean, all of the LCK mates really love their Azir, but Chovy's at the top of that list. But the Poppy just functions really well into Graves Jax, right? The Jax has to like find some kind of flank similar to Fiora in a way, more so of a side laner. Jumps in with the Q. If you pick a Kali into the Azir, another dash will be stopped. These are the kind of champions that do well into Azir. LeBlanc, Akali, things with kill threat, things with setup. So he's going to go for the Lissandra. I think if that was a Maokai, they probably would have gone for more of an assassin.
But Lissandra Graves, OG kill duo. When Graves got reworked, starting to get played in the jungle, this was such a powerful combo we saw so frequently. Puts Chovy in a difficult spot. If he doesn't take cleanse, he has to play so incredibly safe in lane.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of onus now is on RNG, right? Because we know just in the straight up 1v1, Chovy will come out ahead. I mean, Chovy, again, potentially the best laner in the world. Xiaohu picking for the team. Him and Wei are going to have to work incredibly well together to prevent Chovy from being able to just keep Xiaohu in lane, which has been RNG's win condition, is him impacting the map.
God, Worlds has been so exciting so far already, and it's only day one, group stage, right? So we'll see how this game plays out. A lot of agency for RNG, a couple bot lane bans coming into no surprise of anyone. Kalista taken away from Ruler, Nautilus from Ming. You're thinking of things like Sivir, Varus, Jhin, depending on what direction the AD carries want to go in. But a lot of the aggressive ones are kind of falling off. Caitlyn, Kalista being removed limits these kind of aggressive dive-heavy bot lanes.
Yeah, and that's why for Gala, like the first thing that jumps out to me would be something like the Aphelios. I think that can be a little bit rough playing into the range of something like an Azir, though. We've already seen that his pool has been pretty limited so far here at the World Championship, so I wonder if Gen G maybe would look to take something like that away.
Yeah, Leona could also be a ban. They're going to ban away the Kai'Sa, denying the playmaking. I mean, it's Gala, right? Gala's Kai'Sa is basically iconic. Nilaban is kind of interesting from RNG, but we won't touch on that too much because the Aphelios is locked in. That sets up RNG for many options on 5 here, where you could lock in a Leona for team fights, a Thresh for picks, even a range support, depending on what Gen G blind pick here to play more of a front-to-back to match the Azir.
Aphelios just such a flexible AD carry, offers good utility, offers incredible damage. So later in the game we go, we just saw earlier today how important an Aphelios ult can be into a clumped up group of opposition. Misfortune, bit of a mixed bag in terms of performances, in terms of success with the pick, but instead we got Senna, and that means stuff's gonna get weird on the bottom side. What are they pairing it with?
There's no way they do Senna Singed, right? There's no Yuumi on the enemy team. I think Senna Tam would be the easy option here, but I mean, it's Lehen's, you never know. He's played things like Sejuani support, he's played things like the Singe that I just touched on. It's a case of what he wants to pick to farm here. Tom Kench good into the Lissandra as well, but it's gonna be the Senna Singed! Locked in by Gen G! Screw the Yuumi! Lehen's 2 games on Singed already in summer. Known for this champion.
Blind picking Singed in their first game at Worlds. Gen G coming in with some spicy takes of their own.
And look, it looks like they're reading the opposite side of RNG. They want some engage. They want to get something, but they realize that Aphelios is going to be so lonely in the backside, just getting run at by a Singe.
I can't believe they've just gone for the Senna Singed, but if you think about it, dashes on the Jax and the Graves, you've got a Poppy W, you've got a Singe flip if they dash in, you've got a Singe W to root them in that flip as well. So they have tools to peel for their carries pretty well. It's just a case of how this bot lane 2v2 will play out, because I'm unsure how the Singe will be able to farm if junglers match bot, but then the kill pressure could be there.
I think it's, yeah, I think that's a fair, I'm not sure how a Singe support in this matchup is going to go. We know what it does against Yuumi. Time to see what it's going to do against the Leona, and I love the grounded effect that they are going to get from the adhesive there, from the Singe. I think this is so difficult for RNG to play out, but you can see with a champion like Lissandra, if you get one reset in a fight, RNG can very quickly take those over.
Yeah, even though, right, it's taking a bit of speculation to figure out what Gen G is going to look like once we hit the Rift. For RNG, I think it's very clear that they're going to look to play up towards Breathe. Every time they pick Jax in playing so far, Wei has been giving Breathe a lot of attention up towards that top side. It is a counter matchup. You have the setup there with your stun. Xiaohu as well following up. So RNG giving us comfort, nostalgia, and something standard. Gen G, I mean, it's standard for them, but...
And I think prep is so incredibly important here because Peanut is very, very creative on Poppy, early game pathing, and you have so much CC setup on the bottom side. Could be incredibly easy. Now, he can match topside. He can try to limit the ability to snowball topside, or he can just go straight down to bot and leverage this incredibly unique pick in the Singe.
A couple things to keep our eyes on. One, what Lyric just touched on. How much can they get Breathe ahead? Will Wei path towards the top side and try and help them out? Second one is, I just touched on the Singe flip, the Poppy W. That's even an Azir ult as well. They have so many knockbacks. We have to keep track of how RNG's top jungle can actually get on top of the carries of Gen G. The Leona can also be blocked, so Gen G have this turtle shell around them with an Azir and a Senna in the middle.
The chants from RNG fans are deafening. Of course, though, as we get ready for this game, important to remember that Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to multiple fans each day. You can head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter, and make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries. Type !Prime giveaway in chat to learn a little bit more. And guys, we're going to learn a little bit more about Singebot, because I know that, I don't want to say it's common for Lehens, because it's not an all-the-time pick, but I've seen it in the Yuumi. I love it. I love the concept behind it. Against the Leona and the Aphelios, not sure what to expect.
We'll have to see. I mean, the good news is he has TP, right? So early trades will suck regardless, and it will be hard for him to farm with the Aphelios being ranged and Leona having kill pressure. They might give up the push. They might get pushed in, of course, but the TP will help when he gets all in. But they might be late invading bot here, RNG. They are for sure. 1 minute 20, jungler in the bot side river. Will Ruler spot it? Yes, he will. Can they contest the 3v3? The answer is no!
The flash out is big.
Ming really aggressive right now. Ruler has to just ditch this bot side. They can't contest this. Peanut's going to start on his Wolves. We have to track how Peanut answers this. Can he move into the top side to take away Wei's red buff? And is it worth it? Do you want to leave your Singe Senna alone in a 3v2?
That's what I'm actually so scared of, because for RNG, we already hit on it, having kind of a counter matchup in top, you have a stronger mid-jungle in the early game. If Gall and Ming can get ahead, I feel like Wei's just going to have complete control of the map.
This is a great map state you have to imagine here for RNG. It's so hard for Lehens to be able to farm now in this 3v2, and Peanut hasn't even moved into the top side. That ward on the entrance red there by RNG just at the top of your screen will spot whether Peanut does that, and if he does, the collapse can come in from RNG. Xiaohu will get towards level 3 by the time he arrives at this point, and Wei can move through mid now to cover it off, it looks like.
Here we go. Chovy, did he take the Q? He might have, or is he just waiting as long as possible? Forced the flash out, he did. Q and W, no E yet.
I think the reason that he flashes here is because he will get chased down to the point where he'll inevitably have to flash, and he'll get chunked out. And he has no TP. So his lane's pushing out. Early flash to keep an health bar, but they're coming back for more.
Go one more time. Clutch coming out from Chovy, running for the hills, only level 2. One more shot from the gun. Can he finish it? Chovy ticking. Chovy back way. Oh, it's so close.
That was so dicey for RNG, which sucks because Wei has had such terrific pathing in this first few minutes, getting so much done. Already 2 flashes blown, but that was close.
I think the Q from Wei there was on top of Chovy rather than in front of where he was running. So the Q2 bounce back didn't actually do any damage. Maybe if that hit, they could have got the kill, but this opens up a window for Peanut to move into the top side jungle and actually take away this red buff, which he had no business in doing so. But because RNG's mid jungle just blew their sums and Wei was low HP, he had to go to Wolves to heal up, and now he's going to lose his buff.
And that's massive because initially that level 1 disrupted so much of what Gen G might have wanted to do in the early game, but with Wei overcommitting just a little bit there on that play, ultimately it means that Peanut's going to get something back, but they're just going to continue to force here. Doran not going to get the time to do anything.
Here they come. Dive inbound, 3 versus 1.
Doran, what are you going to do? Stun coming out. You can't do anything. They're just going to point and click you down. Oh, it's effortless. It's a clean dive for RNG.
And this RNG team has just been so proactive
And only the first 3 minutes of the game, I like how immediately Wave shifts from doing Raptors. Once Breeze communicates, hey, I have this wave set up, we can go for it. Xiao at push and mid, and everything looking good.
Peanut been a bit sneaky, took away the red, took away the Raptors as well, but he had to watch his top laner die all the meantime. Wei just giving up those camps to make that top dive happen. And like I said, Drake, also a lot of proactivity coming out from RNG. They level 1 invade bot, then they look for mid gank twice, and then they go towards the top and look for a dive. Genji yet to respond, and in isolation, this bot matchup, the Aphelios is slowly getting ahead as expected.
And while they weren't able to kill Chovy, they did the other thing that is so important for RNG, which is free Xiaohu up to roam. You highlighted it earlier, Lyric. This is everything for this squad. Xiaohu being the guy who can build leads in any lane once he's freed up to get out of his own.
And I'm curious to see if they want to go back and look for another opportunity top once Wei clears out his camps and, you know, kind of inevitably paths up there, or if they're going to look to make something happen bot right now. They already have some vision in the bottom half of the river. Looks like waves coming into Gala and Ming, and there might be some potential.
It's important to note, however, in the midst of everything, big CS leads for both Doran and Peanut. Wei, of course, grabbing the kill helps to get the serrated Dirk will help that early clear a decent amount, but it doesn't make Breeze's life any easier in the early laning phase, especially now that Doran's ticked over to level 5, has double Doran's items, and that Q cooldown once you have 3 points in it, pretty low.
Yeah, the beauty is, I suppose, for Breeze, though, is he has TP, so he'll let this wave come in, he'll catch it up, he'll still be down in CS, but he can take aggressive trades if he wants, but Wei's on the bot side right now. Punish Genji's bot lane for pushing in 10 CS lead for Gala right now, and they want to make this wave crash because it's kind of frozen for RNG, so Gala will try to hold it a little bit. And like I said, I mean, the Aatrox into Jax, it's actually pretty good early once he gets 3 points in Q. The cooldown's a lot lower, can trade pretty aggressively, and Xiaohu getting a bit of vision. RNG's mid-jungle have pulled off 1 dive. They're looking for roams around the map.
Yeah, again, going back to Gala, holding this wave here. I mean, already finding such a sizable advantage in this matchup. And I mean, when you play Senna plus anything into like an 80 carry, right, it's a bit rough going up and trying to get farm, but RNG really trying to maximize the advantage that they have. They weren't able to make the roam before that Xiaohu made because Chovy cleared out some vision, but now that Xiaohu has re-cleared that for themselves, they always could look for the repeat play.
I think the biggest thing so far is RNG's bot lane's winning in isolation. They shut down mid level 1 and 2, and they shut down top level 3. So these lanes that maybe the Azir having to push into Lissandra, it's just disappeared. The bot lane in isolation and top lane, as good as it's going for Doran right now, that kill really helps Breathe out. Now he's TP'd back after taking some bad trades. Waves pushing out, Wei is on the way to cover that. Bot lane's also bouncing here for RNG, but Ruler rushing those Boots of Swiftness doesn't have as much damage, I think, so they can't look for those 2v2 all-in. So the game's slowing down a little bit now. 500-600 gold lead over to RNG. Peanut, see what he can get done. Just looking for some information here, looking to collapse towards top side, but will decide to get the crab instead.
Yeah, not a lot going to happen. We'll see what changes as level 6 start to come out for the junglers. Level 6 for Xiaohu, of course, already up and available. Hold away. Peanut now running. This is going to back off here. Treat now coming in just to defend on the top side. RNG looking for a rinse and repeat. Of course, can't stop the Lissandra E in, so the initial setup still very easy to pull off, but mostly just forcing a bit of time out from Peanut. Xiaohu going to have to be careful about how he returns to lane. Individually in the 1v1, Azir still a big threat. Chovy just going to settle for a bit of poke for now.
Yeah, Chovy hovering around. I think RNG knew that the longer they stand at that tower, the worse it gets, and maybe they weren't confident that they had the damage to one-shot the Aatrox. Xiaohu even swapping over to the Ignite though. But again, this bot lane, 30 CS lead towards Gala as Lehens catches it. It's getting really tough down here. And I think it's inevitable before the time that the RNG just starts stacking these dragons. I mean, they have constant bot push, they're controlling the wave. All they need is Wei to hover down here to get these dragons. Herald spawning in 30 seconds, so we'll see if Genji decide to respond or look for any kind of cross maps.
I'm curious to see if RNG really want to commit to the Dragon play, because back in the LPL, RNG way more of a team focused on the Rift Herald, but we have seen in play-ins, RNG actually have been taking quite a few early Drakes and just playing to stack those up. With Wei being here already, that might be the play, but Chovy having Cryo, they're going to be able to go for it just yet.
Yeah, Chovy with Cleanse available as well, makes it a lot easier for him to step forward with some confidence here. RNG collapsing on the top side, Gala pulled up as well. Bot side for Rule and Lehens, not really a fast pushing duo. Of course, Synth Poison actually burns through the wave pretty quickly, so they might be able to get some pressure, maybe a single plate back or 2 on the bottom side. In the meantime, though, RNG uncontested on this Herald.
And Gala being here makes me wonder if they're just going to full swap. He's hovering back towards mid now, but they're going to lose a lot of creep spot. They're going to lose a dragon as well for this, so I feel like this could have been a play that they played a little bit better, where they actually just push bot lane, have Gala go back there in the first place, then move towards mid and secure the Herald with that numbers advantage. But Chovy
locked out. Plans the CC chain is beautiful. flawlessly timed from Gala, Ming, and Xiaohu to lock him down.
Like you said, just the coordination there. Xiao going in, locking Chovy down, and then Gala having the graviton, able to follow up. Didn't matter that Chovy had the cleanse, instantly goes down. Didn't commit the flash, so at least no type of repeat play you have to be too afraid of, but huge kill for RNG.
Yeah, great play there, punishing Chovy. He's been under a lot of pressure this game with Wei just running through mid constantly from the early stages, and Xiaohu, of course, the second he dings over to 6, despite the cleanse, they do have enough CC to at least burst him out, push him out of lane, if not get a kill if Ming's around. Doran doing pretty well up in this top lane, up against Breathe. Dragon wasn't taken by Genji. They got a plate, they got a couple waves in, but they're still down in CS, and Gala will still get this push. Peanut now on this top side.
Maybe looking to make something happen. Breathe, no counter-strike. Maybe anticipating some sort of gank to come in from Wei, but instead just focusing on getting the wave in, trying to make sure Breathe cannot just freeze it here.
It's quite interesting that RNG haven't really put too much attention top, right? With the one early gank, but that's been about it. Just leaving Breathe to kind of, to his own devices, scale up for later on.
Go. Oh. Resisting.
Short trades from the Jax. Just wants to queue in, threaten the stun, and then back away, and then keep range on the Aatrox to make sure he doesn't get poked out by the Qs. Peanut's in a base. RNG didn't have information on the enemy jungler, but they have so much vision to work with now that they can assume that he is towards the top side. So RNG have so much agency now in the fact that Breed will get a base off. He's not under threat. 4-man bot side, they get a dragon and bot vision. Look at the vision on the bot side. Raptors, Red, Krugs, everything is warded. And they have a Herald too, so I think RNG can just work with mid and bot push, constantly threaten these plays, and eventually Herald down a tower.
Lands with the cleanse, courtesy of the Summoner Spellbook, will not get caught out there, but that is the Drake over to the side of RNG. And they still have the Herald up and available for Wei. This has been a really solid early game for RNG, shutting down at the level 1. Yes, it went a little bit south and they weren't able to kill Chovy, but it freed up Xiaohu to roam to the top side. Pretty consistent thus far. See if Genji can kind of recover and make some plays of their own, but it'll be tough as long as RNG are still holding on to that Herald.
Yeah, we've seen Peanut primarily kind of just shadowing what RNG been looking to do. Hasn't really had the opportunity to make any plays for himself as Lens.
You're not supposed to chase the Singe, but I don't know if that applies for the support Singe. There, gonna force the flash out at least. Lens will back away.
Yeah, Ming just using the E flash there. Second time he's done that this game to keep forcing flashes out of Genji. First it was Ruler, now it's Lehens. That's a TP bot, so Lehens with the spellbook, of course, has TP.
Oh, Ruler now caught out. Big burst damage now coming in. Not quite enough with the Graves ultimate, but here comes Peanut. They're looking to keep this one going. Ruler laying down the ult on the backside. They just don't have the damage on the bottom side. Lehens building a bit of AP, but not quite enough to finish any kills.
Xiaohu TPing to that bot tier when he thought the fight would be a little bit more extended. Wants to make sure he was first, despite Chovy contesting that mid push. Just sacrificed his lane to make sure that RNG would win the fight if Genji decided to chase. Nothing comes of it.
RNG, their Rift Herald is actually incredibly close to timing out. I wonder if they're sending Gala and Ming mid now with Wei. Drop the Herald, get some gold onto AD carry. Doing a nice job having Xiaohu cover in that bottom lane.
Our Wei has so much discipline, doesn't take the wave. Could be an easy Q there, just get himself ahead. Could be a bit greedy, but he decides not to. Good guy Wei.
That's how I know you're a jungler. You're praising him because he's not auto-attacking a cannon creep in a pro game.
So juicy. Hang on a second, Lehens.
Lehens, the flip back. Xiaohu not a ton of mana, should just be able to escape here, but Lehens definitely a nuisance, to say the least.
So there's the Herald mid. Gold going over to the jungle bot lane of RNG, which are now going to hang around this mid lane. They don't have TP on Xiaohu, so that means that they can defend Breathe a lot easier by having their bot lane mid, so they can cover both sides. Genji are going to match it, and this is the threat of having the mid push. You can constantly hover towards the bot side, but Gala's just going to come down here and catch the wave while Xiaohu bases. The Hens just playing hide and seek with people right now with his Hex Flash.
I mean, you are winning the mental game, but
Ult's just around the corner. Huge increase to armor and MR.
He's out, I think.
But they're going to be able to grab a lot of plates here. Gala, I'm not sure how much ammo he has left on Infernum or when the Chakram will be back up. But if he has access to the white gun, he's going to shred through this tower. Ruler on the way down, and oh, he's a very squishy boy. Will he walk into the darkness?
Ruler.
Oh my God, audience. He's got out!
He's dead.
Oh, the cheers! It should have warned him, but he couldn't hear it through all the white noise. Lehens now moving forward, getting pulled back. The Singe so incredibly obnoxious. Way now running for his heels. Peanut, that's a clean flash in. The knock up, the damage, the follow-up. Lehens will find the kill with the poison. The lock-in coming in from Gala on the backside. Big burst damage coming in from the combo. Enough to finish the job, and Gala will grab a kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Chovy versus Xiaohu will 1v1. Chovy now chasing for the kill. Flash available. Doesn't look like he wants to use it.
No more gap close, doesn't have the E up, but it's just a huge fight in the bot side. RNG win this 3v3 so incredibly hard. Ruder has no sums, he dies instantly. Wei tries to escape. Really good play by Peanut to shut down his ult, kind of gap close to get away by Flash Wing. But RNG are just dominating this game through bot lane. Lehen's just really far behind right now.
And we've seen RNG just, again, pushing the pace of the game. This is something I don't think Gen G experienced too much back in the LCK, but we're going to see here what happened. Just incredible patience coming out from RNG, able to land the Zenith play. But here, Cagel gets so dicey.
Yeah, it does. And this is where Peanut makes this great play to stop Wei from getting the dash. But look at the vision in the top left. Gen G are putting their wards defensively in their own jungle. That's how hard it is for them to contest River right now. RNG own the mid-bot side of the map. Anyone steps up, Lehen's would have been dove if he didn't base. Ruler walks into his own jungle, he dies. It's really hard for them to find any angles right now. And with Dragon up in 50 seconds, I think RNG are just going to be able to secure that really easily. Herald's up, can Gen G fight that as well? I don't think they can.
I think the big struggle right now, honestly, is that Peanut and Lehen's, the two members who have a lot more freedom to move around the map, don't have a lot of damage. So the later we get, maybe it'll become more of a non-issue. But right now, RNG is so much easier for them to take these fights, to burst out these individual targets. It takes so long for Gen G to finish anybody. They're just going to walk in, take this Herald. Gen G opting for the spectator play. Walked into the rift, threatened, hoped maybe RNG would back off, but it does not work.
And Xiaohu's hovering around mid right now. Wei almost gets pulled back into Doran, so Xiaohu can clear the mid wave. So what RNG've done there is a 4-1 rotation, right? Your 4 from mid go top, your 1 from bot goes mid, and you don't lose anything. The only thing that RNG have to be scared about is being collapsed on by a 5-man, because Xiaohu has no TP, but they will all base, come back out on the map, and then start contesting this dragon, which is about to spawn. So Gen G maybe have to cross map here, keep their members topside, try to threaten this top tier 1, try to dive, breathe.
Lehen's coming in, now grounded, gonna throw him back in, not quite gonna hit the root. He's leaning over, now he's looking for the 1v1 with Ruler. Ruler running. The snare, where's it going to go? Lehen's chasing him down, the Singe feels like inevitability. Breathe just slowly, but surely getting burned down, but no!
What the?
Wait, what? How does he get one back? The patience to hold the leap strike!
Yeah, so huge coming out from Breathe. The fact that he made that happen, this is why RNG are so happy to give him this Jax.
And he even flashed into the bloody wall. He didn't escape. He misplayed it, but still managed to find a kill. Gala's fighting Peanut here.
Gala leaping away. Chovy! Massive shutdown. 500 gold into his back pocket. Everything for the Azir.
And that could be the difference maker. Chovy with some gold, Chovy with some items. He will outrange everyone on the side of RNG and be able to put up huge DPS later on if Gen G can keep holding on.
Wei still has this Herald, of course. They got the Dragon too, so they can Herald this mid tower if they want to kill it and take that tower down. Sometimes we see teams hold this Herald, the second one, for a tier 2. Obviously gives a lot more gold and they've cracked open bot, so maybe that's what they're waiting for. But up against an Azir, I think it's just worth it to get that tower down and keep the control around the map.
I think especially because we've seen a lot of RNG's success have come from that vision line. They've pushed into Gen G's jungle, break open mid-turret, they'll be able to do that top side. But this play from Breathe was bonkers.
It really was. The root doesn't land with the flip into the Singe W, so he tries to escape here. Let's watch Breathe. He flashes into the wall right now. So he doesn't escape, but then he still turns around and finds a kill onto Ruler. All the meanwhile, Ming finds Chovy. So there's a lot of skirmishing going on the map. Look at the damage.
Man. I have never been so excited watching a dude hit somebody with a lamppost before, but does it for me.
Ruler's laughing that one off. He's like, okay, well, I just got absolutely one shot. Not going to do that one again. RNG celebrating the 1-for-1 trade at a numbers disadvantage in a 1v4, of course. And now Xiaohu's on towards this bot side. So RNG sitting in a 1-3-1, will control the mid push, have the Herald, agency still all in their favor. 2,000 gold lead. We'll see how Gen G defend the map right now.
Wei has the Herald. And like you said, I mean, mid-turret's still up. It feels like this is a problem that RNG need to deal with. Chovy only gets closer and closer to his second item. He's going to be able to non-stop clear these waves.
Peanut Doran on the top side. Breathe pretty strong, but no sums available to him. Waiting for the pullback to ensure that they can knock him into the wall. That's the chain CC. TP now coming in immediately. Gen G know that it's time to get out. They do not overcommit to the play. Doran going to ult for the extra movement speed. Xiaohu coming in now. They're going to look for the knockback, but it whiffs! Peanut whiffs completely, and now Doran is a dead man walking. Breathe will grab another kill.
RNG, they commit the TPs and they find the play. It finally gives them an opening to use this Rift Herald. We see Chovy doesn't commit for the full turret on bot side, does stop the recall and does go for it.
So then how much can RNG get on this top side if the Herald's going to kill the tower? I wonder if RNG are going to push in mid and move towards this top tier 2 while they see Chovy down there. Is there a threat of a tier 2? I don't think it is. I think they're kind of saying that you either defend your mid tower or your top tower. And it looks like RNG will get the mid tower instead. Way looking for a dive even.
One forward, Ruler in trouble. Ruler's just so squishy. Oh, the sidestep on the ultimate is clean. RNG, are they gonna go for more here? Fishing for the charge. Peanut gonna move in, has the smite, auto attack, maybe can finish it before Crashes. That's big, bit of extra damage. RNG get the and one on the Herald charges.
RNG are just running away with this game. You look at the game state and you ask yourself, what can Gen G actually do? They decide on a top dive, but then Xiaohu instantly TPs. Ming's already there because of mid push, and boom, Collapse comes in. Peanut misses that ult. Maybe if he knocked Breathe away, Doran could live here. Regardless, ways around. Herald, the top tier 1. Mid tower falls. Top tier 2 is extremely low from the second charge. It's all falling apart for Gen G.
It's so hard for Gen G. Because Ruler especially just needs time. He needs souls. He needs to be able to follow Peanut around and grab souls from these jungle camps, but they're losing chunks of jungle. Peanut now stepping in to clear this Grant, but Ruler has to go back to mid lane in the meantime, and it's just such a long road ahead of Gen G if they do want to come back in this game. It's a 3K deficit, it's 2 Drakes. RNG are going to demand that Gen G fight them. If not for this Drake, then for the next one.
I think especially with the power spikes, but Lens not going to be caught out. Does have the flash available, so for RNG looking forward, again, the big thing to me is just Gala. Gala being so far ahead of the Gen G bottom lane, has had the Gale Force for a while, and I imagine sitting on a decent bit of gold.
It's just every skirmish, every pan of a camera to a fight. It's RNG flashing forwards and Gen G flashing backwards. Right now, they're just catching waves. Baron is up. RNG's Baron, not the fastest. We'll see what guns Gala can get to see if they want to rush it down. But their easy win condition right now is Dragon stacking. 50 seconds until the Infernal Dragon spawns. And they can just secure that, get themselves on Soul Point. I think Gen G are forced to fight this next Dragon in 40 seconds.
It's going to be a tough arena to fight in, especially if RNG push out their lanes, get the first vision set up. Going into the Lissandra does not feel good. Similarly with Gala, great guns for a fight. Well played, obviously a sign of a match class of Felios when you've always got the right guns for the exchange. Way laying down a little bit of poke already. Peanut, no real sustain, no Warmogs to his name. Not going to be able to heal that up before the fight to come.
A little bit of control for Gen G. They managed to get a pink in that mid brush, and they're trying to contest this pixel brush. No real huge threat of an engage, just Xiaohu. That's the only person they need to track. Lehen's no flash, Ruler no flash. If he lands on those two in a fight, they will be absolutely blown up by RNG with the Graves ult follow-up, the Jax diving in, the Leona ult. Battle lines are drawn. Gen G coming through mid, RNG on the bot side of this fight. What can Chovy get done? Does he go in? Does he play for front to back? How does Doran navigate through this fight as Xiaohu is looking?
Tension.
This could be huge.
Look up Chovy, no flank on the backside, but Chovy still managed to get out. No, Chovy taken down. Gala's massive. It's all about Gala. It's all about the chakrams. Gen G running for the hills. Gala says not today. Pushes them away, forces them back, and will take the Infernal.
And now RNG on Soul Point. They're going to be able to make their way towards mid, push this in, potentially even look towards a Baron. Such a long death timer on Chovy.
They're running towards the top side of the river. I think you might be right. Xiaohu does have TP up. It just came off the spellbook cooldown, so they're going to force this Baron. It's on Doran, Peanut, and Chovy to contest this. Ming is low. Not much to work with, though. No ultimates. Peanut's on the bot side of the map. This is gone.
This is the perfect guns for Felios. They just shred through this. They got 380 threats just banging on this Baron. It's going to get knocked down. RNG in complete control of the game. Dominating fight. Both objectives to their name. 5K gold lead.
And Xiaohu and Breathe are really far down in CS, 40, 50 CS deficits, but it's the skirmishes where they're excelling, and they walk into the meat grinder of RNG. Gen G are really lucky here. If Xiaohu gets this W ult off, they're all dead. Luckily, he gets pushed back just in time before he does get that ult off. But even still, RNG just runs straight through them.
Yeah, and I think it's so important that Gala, I don't know if it's the Moonlight Vigil or Q coming out from the Calibrum, but just able to get that last tick of damage to take down Chovy, who we said kind of needs to be this huge playmaker, this huge DPS source for Gen G.
Look at the levels on the solo lanes. Breathe and Xiaohu are down a level right now. That's how much they're kind of losing the lane in Breathe's case, getting pushed in by Doran, and the amount of the Xiaohu's just giving up waves to roam around and TP for the team, TP for the skirmishes. Jungle and bot lane ahead for RNG right now. How do they set up with this Baron? They've got a 4-1 going on as Chovy takes his top tier 1. Doesn't have the TP, so there's a number disadvantage for Gen G on the rest of the map. I suppose RNG will just look to force dives if Gen G decide to step up.
Ult up for Xiaohu already as well. They have the CC available, Ming having it, so Doran gonna have to be careful. At the very least, Ming could just apply this pressure, zone him off. They do it, they're gonna be able to get this one very easily, and Breathe already having a way coming up in bot.
Oh, Lehen's kind of hard to approach the Baron Empowered Wave as a Singe, not gonna lie. Difficult for him now. Breathe, keeping the pressure up. RNG should just be able to walk in, take down these tier 2 towers. First Baron always feels just like your right to walk into every lane, take every tier 2. Pushing it harder, or further rather though, is a different story as Lehens will clear this wave.
Yeah, pushing into tier 3s 23 minutes in is really difficult, and unless the enemy team makes a mistake, they can just stand next to towers and clear waves. The terrain around the tier 3 is so much easier to defend than the terrain around a tier 2. So mid and bot tier 2 fall. What RNG will do is they'll do an exact same 4-1 setup, but they'll put Breathe top this time to crack open the top tier 2. RNG looking to fight though. Breathe has TP.
Peanut in the area. Ooh, Zenith Blade just barely not connecting. Dorn able to make it out of that one.
RNG being so aggressive with their tools available. And the fact that they're still just pretty much running them down throughout their own jungle is crazy. They have the wave set up in mid, and like you said, Cadril, just getting that top wave pushed in to make the play for this inner turret.
And there's no defense really, is there? Unless Gen G just decided to take a fight, but lacking the Aatrox ult. Doran just picked up the Death Dance, so small spikes coming in. They'll try their best to defend this, but 40 seconds left on this Baron buff gives RNG 2 waves to play on. The question is, do they look to just full-on dive here? They're giving up mid-wave. They're just sending 5 members top here. Gen G matching. Lehens on the way.
Now moving in, Peanut trying to find a bit of an engage here, just a bit of poke now traded back. Dorn on the retreat, Xiaohu going back in, Peanut now locked up, locked down, big Aphelios assault on the backside, but no follow-up quite yet. RNG finding one so far, traded back on the opposite side. Support for jungle in the end.
So 1-for-1.
Honestly, RNG, I think, not able to find the fight they want, right? Gen G under their turret, Gen G able to use those safety tools they have, and things like the Senna ultimate, so the collapse can't really get any more than Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut gets absolutely shredded through. Has a lot of tenacity, but RNG does have a lot of damage. Gala wasn't even hitting him in that fight, and he still got melted straight through. Needs to be really careful on stepping up. I think he was trying to bait out some cooldowns here and then just escape afterwards. See him dashing onto Xiaohu, but he used his Q, I believe, on the ground there to clear the creep, so he didn't get a phase rush proc. And by the time he's trying to escape here, he's already engaged upon. Ming does go quite deep. I think he tried to E Peanut there and actually hit Lehens on the backside, so he went under tower. He ends up falling, and Gen G defend his top tier 2.
And really good ult from Gala there, but Gen G either with enough peace of mind or a little bit of luck to step just out of range of each other to stop that from being a bigger issue. Senna shield as well, obviously mitigating a lot of that upfront damage. Will only be a stronger defensive tool as we get later and later into the game. Peanut and Doran sticking together, trying to get something done on this map. 45 seconds away from Infernal. This Infernal is everything. RNG take it, it feels like there's almost no way for Gen G to come back.
Yeah, and when we look in the inventories of RNG members, right, Xiaohu AB finally able to finish off the Zanyas. We have a stopwatch for Gala, so having a lot of these defensive tools that if Gen G are able to find a bit of a nice engage for themselves, it still seems like RNG have the tools necessary to at least be able to survive, you know, engage from Peanut. If Lehens maybe flashes in and it is able to find an angle.
Gen G's biggest hope right now is Chovy. Just picked up the Rabadon's death cap, 285 CS, level 15. He will dish out a lot of damage if RNG overcommit. It's just this initial engage of RNG is just so powerful that someone always dies from Gen G, and then the Lissandra reset comes forwards and they can start to push through. Doran might be caught here, he needs to be careful.
Oh! Out, ulti coming in, maybe enough healing. Do they have enough damage to finish him off? He has so much armor. The damage from Lissandra, the only real threat, but no, they're gonna finish him. Way taking him down. The Thrall coming through as well. Gen G forced to back away. They have to be ready to contest, but Breathe already on the flank.
It's a 4v5 for a soul. It looks as good as done here if RNG just waits for Breathe to TP back in and threaten Gen G if they decide to walk up. Can Peanut sacrifice himself to steal it? Will RNG even let him?
Moonlight Vigil goes wide, Ming getting chunked down, getting lower and lower. That's Infernal Soul, and now they can take the fight to follow, but instead RNG backing away, knowing they've already been chunked. Gala, they can't afford to walk into that Aphelios turret. They're gonna take so much damage if they do. Lehens losing a third of his HP just for walking in. RNG now on the retreat. They walk away with the major objective. It is nigh impossible now for Gen G.
A lot of respect from RNG in a 5v4 in a position where your top laner's TPing back. You have a soul, but then you decide not to pull the trigger and set up for Baron instead.
Yeah, I guess maybe because RNG having no ultimates available other than Ming's, not really wanting to take a risky fight, especially when Gen G still have all their tools up. But like you said, Baron coming up in 20 seconds seems like it should be very easy for RNG to pivot to that objective and start setting up to break down these inhibitors.
What is Gala going to buy here from base? Just base has a BF sword and a stopwatch, hasn't completed an Infinity Edge yet, but I think he's getting very, very close. But Baron's going to be the aim of the game. RNG is just going to start it and look for a turn, you have to imagine, after they push in mid waves. And that's what Gen G want to stop. They don't want to lose any mid push. They want to keep this mid push in so they can at least get some vision in this topside river while RNG's on a reset. Maybe even try to force this mid tier one, but Xiaohu has TP and needs to be careful. Pings on the bot side, wards around the entrance red. Xiaohu could just TP behind them here. It's a bit far at this point. Gen G now in this river.
And Xiaohu is terrifying because the Poppy solves so many problems for the side of Gen G, but it does not stop Xiaohu from getting into your backline. Incredibly difficult. Gala with a potential follow-up as well. Has the Infirm ready. Big blue ulti. could seal the deal on the team fight very quickly. Ming fishing, looking for a little bit of a pick. Cleanse comes out from Lehens. Summoner Spellbook as well for a bit of extra movement speed. Ferries him out to safety. Gen.G staying strong in the mid lane. High risk every time they walk forward. If Xiaohu's waiting over a wall, it could spell the end of the game. Despite that, they're walking forward with confidence. They're contesting the Baron Pit. They're contesting this vision.
I think Gen.G know if they give up this Baron vision for 5 to 10 seconds, it's as good as gone. But RNG are slowing it down. Gala wants to base here and pick up IE. I imagine there it is. Infinity Edge picked up. He was sitting on a lot of gold. This is Gen.G's one window to force Baron. I think they know he based. I think they know that the RNG was stalling for this spike. This is their only window back into the game.
An incredible read, but will it pay off? Gala running forward, the Baron getting lower and lower. 5K, 4K, Wei waiting over the wall. Here comes Xiao.
Whoa! Leaping in, look at a one-shot ruler, goes golden, stops the out from disengaging. Chovy waiting over the wall. The Sand Soldiers, how much work can they do? Chovy looking to be the difference maker. Xiao now taken down, but no, Gala! Monster damage from the Graves and the Aphelios. RNG slaughter Gen.G in the fight.
Xiaohu bought so much time, but the second Wei and Gala were able to join up. So much AoE damage coming out from Wei and Gala's ultimates, and this might just be over.
There's the 3-item spike that RNG was waiting for. That's why there was 1 to 2 minutes downtime, and Gala made a hell of an arrival. Instantly destroys Gen.G, and they might just end it here.
And despite an inconsistent play-in stage, RNG coming out with an incredible showing in game 1 versus Gen.G. Chovy doing what he can to hold the line, but it will not be enough. RNG taking their first win of the group stage.
Like you said, they might have been shaky in play-ins, dropped the game to DFM, weren't able to take down DRX. But I mean, heck, these guys won MSI for a reason, play so highly in LPL, got 4th seed. They're a team that you can't count out.
Definitely cannot. And now after day 1, LCK LPL is sitting at 1-1. T1 managed to take down EG. RNG have taken down Gen.G. It looks like anyone's game in these group stages. This is the 4th seed from the LPL, just taking down the 1st seed from the LCK. You can really, it's so hard to expect what you'll get out of these games, but RNG, incredible performance.
All I know is the second Dagda gets up on that desk, he owes RNG an apology. That's what I'm saying. Oh, there he is.
A straight 20-30 second apology about how he doubted him and he'll never do it again. RNG looking strong. A lot of RNG fans in the crowd, a lot of flags, a lot of cheers for them. A lot to reflect on for Gen.G. That Singed pick, as good as it was in draft and as much as we were excited about it, just got pushed in all game, and it was the Aphelios Leona roaming around, just dominating every other lane for RNG.
And my big question, considering how dominant T1 was in our previous game, was, were Gen.G going to look untouchable? Were they going to look immortal in this group stage? Were they going to look unstoppable? The answer is no. Very mortal. RNG taking big advantages there. The draft, without seeing more from the Singe, it's hard to say if that was the issue, but RNG attacking at level 1, contesting, fighting, doing everything they can to get control of mid, to roam top. It was textbook RNG at its finest.
Honestly, my biggest takeaway, not only from this game, but just RNG so far at Worlds, is how much more aggressive they've been in the early game than we saw them in the LPL. Like in the LPL, it's like, okay, RNG are a team who are willing to fight if you fight them. But I mean, here in this game, the big difference maker was Wei. Wei was hunting down so many opportunities in the early game, splitting the map with a jungle invade, ganks mid, walks like, you know, 2 pings away, ganks mid once again, goes back up towards topside after that.
And this is massive because we know what happens if you play a slower game against a jungler like Peanut. He will always find an angle, but when you are the one dictating the pace, when you are the one commanding, demanding attention from the opposition, it makes it so hard for him to really have an impact.
And Wei's a player who never really, he did play a little bit of the Poppy Trundle meta, this heavy early game on, but he never really found his stride in it. He was much more of the Wukong and the Viego kind of player for RNG. But Graves, I feel like, is in the middle ground where you are that kind of champ that can carry the game, but you can also be very proactive early game. I think it's something that teams need to be very aware of when it comes to RNG and taking Graves away from Wei.
Yeah, I also think it's very interesting because I remember last time we had a Graves meta, like going all the way back to 2020. Wei was pretty much a Jarvan one-trick back then. Could not play the Graves, so the fact that after all these years, the growth, able to pop off on the Graves, amazing to see.
I mean, super notable. And I think that it's, again, I think the most interesting thing about this is how it just sets us up for chaos, because so often I think we get ready in the group stage to be like, all right, this is the year. LPL is clearly better, or LCK is clearly better, and now everything just feels up in the air, and we haven't even seen Group B play yet.
We haven't. We have not. Worlds Day 1 has been really exciting. EG almost managed to take down JDG. You know, they had like these big moments. I feel like the days wrapped up in such an amazing way where each region is kind of even against each other.
Fantastic. Except for North America, sorry.
Except for NA and EU still a step behind.
Okay.
More so as the KLPL.
Not week 2 yet, boys. It's not week 2.
Is that where it gets better?
Isn't that where it always gets better?
Western week 2, baby.
It was week 1.
Oh, it's week 1?
Oh, it was week 1.
I got it backwards?
It's a little awkward. Anyway, that's enough from us. Shox is on stage with RNG's AD carry in our Verizon post-game interview.
Yes, I am. And, well, we have a lot of Gala fans, it seems, in the house today. And how could you not be a fan of Gala and RNG after that performance? Absolutely unbelievable. Gala, congratulations, taking down the first seed out of the LCK. What do you feel the key was to having such a dominating performance here today?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了这场对阵的 LCK 1号种子的这场比赛。所以你觉得说今天能够赢下真挚的一个关键是什么呢？
我觉得可能因为对面选了不常见的下路英雄嘛，然后我觉得我们处理得很好，然后可能我们从入围赛开始打，然后就是手也很热嘛，然后就打得还可以。
So today, the bot laners, the champions that the Genji's bot laners went with are not very often seen. I would definitely say we had a good answer to their champion picks. Also, we started our world's journey starting from the playing stage. So definitely, I think we're warmed up right now.
Okay, on that topic, how much do you feel it helped? And do you feel you evolved a lot between the play-ins and now? And do you actually think you have a foot above the other teams that may only be coming into their first stage games this week?
那你因为你们也刚刚提到了嘛，就是说你们是从入围赛开始打的，你会觉得说比起可能说从这周开始才进入到世界赛征程的这些队伍来讲，你们会更加手热一点，然后可能会稍微来讲说会有一些优势吗？
我觉得我们从入围赛开始打，就是因为我们也输了几场比赛嘛，然后也就是改正了一下自己的错误，我觉得蛮不错的。而且我们本来就是一个我觉得慢热的队伍嘛，然后我觉得先打入围赛就是对我们挺好的。
入围赛什么？
先打入围赛就是对我们挺好的。
So yes, so first of all, I think that playing from the playing stage, definitely we lost some games because we all definitely fixed some mistakes that we had on our own. So starting from the playing stage definitely can help us a team, which kind of style of a slow starter. So definitely playing the playing stage will help us to improve so much.
Yes, and it definitely showed today. You talked about the bot lane pick specifically of Genji. Of course, a lot has changed in the bot lane in terms of the meta evolving, some power picks like Zeri being nerfed. How flexible do you feel you can be in this bot lane meta, and what do you think about it overall?
因为你也提到，像今天真纪可能说拿出了一些比较不常见的下路组合，那其实可能说在之前的版本比较大热的一些大 C 英雄，大家得到了一些削弱。所以说你觉得你在当前版本的一个可以说是灵活程度，你觉得什么样子的呢？你对这个版本的一个适应程度是什么样子的？
我觉得在目前这个版本，因为也是世界赛刚开始嘛，我觉得大家也都还在摸索版本吧，然后还没有一个具体的英雄。我觉得目前小组赛来看的话，就是很多英雄都可以玩嘛，然后我觉得到后面的话，可能就会大家都会选那几个英雄。
So basically, this is the start of the World Championship. So I feel like every team is still figuring out what champions are the best. So we're seeing a lot of champions, various champions are being picked during this stage. So probably after several matchups and to the later stage at this tournament, then we'll figure out what's the best for this meta.
Okay, I will ask you again maybe. But congratulations, Gala, Shishe, for the interview. Iris, fantastic job today as well. And a lot of fans of the LPL in the house today, and they've had a pretty good day one. Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Shox, and what a day it has been here, first day of the group stage at Worlds 2022. Now, we prefaced and previewed this game with a flaming hot take out of Dagda over here. But Azale, I don't think we realized that the flaming hot take was RNG will finish third, and in reality, that means Genji will finish fourth. That was the flaming hot take.
That
is really spicy. That's what I'm supposed to glean from this.
You guys have been slagging me about not understanding the NA memes and the NA jokes. Any true LPL fan knows that if you really want a team to win, you insult them. You tell them that, you know what, this is a team that isn't going to win. They're going to do terrible. So I never really doubted the LPL at all. You know what? I was with RNG the entire way through this. So let me just fire this on. Let me just raise this proudly and know exactly that I knew what I was doing the entire time along.
We played right into the man's hands. How dare we? What do you make of this RNG win, though? Because of, in all seriousness, there were a couple of concerns we had based on their play.
The deck had.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I believed in this the whole time. Actually,
I shouldn't have. You're right. I should not have lumped you in with him, and I'm very sorry for that as well. But that, talk to me about what you saw in this game. That gives you kind of some renewed faith that they really can go far in this tournament.
Well, what I really liked about it was how they were up against the Senna and the Singe on the bot side. They're able to use the bot lane push that Gala and Ming were able to get to actually look for invades and picks like you're seeing at the moment. And they did a really good job of starting to snowball Way into a position where he was massive. Gala was in such a good spot as well. And then being able to continue that forward. One of the big things that we saw in the LPL was how good Xiaohu was at using this Lissandra. And you could see it there in some of these super late game fights. Immediately going in, getting onto the carries, locking them up, and then there's this 1-2 punch coming over his shoulders between the Graves, the Aphelios, with these massive Moonlight visuals, the collateral damage, wrecking the backline every single time and making it impossible for Gen G to play the game.
I mean, Xiaohu on his Lissandra is one of my favorite player plus champion combos. I think this guy never disappoints on the Lissandra. I have to give a lot of credit to Breathe as well. He was so disruptive in a lot of these fights. This one very explosive from the Graves and the Aphelios as they finally do arrive to the fight. The ulti comes through. Where did they go?
I honestly thought that was a pretty good look for Gen G, right? When you had Chovy get that first kill, you kind of thought maybe they could control this choke point, and then absolute disaster after that.
I mean, RNG played a really, really good game.
They did.
I think even the builds and everything made a lot of sense. You know, I thought Jax actually going into what was a mostly full tank build, you know, when this game is largely about team fights was really smart, especially given the fact that, you know, Gen G's team comp didn't really have easy ways to actually deal with him. He was so disruptive. As long as they're putting some sort of pressure onto the Azir, it didn't feel like there's going to be anyone who can ever punch through him.
And it definitely feels like if we are going to shift into this style, we already heard it on the caster desk as well, it feels like this is something that RNG are comfortable playing, right? Way on the Graves, playing with something like the Aphelios on the bot side. Again, is Xiaohu and Ming setting up for these great engages. This is the style you now need to try and get RNG off of if you want to try and take that win. And it definitely feels like it starts a lot with getting Way off the Graves. He was so instrumental to this victory.
A very good look out of the LPL squad from the play-ins of the Worlds Tournament into the group stage here, taking down the #1 seed from the LCK. Now it's time for us to reflect on some of the other happenings of the day, because we did have 6 banger games, and I want to start right here with our future Flying Oyster Overlords as they took down 100 Thieves. This was just a fun game.
It really was, and it's a very, very impressive game, you know, from the Flying Oyster. I do think that this is kind of the introduction for this team on the world stage to most of the audience. You know, most people would not have been following them, and I do think this really shows that this team can compete in the group, can really mix it up, and at their best and on their champs, they look really, really strong.
I think as well, actually getting the early aggression out of them did surprise me a little bit. Like we saw Shun getting the 1v2 kill on the bot side. You end up going for these dives as well. CFO traditionally, when you look at like their stats across the board, have been very, very slow in these early stages and playing for these late game fights. But I mean, CFO picked it up a notch against 100 Thieves. Then you get Mission as well, that on these picks like the Victor is just popping the hell off.
I mean, Mission was just absolutely in his comfort zone. This is a guy who did a lot of the heavy lifting for this team, you know, in his own region in the later stages, had a really, really strong showing on the Victor. And I think that, you know, day one is going to have a lot of learnings for a number of different teams, right? Because you're coming into day one of groups, you've scrimmed maybe, you know, your own kind of subsection of teams, you have your own read on what the meta is going to be, but it was not able to actually work out for everyone.
From there, we go to JDG versus EG. It was a good look for Evil Geniuses. They almost got it done.
Doing.
Not
making me relive all of the enemies losing.
Gotta do it, right? I mean, we were sitting here in the crowd, all 3 of us, right?
Yeah.
So we have both sides of the matchup. The crowd itself here in the arena was on both sides of this matchup. The reason I wanted to rewatch it is because, one, I think from a fan perspective, it was one of the most exciting games of the day.
Oh, yeah.
But 2, it showed me a little bit of how EG can compete. And I think there were a lot of questions coming out of play-ins, and with, you know, Cowrie plus the other 4, like, can they really stack up? I think they've proven they can, even if they didn't get it done done here.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, at their best, they've shown that they can really be competitive here. I mean, it's a pretty crazy day one when we nearly had JDG losing to the #3 seed from North America. We did have Gen G getting clapped up by RNG. So, you know, both of two of these big tournament favorites nearly falling on day one.
But I think, again, you can kind of see with EG here how well they played the map, how well they played team fights, that, like, these are teams that can actually, like, run with the best of them. And in these best-of-1 scenarios, you have to be firing on all cylinders because EG are coming in swinging. And, I mean, you nearly weren't able to match up there.
I was going to say, you know we're not closing the show without reliving some of the moments of this game. T1 versus EDG. Faker v Scout in the mid lane. We've got the Lee Sin, the Vi, those more early aggressive champions. So just a totally different kind of pace of game in which T1 comes out on top.
Absolutely, and I mean, these are two of the big favorites, you know, for their group. And I think the fact that T1 really kind of separating themselves out from the pack a bit here, you know, with a crushing defeat of EDG, really did showcase that they may be the runaway favorites for this. We've seen LCK dominate group stages time and time again.
Especially since this was comfort for EDG, right? Like, JJ plays a heap of Vi. Scout, we already talked about, one of the best, at least in my opinion, is here in the league. You got Viper on towards a more aggressive bot lane that he can play with Mako. This wasn't as if like this was uncomfortable or EDG not adapting. This was T1 meeting EDG and smacking them down, and a huge portion of that was coming from our player of the game, Faker, absolutely popping off in the account.
Yeah, to a degree, it feels like both teams got what they would have wanted, right?
Yeah.
And it did just come down to execution and play in the end. But when Faker's pulling off triple kills around the Baron, doesn't matter if you secured it, if everybody goes down with that buff on them.
I mean, this was just so incredible to see. I think the biggest one for me was kind of seeing how well Owner was able to set up things on the Lee Sin. Like, even only having like 3.5k damage, I think, at the end of that game. Like, he was so instrumental to the success of T1 in this. And as we already kind of highlighted, I think Gumayushi with the Sivir Yuumi combo might start to see creeping in a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was kind of my read after watching that game. The fact that you can actually play Sivir Yuumi, you're up against a Kalista, one of the strongest early game champions in the game. If you can kind of get through those stages and not actually be punished by Kalista or Renata,
yeah,
well, it's looking like a pretty strong pick.
Azale, that's my concern, is that now we have LCK teams proving to everybody that you can still play the Sivir Yuumi. And if we end up there at the end of this whole tournament, man, wow, full circle, who knows? We'll see. Now, if you aren't joining us in San Francisco for finals, you can experience Worlds with friends and family on the big screen. Worlds will be coming to select theaters near you, and you can use that QR code below to grab your tickets. Now let's take a look at the standings, see how things broke down on day number 1. We had 3 of our groups end up playing today. That would be Group A, Group B, Group D. Of course, all of them split 1-0s, 0-1s. So just a quick refresher, T1, Fnatic up top Group A, Damwon Kia, JDG up top Group B, and then of course, CTBC, Flying Oyster, and Royal Never Give Up topping the tables in Group D. Haven't got our first look at Group C just yet, but we don't have to wait too long to get to that point. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule and see what's on the docket. We kick things off with Rogue versus DRX. DRX, who smashed through the play-ins, up against our first look at Rogue. Evil Geniuses versus G2 in that second matchup of the day before we jump to Fnatic versus T1. Edward Gaming versus Cloud9. Top Esports, Gam Esports, and then we close things out with a banger of a match, JDG versus Damwon.
I mean, honestly,
so many of these are good.
Every single game tomorrow actually looks really, really compelling, and I do think that's one of the exciting things about the Worlds competition this year is that we entered Worlds with play-ins, 4 teams from Europe, 4 teams from the LCK, 4 teams from the LPL. There's so many high-level teams that there's really not any bad matchups. Even CFO, who a lot of people may have been counting out, not knowing how good the team really was, they already took a win here against Under Thieves, so it's anybody's game.
You got any more hot takes?
I'm just so excited for that last matchup. Okay. Like, I'm so excited. I don't want a hot take anymore because I've already got enough abuse for
LPL teams down at the bottom.
Yeah.
The entire actually,
JDG
you're right.
Looking like a fourth place team, maybe.
All the LPL teams. Everyone needs to do generally something.
I just want as many flaming hot takes out of Tagged as we can get by the end of this tournament.
And I quote, I hate all the LPL teams.
Hot take, I hate.
Just clip it out. No context needed.
I just need to cut the mic now.
Hey, man. Look, it's all worth it if LPL hoists the trophy in the end. And as we know, recent history says that they will. As much as LCK might dominate dominate group stages. It's usually an LPL team that takes it once we get to those best of fives. Exactly.
Between MSI and Worlds.
Right, boom, there it is. And so we know what is on the line here at the World Championship. That's just day one of groups in the bag. We got plenty more to go. We'll catch y'all back here tomorrow for 6 more games.
It's going to be better tomorrow.
Damn right. You keep that mentality, Azale. Don't let that go. Don't let that go.
LPL will be worse.
But that is going to do it for us here at the Hulu Theater. So now on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Worlds. Until then, you stay healthy, you stay safe, and you be good to each other, all right?
Thanks, James.
Good
Great
night.
job.
I'll keep you safe on the walk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Welcome fans from around the world to the Hulu Theater, Madison Square Garden in New York City. 16 of the best League of Legends teams have arrived here in the Big Apple to fight for the legendary Summoners Cup. New York, are you ready for the group stage of Worlds 2022? Point and click CC will follow. Elisan gets caught up by the trench line. He's burning. He's chunked out. He's bailed out. The Berserker's running for his life. Cloud9 get first blood.
Oh, here we go.
It's coming down. Nature's Grasp. Roots up two. Shelly gets off the charge. Here comes Call of the Forge God. Throws Berserker flying in the air. He's looking for the bullet time, but the damage being done. And Sven is killed. Emperor's Divide. Slide and glide. Humanoid takes down Blabber. Fantastic Forge God call from Broken Blade. But the scoop, the dupe, the dunk. Down one Kia. Destroy G2.
Showmaker, playmaker, my goodness, with the Azir sweep right behind G2.
Next scoop.
Looking, coming.
Look front, HP, 1 HP. Venga. Nice, I here. Yeah, looking. All really good.
Abernathy forced to run for his life now. Barrett's been interrupted. Rest is trying to end 100 Thieves' world. There is too much damage, too much chase, and flying Oyster kill 100 Thieves.
Yagao though, knocking impact in the rest of the team. But impact, more than happy to make that work. Evil geniuses finding the angle. They finally find the fight and they make it work. Coming over the wall, Vulcan getting shredded, and now the resets can start to come through from Kali, but they're trying to get the kill. 369 taken down. Yagao goes under the ult, completely whiffs. Cowrie untouched on the backside. TP now coming in. EG maybe, just maybe can get the fight, but cannot. Big, and oh baby, it's a 200 years moment. That ult from Aphelios was everything. Now Viper's in trouble. Viper's been locked down. They've got the Ornn, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Instantly Owner to the backside, looking, fishing for a kick. He will not find it. EDG running for their lives, getting cut down. The Yuumi empowering the carries. Faker with the double. EDG falling apart as T1 take the Herald. It's so close in the exchange, but EDG will take the Baron. Faker on the backside trying to finish off Scout. Faker can't get it done. He goes in. He takes down Scout. That's going to be one. Owner waiting over the wall. T1. Guma now running. They're split. They've been knocked down. They might just be knocked out. TP coming in for Faker for the triple for Guma. Looking. Tension. This could be huge. Look up Toby and a flank on the backside, but Toby still managed to get out. No, Toby taking down Gallus. Massive. It's all about Gallus. It's all about the shock from Genji running for the hills. Gallus says not today. Looking to be the difference maker. Shahu now taken down, but no, Gallus! Monster damage from the graves in the Aphelios. RNG slaughter Genji in the fight.